The Racing Wars and the Unassuming Racer Chapter 1. The outsider John Takeda stared at the blueprint spread across his workbench. The harsh fluorescent lights of his garage workshop casting long shadows across the detailed schematics. His fingers, calloused from years of working with metal and machinery, traced the intricate lines of what would someday become his masterpiece. Outside, the distant roar of high-performance engines echoed through the night, another illegal street race tearing through the mountain roads that surrounded their small town of Ashridge. The town had always been an unremarkable dot on the map, tucked between rolling mountains with winding roads that seemed designed specifically for high-speed racing. During the day, Ashridge was quiet, a place where people kept to themselves, went to work, came home. But at night the town transformed. The roads that were nearly empty during daylight hours became racetracks for those with money, connections, and a thirst for speed. John had been dreaming of joining those races since he was 15, watching from hidden perches in the mountains as million-dollar cars screamed past. Now at 27, with an engineering degree gathering dust and a mind full of revolutionary ideas, he was still on the outside looking in. The Racing Wars, that's what everyone called the annual event organized by Chan Lee, the enigmatic son of a wealthy international businessman who had made Ashridge his playground years ago. The wars weren't just races, they were a status symbol, an exclusive gathering where only the elite drivers with the most expensive cars were invited to participate. John's phone buzzed, pulling him away from his designs. It was his mother. "John? Are you still awake?" Liza Takeda's voice was soft, tinged with the Japanese accent she never quite lost despite decades in America. "Yeah, Mom. Just working on some designs." John glanced at the digital clock on his wall. 2:17 a.m. "Everything okay?" Yes. Just reminding you about my doctor's appointment tomorrow. 9 o'clock. John smiled, knowing full well his mother didn't need to call to remind him. After his father died 6 years ago, he'd become her primary caretaker, managing her appointments around his work at the local auto body shop where he made enough to pay the bills while secretly working on his own designs at night. "I remember, Mom. I'll pick you up at 8:30. Such a good boy. Always taking care of your old mother." "You're not old, Mom. Just..." John paused, not wanting to say, sick. Her heart condition had been getting worse, requiring more frequent doctor visits. "Just need a little extra care sometimes. Get some sleep." After hanging up, John turned back to his designs, determination hardening his features. The blueprint before him wasn't just any vehicle, it was a revolution on wheels. Not a car, not quite a motorcycle, but something entirely different. A wearable vehicle that would make even the most expensive supercars in Chan's Racing Wars look like children's toys. The idea had come to him 3 years ago after a particularly brutal crash he'd witnessed during an illegal race. The driver had been thrown from his motorcycle at over 100 miles per hour. He survived, barely, but John couldn't stop thinking about how different the outcome might have been if the driver had been the vehicle instead of just riding it. That night, like so many others, John worked until dawn, refining his designs for a motorcycle suit with integrated wheels, gyroscopic stabilization, and advanced hydraulic systems. He'd been piecing it together for years, salvaging parts where he could, saving every penny from his day job. But he was still years away from having enough money to build it properly. As the first light of dawn filtered through the small windows of his garage, John reluctantly covered his designs and headed to bed for a few hours of sleep before picking up his mother. "I'm going to go to the shop to work on something, Mom. I'll be back to pick you up later," John said, walking his mother to the entrance of Dr. Reynolds' office. Liza Takeda reached up to straighten her son's collar, a habit she'd never broken. At 58, she was still beautiful, her face showing the quiet dignity that had sustained her through the loss of her husband and her ongoing health struggles. Okay, John, I'll see you then. Have fun, my smart boy. She patted his cheek affectionately. She always believed in him, even when nobody else did. She had worked double shifts at the local diner to help pay for his engineering school, telling anyone who would listen how her son was going to change the world someday. John watched her disappear into the doctor's office before turning to head back to his car, a modified Nissan 370Z that he'd rebuilt from a wreck. It wasn't fancy by Racing Wars standards, but it was fast, reliable, and most importantly, his. As he approached his car, John's attention was caught by the unmistakable rumble of a high-performance engine. A sleek, matte black Ferrari pulled into the lot, the custom exhaust system announcing its arrival with an aggressive growl that made heads turn. John knew who it belonged to before the driver's door even opened. Chan Li stepped out, designer sunglasses hiding his eyes despite the overcast day. Everything about him exuded wealth and arrogance, from his tailored suit to his perfectly styled hair. Two of his usual entourage emerged from a second car, taking positions slightly behind him like bodyguards or sycophants. John had known Chan since high school, though known was perhaps too strong a word. Chan had been the rich transfer student, instantly popular because of his wealth and exotic cars. John had been the quiet kid who spent lunch periods sketching engine designs. Their paths rarely crossed except when Chan needed to assert his dominance, which usually involved some form of public humiliation for whoever stood in his way. John tried to get to his car without being noticed, but Chan's eyes locked onto him, a predatory smile spreading across his face. Well, if it isn't John Takeda, Chan's voice carried across the parking lot. Still driving that piece of junk, I see. John's jaw tightened, but he kept walking, hoping to avoid a confrontation. It didn't work. Chan stepped directly into his path, his two followers flanking him. You know I'm a good driver, John said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Chan raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Is that so? You should really let me race this year, John continued, his frustration overriding his better judgment. Don't let my car fool you, that's not what I'm bringing. I got something special. Chan laughed, the sound sharp and dismissive. You would need something better than that junk you drive around. You're so poor you could not afford to even race in my event. The words stung, not because they were particularly cruel, but because they contained an element of truth. John didn't have the money to compete with the likes of Chan and his racing crowd. What he did have was something far more valuable, innovation. But innovation without funding was just dreams on paper. You don't know what I'm capable of, John said, his voice low. Chan stepped closer, his expensive cologne filling the space between them. I know exactly what you're capable of, Takeda. Nothing. You talk about engineering and design, but where is it? Where's this revolutionary technology you've been babbling about since high school? Nowhere. John felt heat rising in his face. Chan had always had a talent for getting under his skin, for finding the exact pressure points that hurt the most. You'll see. One day, you'll all see, John said, pushing past Chan to get to his car. Chan just laughed again, turning to his companions. Did you hear that? One day you'll see. Same old John, always living in the future because his present is so pathetic. John got into his car, anger making his movements jerky as he jammed the key into the ignition. The 370Z roared to life, and for a moment, he considered doing something stupid, like challenging Chan to a race right there in the parking lot. Instead, he channeled his anger into a perfect burnout, tires screaming against asphalt as he peeled out of the lot. In his rearview mirror, he could see Chan and his crew laughing, barely affected by his display. It only made him push the accelerator harder as he headed toward the one place where he could clear his head, Ashridge Park, where his friend Micah would be practicing. The familiar frustration churned in his gut. Chan would never give him a chance, not because John wasn't good enough, but because Chan was afraid of what would happen if he was. Deep down, John knew his designs could change everything, not just racing, but transportation itself. But without money to build them, they would remain just that, designs. Chapter 2. The Proving Ground. The giant expanse of Ashridge Park stretched out before John as he pulled into the parking lot, his tires crunching on the gravel. The park was massive, 5 times the size of a football field, with soccer fields on one end and an open recreational area on the other. This early in the day, it was nearly empty except for a solitary figure kicking a soccer ball against a wall with practiced precision. Micah Reeves had been John's best friend since 3rd grade when John defended him against bullies who thought his prosthetic leg made him an easy target. What those bullies didn't know was that Meech's carbon fiber prosthetic, custom designed by his engineer father, made him faster and more agile than most kids his age. By high school, Micah had become one of the best soccer players in the district, and now at 27. He was not only John's closest friend but also one of the most respected street racers in Ashridge. John slammed his car door harder than necessary, still fuming from his encounter with Chan. Micah turned at the sound, immediately reading John's body language. "Let me guess," Micah said, trapping the soccer ball under his foot. "Chan, the guy's a complete asshole," John said, dropping down onto a nearby bench. "Ran into him at the doctor's office parking lot." Micah sat beside him, running a hand through his sweat-dampened hair. "What did he say this time?" "Same shit, different day. Mocked my car, implied I was too poor to compete." John kicked at the dirt. "Damn it, Chan will not give me any credit for my driving abilities. It's like he's afraid to give me a chance, because I might win." Micah stood, retrieving his water bottle from the ground. "Don't let that guy get under your skin. I know you're a good driver." "It's not just about driving," John said. "It's about what I've been designing." He knows I'm onto something big, something that could change everything, and he can't stand the idea that someone like me might outshine him. "Your motorcycle suit?" Micah asked, taking a long drink. John nodded. He'd shared his designs with Micah years ago, sworn him to secrecy. Micah was the only person besides his mother who knew exactly what John was working on. "If I could just get the funding to build it properly." John trailed off, the familiar frustration of being so close yet so far washing over him. "Hey, it'll happen," Micah said, offering an encouraging smile. "You're the smartest guy the first know. You'll figure it out." Before John could respond, the rumble of multiple engines filled the air. Both men turned to see a convoy of exotic cars pulling into the parking lot, a Lamborghini Aventador leading the pack, followed by a McLaren, a custom Nissan GT-R, and several other high-end vehicles that collectively cost more than most people made in a lifetime. "Speak of the devil," Micah muttered. Chan emerged from the Lamborghini, his entourage spilling out of the other cars. They moved as a unit toward John and Micah, Chan at the center like a king surrounded by his court. John noticed that among the group was Rika Lee, Chan's younger sister, who unlike her brother had always been kind to John during their high school years. She caught his eye briefly before looking away, something unreadable in her expression. "Micah," Chan called out, ignoring John completely. "Just the man I was looking for." Micah straightened slightly but kept his stance casual. Unlike John, Micah had earned Chan's respect through his driving, proving himself on the mountain roads over the past few years. "Chan," Micah acknowledged. "What brings you and your parade to the park?" Chan smiled, the expression not quite reaching his eyes. "Micah, you've been pre-selected for Racing Wars. Here is your invite." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a sleek black envelope emblazoned with a golden emblem, the official invitation to the most exclusive racing event of the year. John felt a pang of both pride for his friend and bitter disappointment for himself. Micah deserved the invitation. He was an incredible driver with a custom-built Mazda RX-7 that could outmaneuver most vehicles on the mountain passes. But John couldn't help the jealousy that rose in his throat. You're allowed to bring one extra person who is not allowed to participate, but can join the party, +1, essentially, Chan continued. His eyes finally sliding to John with undisguised amusement. Oh, and John, nice driving abilities, ha ha ha. Chan's crew erupted in laughter, the sound grating against John's already frayed nerves. He clenched his fists, ready to say something he'd probably regret, but Micah stepped between them. Thanks for the invite, Micah said smoothly. I'll be there. Chan nodded, satisfied, and turned to leave. As his crew began moving back toward their cars, Rika lingered behind. John, she said softly, her voice carrying only to him and Micah. It's good to see you. Before John could respond, one of Chan's friends called out, Rika. Let's go. She gave John one last look before hurrying after her brother. John watched her go, puzzled by the brief interaction. He and Rika had barely spoken since high school, where she'd occasionally helped him with chemistry homework while Chan wasn't around. What was that about? Micah asked as Chan's convoy roared out of the parking lot. John shrugged. No idea. We haven't really talked in years. Micah looked thoughtful for a moment before clapping John on the shoulder. Don't let that guy get to you, John. You're my +1. I want you there with me so you can at least enjoy the party. Maybe he'll change his mind. You never know. I know you got something to prove. John sighed, the anger slowly draining from him to be replaced by determination. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. No problem. Now, tell me more about this suit of yours. How close are you to finishing the design? John's eyes lit up, his earlier frustration momentarily forgotten as he began explaining the latest modifications he'd made to his blueprint. I've redesigned the hydraulic system for better weight distribution and added a more sophisticated gyroscopic stabilization mechanism that should allow for tighter turns at higher speeds. For the next hour, John detailed his vision to Micah, using sticks to draw diagrams in the dirt. Micah listened attentively, asking questions that pushed John to refine his ideas even further. This was why they were friends. Micah never dismissed John's ideas as crazy or impossible, no matter how ambitious they seemed. It sounds amazing, Micah said when John finally ran out of steam. And I know you can build it. It's just a matter of when. John nodded, determination settling deep in his bones. Yeah, when, not if. Chapter 3. The workshop. Later that day, John returned to his workshop after picking up his mother from her appointment. The doctor had adjusted her medication again, a subtle indication that her condition wasn't improving. He'd made her dinner, made sure she took her new pills, and then retreated to his garage, the events of the day swirling in his mind. The workshop was John's sanctuary, a converted two-car garage attached to the modest house he shared with his mother. Every available surface was covered with tools, parts, or designs. The walls were lined with shelves of technical manuals, engineering textbooks, and bins of carefully labeled components. A computer workstation occupied one corner, the multiple monitors displaying various aspects of his motorcycle suit design. John settled into his worn office chair, pulling up the 3D model of his latest design iteration. The suit was unlike anything currently in existence, a fully integrated system that turned the rider into the vehicle. 4 wheels attached to arms and legs, a reinforced exoskeleton for protection, advanced gyroscopic stabilization, hydraulic systems for handling, and an electric power system with regenerative capabilities. He had been working on the concept for years, refining it, solving problem after problem through countless nights of work. The core components were designed to work together seamlessly, the gyroscopic stabilization would keep the rider balanced at high speeds. The hydraulic systems would allow for dynamic adjustments during turns, and the reinforced exoskeleton would protect the rider even in crashes at speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour. The helmet would incorporate advanced camera systems giving the rider a 360-degree view, with an AI-assisted interface that would identify potential hazards and assist with navigation. The power system was perhaps the most innovative aspect, electric motors providing instant torque, with a kinetic recovery system that would actually increase battery efficiency at higher speeds. John zoomed in on the wheel mechanism, making small adjustments to the design. The wheels needed to be able to function in two configurations, a two-wheel mode for speeds up to 100 miles per hour where the rider would remain upright, and a four-wheel mode for higher speeds where the rider would adopt a more aerodynamic posture on all fours. Hours slipped by as John lost himself in the design, tweaking parameters, running simulations, solving problems one by one. This was where he felt most alive, creating something new, something that could potentially change everything. A soft knock at the workshop door pulled him from his focus. He turned to see his mother standing in the doorway, a cup of tea in her hands. "You've been in here for hours," she said, setting the tea beside his computer. "Your dinner is getting cold." "Sorry, Mom. Got caught up in the design," John said, rubbing his eyes. Liza moved to look over his shoulder at the 3D model rotating on the screen. "Your father would be so proud of you," she said softly. "He always said you had a special mind." John felt the familiar ache at the mention of his father. Hiroshi Takeda had been an automotive engineer before cancer took him 6 years ago. He'd been the one to nurture John's interest in engineering, spending countless weekends teaching him about engines, aerodynamics, and mechanics. "I wish he could see it," John said, his voice thick. "He can," Liza said, patting his shoulder. "In his own way. Now come eat something before you fade away to nothing." John smiled, saving his work before following his mother into the house. As he ate the reheated dinner, his mind kept returning to Chan and the racing wars. Being Micha's +1 would at least get him in the door, give him a chance to see the competition up close. Maybe there would be potential investors there, people who might be interested in his technology. After dinner, John returned to his workshop, determination renewed. He worked late into the night, refining his designs, preparing detailed schematics for each component. If he couldn't race this year, he would at least use the time to perfect his creation. And next year, when his suit was ready, they would all see what John Takeda was truly capable of. The rhythmic tapping of John's fingers on his keyboard filled the workshop as lines of code scrolled across his monitor. 3 days had passed since his encounter with Chan, and John had barely left his garage except to check on his mother and grab the occasional meal. The Racing Wars party was just 2 weeks away, and though John couldn't compete, he was determined to have his designs finalized by then. Come on," he muttered, watching as the simulation software rendered the latest iteration of his hydraulic system. The previous version had shown a potentially catastrophic failure point when subjected to extreme lateral forces during high-speed turns. John had spent the entire night redesigning the joint mechanism to distribute the pressure more evenly. The simulation completed, displaying a color-coded stress analysis. John let out a satisfied breath. The red zones indicating dangerous stress levels had disappeared, replaced by more acceptable yellows and greens. "That's more like it," he said to himself, saving the updated design. He stretched, his back popping after hours hunched over the computer. His eyes burned from fatigue, and stubble darkened his jaw. The digital clock on his desk read 3:47 a.m. Another all-nighter, but it was worth it. He was getting closer. John stood, moving to the physical prototype components scattered across his main. Workbench. Unlike the complete suit, which would require substantial funding to build, these individual pieces were manageable with his limited budget. He picked up the miniature gyroscopic stabilizer he'd constructed, a marvel of precision engineering the size of his palm. It was only a fraction of what the full suit would require, but it proved his concept was sound. He activated it, watching as the gyroscopes spun up to speed, maintaining their orientation regardless of how he tilted the device. This technology, scaled up and integrated with the hydraulic systems, would form the cornerstone of his suit's stability control. Next, he examined the wheel prototype he'd fabricated last month. Unlike traditional wheels, his design incorporated a revolutionary hub motor and suspension system that could adapt to different surfaces and forces in real time. The wheel itself was made from a composite material he'd developed, lighter than carbon fiber but twice as strong, with exceptional grip characteristics. "Still need to solve the power distribution issue," John muttered, making a note on a nearby pad. The current battery technology wasn't quite sufficient for what he needed, but he had ideas for a novel energy recovery system that might bridge the gap. John moved to the helmet prototype sitting on a mannequin head. The shell was complete, but the internal electronics were still a work in progress. He had salvaged high-resolution cameras from various sources and was in the process of writing the software that would integrate their feeds into a seamless 360-degree view. A sudden rumble of engines outside caught his attention. John checked the time: 4:23 a.m. The night racers were returning from the mountain passes. He briefly considered going out to watch, maybe talk to some of the drivers about their experiences, but decided against it. He needed to focus. Instead, he turned to the most challenging aspect of his design, the eye-assisted driving system. For the suit to function as intended, the onboard computer needed to process vast amounts of data in real time, making thousands of micro-adjustments per second to maintain stability and optimize performance. The code was incredibly complex, pushing the limits of what current technology could achieve. John had been working on the algorithm for months, drawing on his engineering knowledge and self-taught programming skills. It was coming together, but there were still gaps, areas where the system's response wasn't fast enough or precise enough for safety at extreme speeds. He glanced at a framed photo on his desk, John and his father standing beside an old motorcycle they'd restored together. Hiroshi had always encouraged John to push boundaries, to see problems not as obstacles but as opportunities for innovation. "What would you do, Dad?" John whispered to the photograph. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to his computer with renewed focus. "Parallel processing," he said, fingers flying over the keyboard as he restructured the algorithm. "Distribute the load across multiple cores, prioritize critical functions, and create a predictive model for anticipatory adjustments." The solution wasn't perfect, but it was a step forward. John continued coding until the first light of dawn began to filter through the workshop windows. Only then did he finally save his work and collapse onto the small cot he kept in the corner for nights like these. As he drifted off to sleep, his mind was still racing with ideas, refinements, solutions. In his dreams, he wasn't just designing the suit, he was wearing it, feeling the wind as he tore through the mountain passes faster than any car could go, leaving Chan and his racing wars in the dust. Chapter 4. The invitation. The day of the pre-racing wars party arrived faster than John expected. Between caring for his mother, working at the auto shop, and continuing to refine his designs, the 2 weeks had flown by. Now, as he stood in front of his bathroom mirror adjusting the tie he so rarely wore, a mixture of anticipation and dread churned in his stomach. "You look handsome," his mother said from the doorway, a proud smile on her face. "Just like your father when he was young." John turned, returning her smile. "Thanks, Mom. You sure you'll be okay tonight? Mrs. Watanabe said she'd come over if you need anything. I'll be fine, Liza said, waving away his concern. I have my medication, my emergency button, and all the phone numbers. Go, enjoy yourself. And remember what I always tell you, be polite, but don't take any crap. John finished for her, the familiar advice bringing a genuine smile to his face. It was what she'd told him before his first day of high school, his first job interview, and countless other moments when he'd faced the world alone. Exactly, she said, nodding approvingly. Now go show those rich boys what a real engineer looks like. John kissed her cheek before heading out to meet Micah, who was picking him up in his prized RX-7. The car was a work of art, sleek, powerful, and meticulously maintained. Micah had rebuilt it from the ground up after finding it abandoned in a junkyard 5 years ago. Now it was one of the fastest cars on the mountain, thanks in part to some of John's engineering suggestions. Micah arrived precisely on time, the RX-7's distinctive rotary engine announcing his presence before John even saw the car. The metallic blue paint gleamed under the streetlights as Micah pulled up to the curb. Ready to crash the party of the year? Micah asked as John slid into the passenger seat. As ready as I'll ever be, John replied, fastening his seatbelt. Nice suit. Micah grinned, adjusting his charcoal gray blazer. Thanks. Figured I'd dress the part since I'm officially invited and all. The drive to Chan's mansion took them up into the hills that overlooked Ashridge. The winding road was familiar to both of them. It was part of the Racing Wars circuit, a challenging stretch of asphalt that tested even the most skilled drivers. Micah handled it with ease, the RX-7 hugging each curve as if it were on rails. So, what's your game plan for tonight? Micah asked, downshifting smoothly as they approached a hairpin turn. John stared out at the lights of Ashridge below. Honestly, I'm not sure. Part of me wants to just observe, maybe network a bit, see if there's anyone who might be interested in my tech. Another part wants to throw my designs in Chan's face and tell him exactly what I think of his exclusive little club. Micah chuckled. Maybe stick with the first part. Getting thrown out of the party won't help your cause. Yeah, I know, John sighed. I'll behave, mostly. The Lee family mansion came into view as they rounded the final bend, a sprawling modern structure of glass, steel, and concrete perched on the edge of a cliff. The circular driveway was already filled with exotic cars, their collective value enough to fund a small country. A valet approached as Micah pulled up, eyeing the RX-7 with appreciation. Nice ride, sir. Micah handed him the keys. Take good care of her. She bites. As they approached the entrance, John's resolve wavered momentarily. He didn't belong here, among the wealthy elite of the racing world. But then he thought of his mother's words and squared his shoulders. He might not have their money, but he had something they couldn't buy, true innovation. The massive glass doors slid open automatically as they approached. Inside, the party was already in full swing. The mansion's main floor had been transformed into a high-end nightclub, complete with a DJ booth, dance floor, and multiple bars. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered panoramic views of the city below, and sleek, modern furniture dotted the space, creating intimate seating areas amid the revelry. Drink? Micah asked, nodding toward the nearest bar. Definitely, John replied, following his friend through the crowd. They were halfway to the bar when a familiar voice cut through the music. Micah, glad you could make it, Chan called, appearing before them with a glass of champagne in hand. He was dressed in an immaculate white suit that probably cost more than John's car. As usual, he was flanked by an entourage of similarly well-dressed friends and what appeared to be professional models. Thanks for the invite, Micah said, shaking Chan's hand. Great place you've got here. Chan's eyes shifted to John, a smirk playing at his lips. And you brought John. How nice. John forced a smile. Chan, thanks for having me. Chan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by John's civility. Well, the more the merrier, I suppose. Though remember, you're here as a spectator only, not a participant. I'm aware of the rules, John said, keeping his tone neutral despite the clear attempt to put him in his place. Chan studied him for a moment, then shrugged. Well, enjoy the party. The real drivers will be discussing race strategy on the terrace later. Micah, you should join us. With that, he turned and disappeared back into the crowd, his entourage following like a school of fish. Micah gave John an apologetic look. Sorry about that. John shook his head. Don't be. I expected worse, honestly. They continued to the bar, where John ordered a whiskey neat and Micah got a beer. As they sipped their drinks, John surveyed the room. Most of the guests were strangers to him, professional drivers, wealthy enthusiasts, industry insiders. But there were a few familiar faces from Ashridge's local racing scene, people who had managed to climb the ranks and earn Chan's approval. I'm going to mingle a bit, Micah said after they'd finished their drinks. You good on your own for a while? John nodded. Go network. I'll explore. As Micah headed off to chat with a group of drivers, John decided to take a self-guided tour of the mansion's public areas. The ground floor was devoted to the party, but a sweeping staircase led to a mezzanine level that overlooked the main space. John made his way up, grateful for the slightly quieter atmosphere above the noise of the crowd. The mezzanine featured a series of glass cases displaying racing trophies, memorabilia, and scale models of famous race cars. John moved from case to case, genuinely impressed by the collection. Chan might be arrogant, but his passion for racing was undeniable. As John examined a detailed model of a Le Mans prototype, he became aware of someone standing beside him. He turned to find Rika Lee, Chan's sister, studying him with curious eyes. You actually appreciate these, don't you? She said, nodding toward the model. Most people just glance and move on. John straightened, surprised by her presence. Rika was as striking as her brother was imposing, tall, elegant, with the same sharp features but softened by a genuine warmth that Chan lacked. She wore a simple black dress that somehow managed to outshine the more elaborate outfits of the other women at the party. The engineering is incredible, John said, turning back to the model. The aerodynamics alone on this design are revolutionary. The way they integrated the air intakes with the bodywork to reduce drag while maintaining optimal cooling, brilliant. Rika smiled, stepping closer to examine the model herself. You still have the same passion for engineering that you had in high school. I remember you explaining combustion cycles to me when I was struggling in physics. John felt a flush of embarrassment at the memory. You remember that? Of course. You were the only person who ever made engines make sense to me. She turned to face him fully. Chan says you're working on something revolutionary. Is it true? John hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Rika had always been kind to him, but she was still Chan's sister. It's okay, she said, as if reading his thoughts. I'm not my brother's spy. I'm just curious. You were always the smartest person in our class, even if Chan would never admit it. Something in her sincerity made John relax slightly. I am working on something new. A different approach to high-speed racing that doesn't involve traditional vehicles. Sounds intriguing, Rika said, genuine interest in her eyes. I'd love to hear more about it sometime. Before John could respond, a voice called from below. Rika, there you are. They both looked over the railing to see Chan waving from the main floor, annoyance clear on his face. Rika sighed. Duty calls. But John, she reached into her clutch and pulled out a business card, handing it to him. If you ever want to discuss your project with someone who might actually listen, call me. I manage the family's investment portfolio now, including our tech ventures. John took the card, surprise evident on his face. I thank you. She offered a small smile before heading down the stairs to join her brother. John watched her go, turning the card over in his hands. Rika Lee, Director of Investment Strategy, Lee Ventures. It was unexpected, to say the least. John pocketed the card and continued his exploration of the mezzanine, his mind racing with possibilities. If Rika was serious, if she was actually interested in his technology. But no, he was getting ahead of himself. One business card didn't mean anything concrete. He made his way back downstairs, the party now in full swing. The DJ had cranked up the volume, and a crowd had formed on the dance floor. John skirted the edge, heading toward the large glass doors that led to the terrace. He needed some fresh air and a moment to think. The terrace was less crowded, with small groups of people engaged in conversation around fire pits that warded off the evening chill. John found an unoccupied spot near the railing and stared out at the twinkling lights of Ashridge below. From this height, the town looked peaceful, serene. Nothing like the competitive racing hotbed it really was. Beautiful view, isn't it? A voice said beside him. John turned to see an older man he didn't recognize, distinguished looking, with silver hair and expensive but understated clothes. Unlike most of the guests, who were in their 20s or 30s, this man had to be at least 60. It is, John agreed, wondering if he should know who this person was. The man seemed to sense his confusion and extended a hand. James Harrington. I don't believe we've met. John shook his hand. John Takeda. And no, we haven't. Takeda, Harrington repeated, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Any relation to Hiroshi Takeda? John stiffened slightly. He was my father. Ah, Harrington nodded, a genuine smile spreading across his face. I had the pleasure of working with Hiroshi briefly, many years ago. Brilliant engineer. One of the best minds in automotive design I've ever encountered. You knew my father? John asked, his interest immediately piqued. I did. I was with Toyota's racing division when he consulted on a project for us. His insights into aerodynamic efficiency were ahead of their time. Harrington studied John's face. You have his eyes. Same intensity. John felt a swell of pride at the comparison. Thank you, Mr. Harrington. He taught me everything I know about engineering. James, please. And I'm not surprised. Talent like his tends to run in families. Harrington took a sip from his glass. So, John, what brings you to Chan's little gathering? Are you a driver? No, not officially. I'm here with a friend who's competing. I'm more on the engineering side of things. Harrington's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, anything specific you're working on? John hesitated again, the same wariness he'd felt with Rika resurfacing. But Harrington had known his father, had recognized his value. And there was something about the older man that inspired trust. I'm developing a new type of racing vehicle, John said carefully. Something that integrates the driver and the machine in a way that hasn't been done before. Harrington nodded thoughtfully. Sounds fascinating. I've always believed the future of racing lies in closer integration between human and machine. The greatest limitation in most vehicles is the interface between the two. Exactly, John said, surprised and pleased by the response. The delayed reactions, the physical separation, it all adds milliseconds that could be eliminated with a more direct connection. And in racing, milliseconds make all the difference, Harrington finished for him. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a business card of his own. I'm semi-retired now, but I still consult for several racing teams and technology firms. If you'd ever like to discuss your ideas further, I'd be very interested to hear them. John accepted the second card of the evening, this one reading James Harrington, engineering consultant, along with contact information. Thank you, John said, genuinely moved by the offer. I might take you up on that. Harrington smiled. Please do. Your father's legacy deserves to be continued by someone with vision. As Harrington moved away to join another conversation, John stared at the 2 business cards in his hand, a cautious hope beginning to build. Maybe, just maybe, tonight wasn't going to be a waste after all. That hope lasted precisely 7 more minutes, until Chan took the stage in the main room, a microphone in hand, and the music faded for his announcement. Welcome, everyone, to the official pre-party for this year's Racing Wars. Chan's voice boomed through the speakers as John made his way back inside. For those who don't know me, though I can't imagine who that would be, I'm Chan Lee, your host and the organizer of the most exclusive racing event on the West Coast. Applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. John found Micah near the back of the room and joined him. Miss anything? John asked quietly. Just Chan stroking his own ego, Micah replied with a smirk. This year marks our 5th annual Racing Wars, Chan continued, and I promise it will be the most spectacular yet. We've added new courses, increased the prize money, and most importantly, ensured that only the absolute elite of the racing world will be competing. More cheers, louder this time. Each of you has been personally selected by me because you represent the best of the best, the most skilled drivers, the most advanced vehicles, the most daring spirits. Chan's eyes swept the crowd, his gaze briefly meeting John's before moving on. Well, most of you, anyway. Some are just plus ones. A ripple of laughter moved through the audience. John felt his jaw tighten but said nothing. Tomorrow, we'll begin the technical inspections and qualifying runs. The main event will take place over the following 3 days, with the grand finale on Saturday night. The winner takes home not only the substantial cash prize but also the prestige of being crowned the Racing Wars champion. As Chan continued detailing the schedule and rules, John found his mind wandering back to his designs. Even if he'd had the money to build his suit, it wouldn't have qualified for Racing Wars. Chan's rules specified traditional vehicles, cars and motorcycles. John's creation was neither. And now, Chan's voice cut through John's thoughts. Let me introduce this year's competitors. One by one, Chan called the drivers to the stage, 20 in total, including Micah, who received enthusiastic applause when his name was called. John clapped loudly for his friend, genuinely proud of his inclusion in such elite company. After the introductions, Chan raised his glass for a toast. To speed, to skill, to the glory of Racing Wars. The crowd echoed the toast, and the music resumed, now louder than before. Micah returned to John's side, grinning broadly. That wasn't so bad, was it? Micah asked. Surprisingly tolerable, John admitted. And potentially productive. He showed Micah the 2 business cards he'd received. Meech's eyes widened. Harrington? As in the legendary James Harrington? And Rika Lee wants to talk business? Dude, that's huge. John allowed himself a cautious smile. Maybe. We'll see if anything comes of it. As the night wore on, John continued to observe more than participate, watching the social dynamics of the racing elite with detached interest. He saw Chan holding court among his closest friends, Rika engaging in what appeared to be serious business discussions with various industry figures, and Harrington moving easily between different groups, respected by all. It was nearing midnight when John, standing near one of the bars with a fresh drink in hand, overheard a conversation that caught his attention. Chan's scared, a voice said from just behind him. That's why he's added all these new rules and restrictions. Scared of what? Another voice replied. Innovation. Anything that might make his precious supercars obsolete. Have you seen the entry requirements this year? Specifically designed to exclude anything experimental or truly cutting edge. John turned slightly, trying to see who was speaking without being obvious about eavesdropping. The speakers were 2 younger men, probably in their early 20s, dressed in the uniform of tech money, expensive but casual clothes, designer glasses. Smartwatches worth more than most people's monthly salary. Makes sense, the second one replied. If he let in some of the new tech that's being developed, half these traditional racers would be embarrassed. Exactly. I heard there's a team in Japan working on an AI-assisted driving system that could outperform any human driver. And someone at MIT has a prototype for a new type of electric engine that generates twice the torque of anything currently on the market. John's interest was piqued. If others were developing advanced racing technology, maybe his ideas weren't as far-fetched as some might think. Maybe there was actually a market for his innovations. He was about to turn and introduce himself when a commotion from the center of the room drew everyone's attention. Chan was standing on a table, clearly drunk, with a microphone in hand again. "Let's hear it for the real racers," he shouted, swaying slightly. "The ones who don't need fancy technology or computer assistance to win. The ones who race with their hands and their hearts." Cheers erupted from many in the crowd, though John noticed several guests, including Harrington and Rika, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "And let's be honest," Chan continued, his words slurring slightly, "if you need all that tech crap to win, you're not a real racer. You're just a glorified computer operator." More cheers, louder this time. John felt his blood beginning to boil. This wasn't just Chan being his usual arrogant self, this was a direct attack on everything John was working toward. "That's why racing wars will always be about pure driving skill," Chan declared, pointing dramatically for emphasis. "No AI, no computer assistance, no electric engines. Just raw power and human skill. The way racing should be." The room erupted again, but John had heard enough. He placed his glass on the bar and began making his way toward the exit. He'd seen and heard what he needed to. Chan's attitude, far from discouraging him, had only strengthened his resolve. The racing world was ripe for disruption, and John was more determined than ever to be the one to do it. He was almost to the door when he felt a hand on his arm. He turned to find Rika looking at him with concern. "Leaving so soon?" she asked. "I think I've had my fill of Chan's hospitality for one night," John replied, unable to keep the edge from his voice. Rika glanced back toward her brother, who was now being helped down from the table by his friends. "He's drunk. And afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Change," she said simply. "He's built his entire identity around being the fastest, the best. Anything that threatens that terrifies him." She squeezed John's arm gently. "Don't let him discourage you. The future is coming whether he likes it or not." John studied her face, trying to gauge her sincerity. "And which side are you on? The future or your brother's?" A small smile played at her lips. "I'm an investor, John. I go where the opportunity is. And right now, I think that might be with innovations like yours." She released his arm. "Call me soon." With that, she turned and walked back into the crowd, leaving John to ponder her words. As he stepped outside, waiting for the valet to retrieve Micha's car, Micah himself had decided to stay longer. John couldn't help but feel that tonight had been a turning point. Not because of Chan's drunken rant or even the potential business connections he'd made, but because he'd confirmed what he'd always suspected: the racing world was stuck in the past. Resistant to change, ripe for revolution. And John Takeda was going to be the one to bring that revolution, with or without the blessing of the racing war's elite. Chapter 5. The Inheritance. The morning after the party, John woke to the insistent buzzing of his phone. Groaning, he reached for it, squinting at the screen. Unknown number. He considered ignoring it but remembered the business cards he'd collected the night before. Maybe it was Harrington or Rika following up already. "Hello?" he answered, his voice still rough with sleep. "Is this John Takeda?" an unfamiliar voice asked. Yes, that's me. Mr. Takeda, this is Lawrence Gibbs from the law firm of Gibbs, Hartman, and Wu. I'm calling regarding the estate of your uncle, Kenji Takeda. John sat up, instantly more alert. Uncle Kenji, his father's older brother. They hadn't been close. In fact, John had only met him a handful of times. Kenji had left Japan decades ago to work in tech in Silicon Valley, and from what John knew, he'd done well for himself. But they hadn't spoken in years, not since his father's funeral. My uncle? Is everything okay? There was a pause on the other end. I'm sorry to inform you that your uncle passed away 2 weeks ago. Heart failure. John felt a pang of sadness, more for the relationship they'd never had than for the man himself. I didn't know. I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Takeda requested that his passing be kept private until his affairs were in order, the lawyer explained. Which brings me to the purpose of my call. Your uncle named you as the primary beneficiary in his will. John blinked, sure he'd misheard. I'm sorry, what? You are the primary beneficiary of Kenji Takeda's estate. He left specific instructions that you receive the majority of his assets, including his investment portfolio, real estate holdings, and personal effects. John's mind raced, trying to process this unexpected news. But, why me? We barely knew each other. Mr. Takeda left a letter explaining his decision. It's included with the legal documents that you'll need to sign. Is there a time when you could come to our office in San Francisco? Or we could arrange to have everything sent to you by secure courier if that's preferable. Courier, I guess. I need to be here for my mother. John was still trying to wrap his head around what was happening. Mr. Gibbs, can I ask? What exactly are we talking about here? In terms of the estate value? There was another pause, longer this time. The final valuation is still pending, but conservative estimates place the total value at approximately $35 million, with about $5 million in liquid assets. John nearly dropped the phone. 35 million? Give or take, yes. Your uncle was quite successful in his ventures. He was an early investor in several major tech companies and made some very shrewd real estate purchases in the Bay Area during the 1990s. John fell back against his pillows, stunned. Yesterday, he'd been lamenting his lack of funds to build his prototype. Today, he was being told he was a multi-millionaire. When will I receive the documents? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I can have them sent out today. You should receive them by tomorrow, given your location. Once everything is signed and processed, the liquid assets can be transferred to your account immediately. The rest, the properties, investment accounts, and so forth, will take a bit longer to transfer, but our firm will handle all of that for you. Thank you, John said, still dazed. I appreciate your help. After ending the call, John sat motionless on his bed, trying to process what had just happened. $5 million in liquid assets. More than enough to build his prototype, with plenty left over to care for his mother and potentially even start a company to develop and market his technology. It seemed too good to be true, like the universe had suddenly decided to answer all his prayers at once. John wasn't usually superstitious, but he couldn't help glancing at the photo of his father on his nightstand. Did you have something to do with this, Dad? He whispered to the image. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. John, are you awake? His mother's voice called from the hallway. Yeah, Mom, come in. Liza opened the door, already dressed for the day. I heard you talking. Who was on the phone so early? John patted the edge of his bed, inviting her to sit. You might want to sit down for this. Looking concerned, she perched on the edge of the mattress. What is it? Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong, John assured her. It's about Uncle Kenji. He passed away 2 weeks ago. Liza's hand went to her heart. Oh no, poor Kenji. He and your father were never close, but still. He was family. There's more, John continued. He left me his estate. All of it, apparently. Liza's eyes widened. His estate? But why? You hardly knew him. That's what I asked. The lawyer said Uncle Kenji left a letter explaining everything. But Mom, the estate. It's worth $35 million. Liza stared at him, uncomprehending. Million? With an M, John nodded. With an M. They're sending the documents tomorrow. $5 million of it is in cash or easily liquidated assets. For a long moment, Liza said nothing, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief to cautious joy. John, do you know what this means? It means I can build my prototype, John said, a smile spreading across his face. It means I can take care of your medical bills without worry. It means everything changes. Liza reached out to squeeze his hand. Your father always said his brother had the Midas touch with money. I guess he was right. Her eyes grew distant. Kenji came to see your father in the hospital, you know. The day before he died. They talked for hours. I don't know what about. They spoke in Japanese and they asked for privacy. But they seemed reconciled when it was over. John hadn't known this. He'd been so consumed with grief at the time, so focused on being strong for his mother, that many details of those final days had blurred together. Maybe that's why, John said softly. Maybe Dad asked him to look out for us. Perhaps, Liza agreed. Whatever the reason, it's a blessing. A chance for you to make your dreams real. John nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. With this kind of funding, he could not only build his prototype but also develop an entire line of innovative transportation technology. He could hire a team, set up a proper research facility, patent his designs. But first things first, the motorcycle suit. His entry into the world of racing that had for so long been closed to him. I need to call Micah, John said, reaching for his phone. And then we need to start planning. 2 days later, John stood in his workshop, a certified check for $5 million sitting on his workbench beside Uncle Kenji's letter. The documents had arrived that morning, and John had spent hours with his mother going through everything, signing where indicated, and reading his uncle's final message to him. The letter had been surprisingly personal, revealing a side of Kenji that John had never known. In it, his uncle explained that he had always regretted the distance between himself and his brother's family. A distance born of old rivalries and misunderstandings that seemed meaningless in hindsight. He wrote of his admiration for John's father and his hope that John would use the inheritance to pursue his engineering dreams, just as Kenji had used his own talents to build his fortune in technology. The letter concluded with a simple request, that John use his skills not just for personal gain but to create something meaningful, something that would honor the Takeda family's legacy of innovation. John had already deposited the check, setting up a new account specifically for his project. Now, as he reviewed his designs one last time before placing the first orders for components, he felt a weight of responsibility alongside his excitement. This wasn't just about proving Chan wrong anymore, or even about realizing his personal ambitions. It was about honoring his father's memory and his uncle's unexpected faith in him. John picked up his phone and began making calls to suppliers of advanced materials, to manufacturers of custom electronic components, to specialists in hydraulic systems and battery technology. Money opened doors that had previously been closed to him, and by the end of the day, he had secured commitments for everything he needed to build his prototype. Many of the components would take weeks to arrive, custom made to his specifications. But John wasn't concerned about the timeline. Racing Wars was still months away, and he wanted to spend the time making sure every aspect of his design was perfect. As he hung up from his final call of the day, arranging for the rental of a larger workspace where he could assemble his creation, John's phone buzzed with a text from Micah. Heard anything from those business cards yet? John had almost forgotten about Harrington and Rika in the whirlwind of his inheritance. He'd been planning to follow up with them eventually, seeking advice or possibly partnerships. But now, with Uncle Kenji's fortune behind him, the urgency had diminished. Still, connections in the industry would be valuable, especially given his long-term goals. John replied, "Not yet. Going to call tomorrow. Things have been crazy. Tell you about it over dinner?" Meech's response came seconds later, "You're on. Usual place at 7? And what do you mean, crazy? Did something happen?" John smiled. "You could say that. I'll explain tonight." With that settled, John returned to his designs, making final adjustments for the manufacturing process. The motorcycle suit was about to become reality, and John couldn't wait to see Chan's face when he unveiled it. What John didn't know was that Chan was already making plans of his own, plans that would put him on a collision course with John's newfound ambitions in ways neither of them could anticipate. The Racing Wars and the Unassuming Racer Chapter 6, Building the Dream. "You're kidding me," Micah said. A half-eaten burger forgotten in his hands as he stared at John across the table of their favorite diner. "Your uncle left you $35 million? John nodded, picking at his fries. $5 million liquid, the rest in properties and investments. I still can't believe it myself." "Holy shit," Micah whispered, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. The local diner was mostly empty at this hour, just a couple of truckers at the counter and an elderly couple in the far corner. "So what are you going to do?" John couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. "Build my suit, set up a proper workshop, take care of Mom's medical bills, probably buy a house with a bigger garage. Not going to blow it all on supercars and show up Chan at his own game?" Micah asked with a grin. John shook his head. "That would just make me like him. I'm going to beat him a different way, with innovation, not wealth, so the suit is really happening." Micah leaned forward, excitement clear in his eyes. He'd been hearing about John's design for years, watching it evolve from rough sketches to detailed blueprints. "It's happening," John confirmed. "I've already ordered the main components. Rented a proper workspace to build it. The materials should start arriving next week." Micah whistled low. "Man, this is like a movie. Poor guy suddenly gets rich and uses the money to pursue his dream." "I'm not even thinking about the money, really," John said, and it was true. The inheritance was a means to an end, not a goal in itself. It's about finally being able to prove that my ideas work. That I wasn't just talking big all these years. "No one who really knows you ever thought that," Micah said, serious now. Chan's crowd. "Sure, but they don't matter. Your ideas were always solid. You just needed the resources to make them real." John nodded, grateful for his friend's unwavering support. "Speaking of Chan, how are the Racing Wars preparations going?" Micah launched into details about the qualifying rounds, scheduled to begin the following week. The competition would be fierce. Drivers from across the country and even internationally had been invited to participate. Micah was confident in his chances but admitted the level of competition was intimidating. Chan's added some new mountain routes this year, Micah explained. Real technical stuff, hairpin turns, narrow passes. Definitely favors handling over raw speed. John nodded thoughtfully. Handling is where my suit will really shine. The gyroscopic stabilization and hydraulic systems should allow for maneuverability that no car or traditional motorcycle can match. When do you think it'll be ready for testing? 6 weeks, maybe 8 if there are unexpected challenges. The core components are fairly straightforward, but integrating everything is going to be the tricky part. Especially the eye-assisted driving system. And you really think it can hit 200 miles per hour? John's eyes gleamed with confidence. Theoretical models suggest closer to 230 on straightaways. But it's not just about top speed, it's about maintaining that speed through turns that would force a car or motorcycle to slow down. With the suit's ability to adjust its center of gravity and lean angle in real time, it should be able to take curves at speeds that would send traditional vehicles flying off the road. Micah shook his head in amazement. Man, Chan is going to lose his mind when he sees this thing. If everything works as planned, he'll be seeing it from behind, John said with a smile. Now, eat your burger before it gets cold. And tell me more about these new routes. I want to know exactly what my suit will be up against. The next few weeks were a blur of activity for John. The new workshop space he'd rented was perfect. A former machine shop with high ceilings, ample power supply, and enough room to set up both fabrication and testing areas. He'd spent the first week just setting up, installing the specialized equipment he needed, organizing his workspace for maximum efficiency. As the components began to arrive, exotic materials, custom electronics, precision machined parts, John felt like a kid on Christmas morning, unwrapping each package with reverent care. Some were familiar from his prototype work, but others he was seeing in person for the first time after years of researching and designing them on paper or in computer simulations. The exoskeleton frame was the first major component he assembled. Made from a composite of carbon fiber, titanium, and a new ceramic metal alloy that offered exceptional strength-to-weight ratio. It was designed to fit a human body perfectly while providing both protection and serving as the mounting structure for all other systems. John stood back, admiring the skeleton-like structure standing on its support rack. It wasn't much to look at yet, just a framework of struts and joints, but it represented the culmination of years of design work. "What do you think, Dad?" John murmured to himself, imagining his father's reaction. Hiroshi had always encouraged John's creative thinking, his willingness to push beyond conventional solutions. Next came the wheel assemblies, 4 in total, 1 for each limb. Unlike traditional wheels, these were complex mechanisms designed to adapt to different configurations. In the low-speed, upright mode, only the leg wheels would contact the ground, with the arm wheels held in reserve. In high-speed mode, all 4 would be engaged, allowing the rider to adopt the more aerodynamic all-fours posture. The wheel hubs contained custom electric motors that John had designed specifically for this application, high torque. Variable speed units that could respond instantly to input from the rider or the onboard computer. The wheel assemblies also incorporated their own suspension systems, allowing each wheel to adapt independently to terrain changes. John spent days just perfecting the wheel attachment mechanisms, ensuring they would securely connect to the exoskeleton while still allowing for the full range of motion needed for control. The hydraulic systems came next, a network of precision actuators that would help the rider maintain control at high speeds by subtly adjusting the suit's geometry in response to forces. John had designed these to work in concert with the gyroscopic stabilizers, creating a dynamic system that could keep the rider upright and stable under conditions that would topple any conventional vehicle. As John worked, he often found himself talking through problems aloud, as if his father were there in the workshop with him. It was a habit he'd developed years ago, a way of organizing his thoughts and working through engineering challenges. "The power distribution is still not quite right," he muttered one evening, staring at the wiring diagram on his computer screen. "If I route the main power bus through here," he traced a line on the screen, "it shortens the path to the rear wheel motors, but increases complexity in the control circuitry." He drummed his fingers on the desk, weighing the trade-offs. "What would you do, Dad? Simplicity or efficiency?" After a moment of contemplation, John nodded to himself. "Efficiency it is. I can compensate for the added complexity in the software." It became a ritual of sorts, consulting his father's memory when faced with a difficult decision, then trusting his own engineering instincts to make the call. It kept him connected to Hiroshi's influence while forcing him to grow beyond it. The helmet was perhaps the most complex component of all, not just for protection, but as the primary interface between rider and machine. John equipped it with an array of cameras offering a 360-degree field of view, with the feeds processed and combined into a seamless display that would eliminate blind spots entirely. The helmet also contained the main computer system, environmental controls, and communications equipment. John spent nearly a week programming the visual interface, creating a heads-up display that would provide the rider with critical information without being distracting. Speed, power levels, system status, all presented in a clean, intuitive format that could be processed at a glance. Throughout the building process, John documented everything meticulously, not just for his own reference, but as the foundation for patent applications. Uncle Kenji's letter had asked him to create something meaningful, and John intended to honor that request by establishing his technology as more than just a racing novelty. He saw applications in emergency services, military operations, even everyday transportation for the disabled. The motorcycle suit was just the beginning. 4 weeks into the build, John received an unexpected visitor at his workshop. He was deep in concentration, hand-soldering a particularly delicate connection in the helmet's electronic systems, when a knock at the door pulled him from his focus. Removing his magnifying goggles, John crossed the workshop floor, wiping his hands on a rag as he went. Through the small window in the door, he could see a familiar face, Rika Lee, Chan's sister. John hesitated for a moment, wondering how she'd found him and what she wanted. He hadn't called her after the party, too consumed with his inheritance and the building process to think about potential investors. But curiosity won out, and he opened the door. "Rika," he said, surprise evident in his voice. "This is unexpected." She smiled, dressed casually today in jeans and a light sweater rather than the elegant attire from the party. "Hi John. I hope I'm not interrupting anything crucial. Just some delicate soldering." "It can wait." He stepped back, gesturing her inside. "How did you find me?" "Small town," she said with a shrug. "And you did rent the largest industrial space in Ashridge. People talk." John nodded, suddenly self-conscious about the state of the workshop, organized chaos at best, with components and tools spread across multiple workbenches, computers running simulations. And the partially completed suit standing in the center like a science fiction prop. Rika walked directly to the suit, her eyes widening as she took in the details. "So this is your revolutionary design. It's even more innovative than I imagined." John moved to stand beside her, oddly proud despite the suit's incomplete state. "It's getting there. Still a lot of work to do. May I?" she asked, gesturing toward the exoskeleton. John nodded, and she stepped closer, examining the construction with a knowledgeable eye that surprised him. "The articulation points are brilliant," she said, pointing to one of the joint mechanisms. "Full range of motion but with built-in limiters to prevent hyperextension. And this material, carbon ceramic composite? With a titanium substructure," John confirmed, impressed by her observation. "You know your engineering." Rika glanced at him with a small smile. "Master's in mechanical engineering from Stanford before I went into finance." Chan isn't the only one in the family with technical knowledge. That was unexpected. In all the years John had known of the Lee family, he'd only ever heard about Chan's racing obsession and their father's business empire. Rika had always been in the background, the quiet sibling overshadowed by her flamboyant brother. "I had no idea," John admitted. "Most people don't. It's not something I advertise." Rika moved around the suit, studying it from different angles. "The wheel mechanisms are fascinating." "Electric hub motors?" John nodded. "Custom designed for maximum torque and responsiveness." The battery system is still being finalized, but I've developed a kinetic energy recovery system that should extend the range considerably, especially at high speeds. I'd love to see the specs on that, Rika said, genuine interest in her voice. Energy storage is the limiting factor in most electric vehicles. If you've found a more efficient recovery method, that alone could be revolutionary. John studied her for a moment, trying to determine her angle. Was this professional curiosity, or was she gathering intelligence for her brother? As if reading his thoughts, Rika took a step back, her expression turning serious. I'm not here as Chan's spy, if that's what you're wondering. He doesn't even know I'm here. Then why are you here? John asked directly. Rika gestured to a stool near one of the workbenches. May I? John nodded, and she sat, crossing her legs casually. 2 reasons. First, I was genuinely intrigued by what you mentioned at the party. I've been following advances in transportation technology for years, looking for investment opportunities. Your concept sounded promising. And the second reason? A slight hesitation, then, I heard about your inheritance. News travels fast in financial circles, and a transfer of that size gets noticed. Congratulations, by the way. John frowned. He'd hoped to keep the inheritance relatively private, at least until the suit was complete. I appreciate the congratulations, but I'm not looking for investment partners now. The funding situation has changed, so I gathered, Rika said with a nod. But money isn't the only valuable resource in bringing new technology to market. Connections, manufacturing partnerships, distribution channels, regulatory navigation, these are all areas where the right partner can make the difference between a successful launch and a brilliant idea that never reaches its potential. John had to admit she had a point. Building the prototype was just the first step. If he wanted his technology to have the impact he envisioned, he would eventually need the kind of resources a well-connected partner could provide. Are you offering to be that partner? He asked. I'm offering to discuss the possibility, Rika clarified. Once your prototype is further along and you've had a chance to prove the concept. Lee Ventures has a strong track record with transportation technology startups. We provided early funding for 3 of the most successful electric vehicle companies in the past decade. John moved to one of his computers, pulling up a file. Here's something you might find interesting, then. Projected applications beyond racing. Rika joined him, examining the document he'd opened, a detailed analysis of potential uses for his technology in various sectors. From emergency services to military to adaptive mobility for the disabled. This is impressive, she said after a few minutes of reading. You've really thought beyond the immediate application. The racing suit is just the beginning, John explained. A proof of concept to demonstrate the technology's capabilities in the most demanding environment possible. But the real potential is much broader. Rika nodded thoughtfully. That aligns well with our investment philosophy. We look for technologies with multiple applications, not just single-use innovations. She turned to face him directly. When do you expect to have a working prototype? 4 weeks, give or take. The basic functionality should be operational within 2, but fine-tuning the control systems and interface will take longer. And then testing? Initial testing will be here in the workshop, low-speed trials, systems validation. Once everything checks out, I'll move to closed course testing. I've arranged access to a private track about 50 miles from here. Rika reached into her bag and pulled out a business card, the same one she'd given him at the party. My offer stands. When you're ready for that discussion, call me. No pressure, no obligation. Just an open door. John accepted the card, still not entirely convinced of her motives but willing to keep the option open. I appreciate that. And the visit. As they walked back to the door, Rika paused, her expression turning more personal. One more thing, John. Be careful with Chan. He's been acting strangely lately, more agitated than usual. I think he's heard rumors about your project. John raised an eyebrow. From who? I haven't exactly been advertising it. Ashridge is a small town, and the racing community is even smaller. People notice when someone rents a large workshop and starts receiving shipments of high-tech components. She met his eyes directly. Chan feels threatened by anything he can't control, and he definitely can't control what you're creating here. I can handle Chan, John said confidently. Rika's expression remained serious. Don't underestimate him. He has more resources and connections than you might realize. And he's not above playing dirty when it comes to protecting his status in the racing world. With that warning, she left, leaving John with much to think about. The reminder of Chan's potential threat was concerning, but not enough to derail his progress. If anything, it only strengthened his resolve to complete the suit and prove its capabilities. Returning to his soldering, John pushed thoughts of Chan aside and refocused on the task at hand. The helmet's electronic systems were critical. They needed to be flawless for both functionality and safety. As he worked, John couldn't help but wonder about Rika's warning. What exactly was Chan capable of when threatened? And how would he react when he saw the finished motorcycle suit in action? Those questions would have to wait. For now, John had a revolution to build, one circuit and component at a time. Chapter 7. First Steps, Systems Check Complete. All primary functions nominal. John's voice echoed slightly inside the helmet as he read the status display. 6 weeks of intensive work had culminated in this moment, the first full systems test of the completed motorcycle suit. The workshop had been cleared of unnecessary equipment, creating an open space for the initial low-speed trials. John stood in the center, fully encased in his creation. The suit enveloped his body completely, the exoskeleton conforming perfectly to his frame, the wheel assemblies attached to his limbs. The helmet providing a seamless view of his surroundings despite its enclosed design. Micah stood nearby, tablet in hand, monitoring the telemetry being transmitted from the suit's onboard systems. They'd agreed that having a second set of eyes on the data during the first test was a wise precaution. Power levels stable, Micah confirmed, studying the readouts. Gyroscopic stabilizers online and functioning within parameters. Hydraulic pressure nominal. You're good to go, man. John took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of excitement and apprehension. This was the moment of truth. Would years of design work translate into a functioning reality? Starting mobility test sequence, John announced, flexing his fingers inside the specialized gloves that served as one of the primary control interfaces. Through a combination of finger movements, pressure sensors, and voice commands, he could control various aspects of the suit's operation. Beginning with stationary balance test, John said, activating the gyroscopic stabilizers. The subtle hum of the gyros spinning up resonated through the suit's structure, creating a strange sensation of both weight and weightlessness simultaneously. John carefully shifted his weight from one foot to the other, testing the stabilizer's response. The system worked beautifully, making micro adjustments to keep him perfectly balanced regardless of how he moved. Stabilization system functioning as designed, John reported, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. Moving to low-speed mobility test. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, the first actual movement using the suit's propulsion system. John activated the wheel motors on his feet, setting them to their lowest power setting. The wheels began to turn, and John felt himself moving forward, slowly at first, then with gathering speed as he adjusted to the sensation. It was unlike anything he'd experienced before, not quite like skating, not quite like riding a motorcycle, but a strange hybrid of the two. The gyroscopic stabilizers kept him perfectly upright as he glided across the workshop floor, making gentle turns by shifting his weight and adjusting his foot position. "This is incredible," John breathed, completing a circuit of the workshop at walking speed. The suit responded to his movements intuitively, the control systems translating his body language into precise adjustments. "How's it feel?" Micah asked, eyes darting between John and the telemetry readings. "Natural," John replied, surprising himself with the assessment. "Almost like an extension of my body rather than something I'm wearing. The balance is perfect and the control sensitivity is exactly as I designed it." Emboldened by the initial success, John gradually increased his speed, reaching a brisk jogging pace as he circled the workshop. The suit's motors hummed quietly, delivering smooth, consistent power to the wheels. Transitioning to quick-stop test, John announced after several minutes of successful mobility testing. This was a critical safety check, verifying that the suit could stop quickly without throwing the rider off balance. John accelerated to his fastest speed yet within the confines of the workshop, then engaged the braking system with a specific finger gesture. The wheels decelerated smoothly but rapidly, and the gyroscopic stabilizers worked overtime to keep John upright as his momentum shifted. He felt the suit making dozens of tiny adjustments, the hydraulic systems and gyros working in concert to maintain his balance during the maneuver. John came to a complete stop, still perfectly balanced, in the center of the workshop. "Braking system performing within expected parameters," he reported. "No stability issues detected." Micah glanced up from the tablet, grinning broadly. "Telemetry confirms. Everything's looking solid, John. Want to try the transition to four-wheel configuration?" John hesitated for just a moment. The transition from upright, two-wheel mode to the aerodynamic, four-wheel configuration was one of the most complex maneuvers the suit was designed to perform. It involved a coordinated sequence of movements that would bring his hands to the ground, engage the arm wheel assemblies, and reconfigure the entire exoskeleton for optimal aerodynamics and stability. In racing situations, this transition would typically happen at speeds around 100 miles per hour, when the advantages of the lower, more aerodynamic posture became significant. But for this first test, they'd programmed a slow-motion version that could be performed safely within the workshop. "Let's do it," John decided. Initiating quad mode transition sequence. John gave the command, and the suit began its transformation. The arm wheel assemblies rotated into position as John leaned forward, hydraulic actuators adjusting the exoskeleton's geometry to support his weight in the new configuration. The helmet's visual system compensated automatically, maintaining a clear forward view despite John's changed orientation. As his hands touched the ground, the arm wheels engaged, taking up some of his weight. The sensation was bizarre, like being on all fours but with the stability and control of a vehicle rather than the vulnerability of a human in that position. "Transition complete," John announced, now on all four wheels. The suit had reconfigured itself around him, creating a low, streamlined profile that would slice through the air with minimal resistance at high speeds. Quad mode achieved and stable. "That was amazing to watch," Micah said, circling John to observe the suit from different angles. The way everything moved together, it looked almost organic. John experimented with movement in the new configuration, finding it surprisingly intuitive once he adjusted to the different weight distribution and control dynamics. The arm wheels were smaller than the leg wheels but equally powered, allowing for precise steering through subtle weight shifts and handlebar-like controls built into the gloves. After several minutes of successful quad mode testing, John transitioned back to the upright configuration. The reverse transformation went just as smoothly, the suit reconfiguring itself around his body as he returned to a standing position. "I'd call that a successful first test," John said, removing the helmet as the suit powered down. His face was flushed with excitement and relief. Everything performed exactly as designed. Better, even. Micah set the tablet aside, his expression equally elated. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen, man. Like something out of a sci-fi movie, but real. You actually did it. John nodded, allowing himself a moment of pride in his achievement. The basic functionality is solid. Now comes the fine-tuning and then the high-speed testing. But this, he gestured to the suit, now standing inert on its maintenance rack, this proves the concept works. Chan is going to lose his mind when he sees this thing in action, Micah said, shaking his head in amazement. John's expression turned more serious. Speaking of Chan, how are things going with Racing Wars? Qualifiers finished yet? Wrapped up yesterday, Micah confirmed. I made the cut, thankfully. Final lineup is set, 20 drivers, 3 days of competition, starting with the mountain routes next Friday. John did a quick mental calculation. That gives me less than 2 weeks to complete the high-speed testing and make any final adjustments. You really think you'll be ready that soon? John looked at the suit thoughtfully. The basic systems are all functioning properly. The next step is controlled testing at progressively higher speeds to validate the performance models. If those go well, I don't see why not. And how exactly are you planning to enter Racing Wars? Micah asked, voicing the question that had been hanging between them. Chan hasn't suddenly had a change of heart about letting you compete. A determined smile spread across John's face. I'm not planning to ask permission. Racing Wars has always had a tradition of ghost racers, unofficial entrants who show up on the course during the event. Most get caught by security or can't keep up with the official racers. But if someone were fast enough, skilled enough, Meech's eyes widened as he caught on. You're going to crash the race itself? Man, Chan will be furious. Chan can be as furious as he wants, John said, his voice hardening slightly. He's the one who made the rules, who decided I wasn't good enough to compete. Now he gets to live with the consequences of that decision. Just be careful, Micah warned. Chan takes Racing Wars very seriously. He's got security all over the courses, especially to prevent ghost racing. John nodded, acknowledging the risk. That's why I'll need your help. As an official racer, you'll have access to the course maps, security positions, timing gates. Information that could help me avoid detection until I'm actually on the course racing. Micah hesitated, weighing his options. As an official competitor, helping John could potentially get him disqualified if Chan found out. But the temptation to see John's creation in action against the Racing Wars elite was too strong to resist. Alright, I'm in, Micah decided. But we need to be smart about this. Chan has a lot more resources than just the official security. Rumor has it he's hired private contractors this year to ensure the integrity of the competition, whatever that means. John raised an eyebrow. That seems excessive for what's essentially a private racing event. There's more money involved this year. Major sponsors, broadcast rights to an exclusive streaming service. Racing Wars is becoming less of a rich guy's hobby and more of a legitimate sporting event, Micah shrugged. More visibility means more measures to control the narrative. That information gave John pause. If Racing Wars was growing in prominence, his appearance on the course would create an even bigger splash than he'd anticipated. It could be the perfect platform to demonstrate his technology to a wider audience, or a very public failure if anything went wrong. All the more reason to make sure the suit is perfectly tuned before race day, John concluded. Starting tomorrow, we move to Phase 2 testing. I've arranged access to an abandoned airstrip about 30 miles from here. Should give us enough room to push the suit to its limits safely. What about Chan's sister? Micah asked. You mentioned she visited the workshop. Is she in on this plan? John shook his head. Definitely not. Whatever her own agenda might be, she's still Chan's sister. I'm keeping this between us until race day. As they began shutting down the equipment and securing the workshop for the night, John found himself picturing the moment when he would burst onto the Racing Wars course, showcasing his creation to the world. The risk was significant, but so was the potential reward, not just personal vindication, but the launch of a technology that could change transportation forever. Uncle Kenji's words from his letter came back to John. Create something meaningful, something that would honor the Takeda family's legacy of innovation. With the successful first test behind him, John was one step closer to fulfilling that request. What John didn't know was that news of his project had already spread further than he realized. And in a glass-walled office overlooking Ashridge, Chan Li was making plans of his own to ensure that John's creation never made it to race day. Chapter 8. Pushing Limits. The abandoned airstrip stretched out before John, a perfect ribbon of cracked concrete cutting through the otherwise empty landscape. The remote location, about 30 miles from Ashridge, had been a small regional airport decades ago before being decommissioned and left to slowly decay. Now it served as an ideal testing ground, long, straight, and most importantly, private. John stood beside Micha's truck, already suited up except for the helmet, surveying what would be his first real high-speed testing environment. They'd arrived at dawn, setting up a small command post in the shelter of an old hangar that still stood at one end of the runway. Micah had brought diagnostic equipment, spare parts, and emergency supplies, taking his role as support crew seriously. Weather's perfect, Micah observed, checking readings on a handheld weather station. Low wind, good visibility, temperature moderate. Ideal conditions for the first high-speed run. John nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The controlled tests in the workshop had been successful, but this was different. Today he would push the suit toward its theoretical limits, testing not just its technical capabilities but his own ability to control it at speeds few humans had ever experienced outside of enclosed vehicles. Let's go through the test protocol one more time, John said, wanting to ensure nothing was overlooked. Micah pulled out a tablet displaying their carefully planned schedule. Start with a warm-up run, two-wheel configuration, gradually increasing to 60 miles per hour. Full systems check, then a second run pushing to 100 miles per hour, still in two-wheel mode. After that, transition to quad configuration for the high-speed tests, starting at 100 and increasing in 20 miles per hour increments with full diagnostics between each run. John nodded, satisfied with the methodical approach. And emergency procedures? I'll be monitoring all telemetry in real time, Micah confirmed. Any anomalies in the gyroscopic stability systems, hydraulics, or power distribution, and I signal you to abort the run. The abort signal will be 3 short bursts on the radio, followed by specific instructions if needed. In case of communication failure, the suit's onboard systems should detect any critical issues and initiate automatic safety protocols. Right, John said, placing the helmet over his head and securing it. The heads-up display came to life immediately, showing system status, power levels, and a visual overlay identifying key features in his environment. Communications check? Reading you loud and clear. Micha's voice came through the helmet's integrated speakers, crisp and clear despite the distance between them. Telemetry stream active? Micah glanced at his monitoring equipment. Receiving all data channels. System looks good, John. Everything's in the green. John took a deep breath, centering himself. All right, beginning warm-up run. He activated the suit's footwheel motors, starting at a walking pace and gradually building speed as he moved down the runway. The morning air was cool against the exposed portions of the suit, and the rising sun cast long shadows across the cracked concrete surface. The suit performed flawlessly through the warm-up, responding to John's inputs with precision. He completed a full pass of the runway, approximately a mile in length, then circled back toward Meech's position, gradually increasing his speed to about 40 miles per hour. "How's it feel?" Micah asked as John passed the command post. "Smooth," John replied, the suit's stabilization systems automatically compensating for small imperfections in the runway surface. "Power delivery is consistent, balance is perfect. Ready to push it harder on the next pass." John turned at the end of the runway and lined up for his second run. This time, he accelerated more aggressively, the electric motors delivering instant torque to the wheels. The speed climbed rapidly, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. The wind noise increased, but the suit's aerodynamic design cut through the air efficiently. As he passed 60 miles per hour, John felt a new sensation, a sort of harmonic vibration through the frame of the suit. It wasn't severe enough to be concerning, but it was noticeable. "Getting some vibration around 60, John reported. "Nothing critical, but worth noting." Seeing it in the telemetry, Micah confirmed. "Looks like a resonance frequency in the lower frame assembly. Within acceptable parameters, but we should adjust it before the high-speed runs." John continued accelerating, pushing toward the 100 miles per hour threshold that would mark the transition point to quad configuration in normal operation. The suit handled the speed well, the gyroscopic stabilizers working harder but maintaining perfect balance. As he approached 90 miles per hour, the world seemed to compress around him, the helmet's visual systems adjusting to the higher speed, highlighting potential obstacles further ahead to give him more reaction time. The vibration had settled into a steady hum, no longer increasing with speed. Approaching 100, John announced, feeling a surge of adrenaline as the speed indicator in his heads-up display clicked past 95, then 98, then 100 miles per hour achieved. John called out, maintaining the speed for several seconds before gradually decelerating as he approached the end of the runway. Two-wheel high-speed test successful. All systems performed within parameters, Micah confirmed as John circled back toward the command post. "That vibration stabilized once you passed 70. Seems like it's just a specific resonance point we need to tune out." John came to a stop near Micah, the suit balancing perfectly despite the residual momentum. "Let's make that adjustment before the quad mode tests. I don't want any unexpected vibrations when we're pushing past 200. They spent the next hour fine-tuning the frame assembly, adjusting the tension on several key components to eliminate the resonance issue. John also took the opportunity to check all major systems personally, not entirely willing to trust the diagnostic readouts without visual confirmation. "Ready for the next phase?" Micah asked when they'd completed the adjustments. "Quad mode high-speed test." John nodded, feeling a renewed surge of anticipation. This was the configuration that would truly set his creation apart, the all-fours posture that would allow for unprecedented speed and handling. "Let's do it," John said, moving to the start of the runway to give himself the maximum distance for acceleration and deceleration. The transition to quad mode at speed would be a key test of the suit's capabilities. In the workshop, they'd practiced the maneuver at essentially zero speed, a slow-motion version of what would happen in an actual racing scenario. Beginning quad mode transition test, John announced, accelerating again in two-wheel configuration. He quickly built up speed, passing 60 miles per hour with no sign of the earlier vibration, then 80, then approaching 100. Passing transition threshold, John called out as he hit 100 miles per hour. Initiating quad mode configuration. John gave the command, and the suit began its transformation around him, even as he maintained his speed. The arm wheel assemblies rotated into position as John leaned forward, the hydraulic actuators smoothly adjusting the exoskeleton's geometry. The helmet's visual system compensated automatically, maintaining a clear forward view. The maneuver was executed flawlessly, John's hands touching down on the concrete as the arm wheels engaged, taking up some of his weight. The suit completed its reconfiguration in seconds, the entire system now optimized for high-speed aerodynamics. Transition complete, John reported, now racing down the runway on all four wheels in a low, streamlined stance. Quad mode achieved and stable at 105 miles per hour. Perfect execution, Micah confirmed, excitement evident in his voice. The telemetry looks beautiful. All systems adapted to the configuration change exactly as designed. In quad mode, the suit felt even more responsive, more connected to the surface. John's body was now positioned horizontally, face down, with arms and legs extended. The wheel assemblies on all four limbs absorbed the small impacts from the runway's imperfections, while the gyroscopic stabilizers maintained perfect balance. The helmet's advanced visual system was now crucial, providing John with a clear view ahead despite his face being pointed down toward the concrete. The heads-up display adjusted automatically to the new configuration, presenting information optimized for high-speed operation. With renewed confidence, John began to accelerate further. The suit's electric motors delivered smooth, consistent power, and the speed climbed rapidly. 120, 140, 160 miles per hour. The world blurred around him, the runway seeming to narrow as his perception adjusted to the incredible velocity. Passing 180, John called out, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his system. The suit was performing magnificently, cutting through the air with minimal resistance, the wheels maintaining perfect traction on the aging concrete. All systems nominal, Micah confirmed. Power consumption is actually lower than predicted at these speeds. Your energy recovery system is working better than expected. John felt a surge of satisfaction at that news. The kinetic energy recovery system had been one of his most innovative design elements, capturing energy from the suit's movement and feeding it back into the batteries. At high speeds, it was now proving even more efficient than his models had suggested. Going for 200, John announced, pushing the suit harder. The motors responded instantly, delivering more power to the wheels. 190, 195, 198, 200 miles per hour achieved. John called out, exhilaration in his voice. He was now traveling faster than most production supercars could manage, with nothing between him and the environment but the suit itself. The sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, a perfect synthesis of man and machine, speed and control. The suit responded to his slightest adjustments, the onboard systems making thousands of micro-corrections per second to maintain stability and optimize performance. How much runway do I have left? John asked, still accelerating. Half a mile, Micah reported. Plenty of space to slow down safely, but I'd start decelerating soon if you're not planning to push it further this run. John considered for a moment. The suit was handling 200 miles per hour with apparent ease, with no warning indicators or stability issues. His original design specifications had suggested a theoretical maximum of around 230 miles per hour, but he had planned to approach that gradually over multiple testing sessions. But the suit felt so stable, so controlled, that John made a split-second decision. Going for 220 this run. Everything feels perfect. Copy that, Micah replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Just be ready to abort if anything feels off. John pushed the suit harder, the speed climbing again. 210, 215, 218. At 220 miles per hour, John experienced a new sensation, a slight wobble in the front right wheel assembly. It wasn't severe, but at this speed, any instability was potentially dangerous. Getting some oscillation in the right arm wheel, John reported, immediately beginning to decelerate. Nothing critical, but I'm ending the run. Copy that, Micah confirmed. Telemetry shows increased stress on that assembly. Good call. John gradually reduced his speed, allowing the suit plenty of distance to slow down safely. Even the deceleration process was a valuable test, confirming that the braking systems could handle the transition from extreme speeds to a safe stop without losing stability. As his speed dropped below 100 miles per hour, John transitioned back to two-wheel mode, the suit reconfiguring itself around him as he returned to an upright position. By the time he reached Meech's position, he was moving at a walking pace, the suit once again in its basic configuration. John removed his helmet, his face flushed with exhilaration and pride. It works, Micah. It really works. Micah was grinning broadly, clapping John on the shoulder, or rather, the shoulder of the suit. That was incredible. You hit 220 miles per hour on the first day of high-speed testing. That's beyond what we even planned for today. The oscillation in the right arm wheel needs to be addressed, John said, already thinking about the necessary adjustments. But otherwise, the performance exceeded expectations across the board. The energy recovery system especially, it's performing better than the models predicted. What's next? Push for the full 230 tomorrow? John shook his head. No need to rush. Let's fix the wheel issue first, then do some handling tests. Straight line speed is impressive, but Racing Wars is all about the corners. That's where the suit's true advantages will show. They spent the remainder of the day analyzing the data from the test runs, identifying minor issues that needed addressing and confirming the performance characteristics that had exceeded expectations. John was particularly pleased with the energy efficiency readings. At high speeds, the suit was consuming less power than anticipated, which meant its effective range would be greater than his original estimates. As the sun began to set, they packed up their equipment and prepared to head back to Ashridge. John had changed out of the suit, which was now secured in the specially designed transport case in the back of Meech's truck. We'll come back day after tomorrow, John decided as they drove away from the airstrip. That gives me tomorrow to make the adjustments to the wheel assembly and refine some of the control algorithms based on today's data. Micah nodded, keeping his eyes on the road. The Racing Wars preliminary events start on Friday. First real competition is the mountain course on Saturday morning. John did a mental calculation. That gives us 4 more days of testing. Should be enough to fine-tune everything and practice the more advanced maneuvers. You really think you can pull this off? Micah asked, glancing briefly at his friend. Crashing Racing Wars is one thing, but actually competing against professional drivers in their million-dollar cars. A determined smile spread across John's face. The suit can outperform any car on those mountain roads. It's not even close. The power-to-weight ratio, the handling capabilities, the ability to take lines that would be impossible for a four-wheeled vehicle, there's no competition. Chan's going to be livid, Micah said with a chuckle. Chan's going to be obsolete, John corrected. Him and his entire approach to racing. This is the future, and he can either adapt or be left behind. What John didn't know as they drove back toward Ashridge was that they had not been alone at the airstrip that day. Parked on a distant hillside, a black SUV had watched the entire testing session through high-powered optics. And now, as John and Micah departed, the SUV pulled away as well, its driver reaching for a phone to make a call that would dramatically alter the course of events to come. Mr. Lee? It's Decker. You're going to want to hear this. Takeda's project? It's real, and it's far more advanced than we anticipated. On the other end of the line, Chanley's expression darkened as he listened to the detailed report of John's testing session. By the time the call ended, he had already begun formulating a plan to ensure that John Takeda's revolutionary suit never made it to Racing Wars, or anywhere else. The battle lines were being drawn, and neither John nor Chan yet understood just how far-reaching the consequences would be. Chapter 9. Shadows and Threats. John was deep in concentration, making minute adjustments to the right arm wheel assembly of his suit, when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Micah. Hey, what's up? John answered, wedging the phone between his ear and shoulder as he continued working. We've got a problem. Meech's voice was tense, unusual for his normally laid-back friend. Someone followed me from the airstrip yesterday. John set down his tools, giving Micah his full attention. What do you mean, followed you? Black SUV, tinted windows. Kept its distance, but definitely tailing us. I didn't notice until we were almost back to town, and I didn't want to say anything then in case I was being paranoid. What makes you sure now? Because the same vehicle was parked outside my house this morning. When I walked toward it, it drove off. And now I'm seeing it again, about a block away from the shop where I'm getting parts. John felt a chill run down his spine. Have you gotten a look at the driver? No, windows are too dark. Professional job, not some random stalker. Micah paused. John, I think this is Chan. Who else would care enough to have us followed? John considered this, remembering Rika's warning about her brother. Could be. The question is, what does he know, and what is he planning to do about it? Well, he definitely knows something is up. The guy wasn't even trying to be subtle about following me today. Meech's voice lowered. Look, maybe we should pause the testing for a few days, let things cool down. We don't have a few days, John replied, glancing at the calendar on his workshop wall. Racing Wars starts Friday. If we're going to be ready, we need every day of testing we can get. And if Chan knows what we're doing? If he's planning something to stop us? John's jaw said determinedly. Then we need to be careful. But we're not stopping. This is too important. After finishing the call with Micah, John sat back, thinking through the implications. If Chan was having them followed, it meant he was aware of John's project and considered it a serious enough threat to warrant surveillance. The question was whether he would escalate further. John's thoughts were interrupted by another call, this time from an unknown number. Hesitantly, he answered. John Takeda, he said cautiously. Mr. Takeda, this is James Harrington. The cultured voice of the older engineer from Chan's party came through clearly. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, Mr. Harrington, John replied, surprised. No, not at all. What can I do for you? I was hoping we might meet to discuss that innovative project you mentioned at Chan's gathering. My interest was piqued, and I've found myself thinking about it quite often since then. John hesitated, his earlier conversation with Micah making him wary of any unexpected contact. May I ask why now? It's been several weeks since the party. A chuckle from Harrington. Straight to the point. I appreciate that. The truth is, I've heard rumors through my industry contacts about a revolutionary new racing technology being developed in Ashridge. Given our previous conversation, I connected the dots. That confirmed John's suspicions. Word was spreading about his project, which explained Chan's apparent interest. I see, John said noncommittally. And what exactly are you hoping to discuss? Opportunities, Mr. Takeda. I represent several clients who are always looking for the next breakthrough in transportation technology. If your project is as innovative as I suspect, there could be substantial development funding available. Under different circumstances, John might have jumped at such an offer. But his inheritance from Uncle Kenji had eliminated his need for external funding, at least for the prototype phase. And with Chan apparently monitoring his activities, John was hesitant to reveal anything more about his project until he was ready to unveil it on his own terms. "That's a generous offer, Mr. Harrington. But I'm afraid the project is at a critical stage right now, and I'm not in a position to discuss details with outside parties." "I understand completely," Harrington replied smoothly. "Intellectual property concerns are always paramount at this stage. Perhaps after the upcoming Racing Wars event, then? I'll be in attendance as a guest of the Lee family." John froze at the mention of Racing Wars. "What makes you connect my project to Racing Wars?" Another chuckle. "Let's just say I've been in this industry long enough to recognize patterns, Mr. Takeda. You're developing something revolutionary. Racing Wars is the premier showcase for cutting-edge racing technology in the region, and you've had let's call it a competitive relationship with Chan Lee for many years. You seem very well informed," John said, an edge entering his voice. "Information is currency in my business," Harrington replied. "But I assure you, my interest is purely professional. I see potential in your work, based solely on our brief conversation and your background in engineering." John remained skeptical but kept his tone neutral. "I appreciate your interest, Mr. Harrington. Perhaps we can talk after Racing Wars, as you suggested. I look forward to it." "And Mr. Takeda? Be careful in the coming days. Innovation often faces resistance from established interests." With that cryptic warning, Harrington ended the call, leaving John with an uneasy feeling. First Micah reporting being followed, then this call from Harrington with its thinly veiled references to John's plans for Racing Wars. It seemed the secret was out, or at least strongly suspected. John returned to work on the suit, but his mind was racing with new concerns. If Chan knew about the suit and saw it as a threat, what steps might he take to prevent John from demonstrating it at Racing Wars? And was Harrington genuinely interested in the technology, or was he somehow working with Chan, trying to gather information? The sound of a car pulling up outside the workshop interrupted his thoughts. John moved to the small window, peering out cautiously. A sleek black sedan had parked directly in front of the entrance, not the SUV Micah had described, but definitely high-end and out of place in this industrial area. John watched as the driver's door opened and Rika Lee stepped out, looking around briefly before heading toward the workshop entrance. John hesitated, unsure whether to let her in given the day's events and his growing suspicions. Before he could decide, his phone buzzed with a text from Micah. "Suv following me again. Heading your way to drop off parts. ETA 15 minutes. John quickly texted back, "Rika just showed up at workshop." Coincidence? Meech's response was immediate, "Doubt it. Be careful." Taking a deep breath, John moved to the door as Rika knocked. He opened it partway, not immediately inviting her in. "Rika," he greeted, his tone neutral. "This is an unexpected visit." She smiled, though John noticed tension around her eyes. "I was hoping to see how your project is progressing. Is this a bad time?" John studied her for a moment, trying to gauge her intentions. Her arrival immediately after Harrington's call and with Micah reporting being followed seemed too coincidental. "Actually, it is," John replied. "I'm in the middle of some critical adjustments." Rika's smile faltered slightly. "I understand. But John, there's something I need to talk to you about." "It's important." John hesitated, torn between caution and curiosity. Finally, he stepped back, opening the door wider. 5 minutes. Rika entered the workshop, her eyes immediately drawn to the suit standing on its maintenance rack. It was now fully assembled, a sleek combination of advanced materials and cutting-edge technology that looked nothing like any existing vehicle. "It's incredible," she said softly, genuine admiration in her voice. "Even more impressive than I imagined. You mentioned something important?" John prompted, keeping his distance and watching her carefully. Rika turned to face him, her expression grave. Chan knows about your suit. Not just that you're building something, but specifics. Performance capabilities, your plans to demonstrate it at Racing Wars, everything. John crossed his arms. And how would he know all that? He has people watching you, Rika said bluntly. Following your friend Micah, monitoring this workshop, even tapping into local supply chains to track what components you're ordering. Like a black SUV with tinted windows. John asked, watching her reaction closely. Rika nodded. That would be Decker, Chan's head of security. Ex-military, very thorough. And why are you telling me this? John asked, suspicion clear in his voice. Chan is your brother, and your family has a significant financial stake in Racing Wars. Rika sighed, running a hand through her hair in a gesture of frustration. Because what Chan is planning goes beyond protecting his event. He sees your technology as a threat not just to Racing Wars but to his entire worldview about what racing should be. What exactly is he planning? I don't know the details, Rika admitted. Chan doesn't share everything with me, especially when he knows I might object. But I know he's mobilized resources beyond just surveillance. He's called in favors from people who operate in gray areas of the law. John's eyes narrowed. Are you saying he's planning something illegal? I'm saying he's planning to ensure your technology never makes it to Racing Wars. By any means necessary. Rika met his gaze directly. John, you need to be careful. Chan's always been competitive, but I've never seen him like this. He's genuinely afraid of what your creation represents. John processed this information, trying to determine whether Rika was being truthful or playing some role in her brother's schemes. Her warning aligned with what Micah had reported and even echoed Harrington's cryptic parting words. Why are you telling me this? John asked again. Why work against your brother's interests? Rika moved closer, her expression earnest. Because what you've created here, she gestured to the suit, is the future. And because Chan's fear is causing him to compromise principles I thought he held sacred. Before John could respond, his phone buzzed with another text from Micah. Outside now. SUV followed me here. Park down the street watching. John glanced out the window and saw Meech's truck pulling up, followed at a distance by the black SUV that now parked about 100 yards away, engine still running. Your brother's watchdog is here, John said to Rika, nodding toward the window. Rika moved a look, her expression hardening when she spotted the SUV. Decker. I should have known he'd be keeping tabs on me too. So what now? John asked, still not entirely convinced of Rika's motives. Now you need to accelerate your timeline, she said urgently. Whatever you're planning for Racing Wars, do it sooner than expected. Chan is preparing for the official start date. If you move before then, you might catch him unprepared. John considered this advice. Moving up the demonstration would mean less testing time, potentially compromising the suit's performance or safety. But if Chan was truly planning to intervene, waiting might mean never getting the chance to showcase his creation at all. Micah entered the workshop, his expression darkening when he saw Rika. What's she doing here? Warning us about Chan, John replied, still studying Rika carefully. Apparently he knows more than we thought and is planning to stop us from demonstrating the suit at Racing Wars. Micah closed the door firmly behind him, keeping his voice low. And we're trusting her why? She's Chan's sister. I don't expect you to trust me, Rika said calmly. But verify what I'm telling you. The black SUV outside, the sudden interest from industry figures like Harrington, these aren't coincidences. Chan is mobilizing against you, and he has resources you can't imagine. John moved to his computer, bringing up a calendar of the Racing Wars events. The opening ceremony is Friday night. First official competition is Saturday morning on the mountain course. Chan will expect you to try something during the main events, Rika said, looking over his shoulder. But there's a pre-competition exhibition run tomorrow evening, a showcase for the media and sponsors. Security will be lighter, and Chan's attention will be divided between hosting duties and final preparations for the main event. John exchanged a look with Micah. Could work. The suit is nearly ready. Just need to fix the wheel assembly issue and run one more validation test. What about the course itself? Micah asked. The exhibition is on the valley route, not the mountain course. Different challenges, different security setup, but fewer natural choke points where they could intercept someone entering the course uninvited, John pointed out, studying the route map on his screen. And a longer straightaway section where the suit's speed advantage would be most dramatic. Rika watched this exchange silently, her expression unreadable. Finally, she spoke up. I should go before Decker gets suspicious about why I'm here so long. But John, whatever you decide, be careful. Chan isn't just trying to protect his event, he's afraid of becoming irrelevant. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. If you succeed tomorrow, if you demonstrate your technology to the world, my offer still stands. Lee Ventures would be very interested in discussing the commercial applications of your invention. After Rika left, John and Micah watched through the window as she walked to her car, briefly glancing toward the black SUV before driving away. The SUV remained in place, its engine still running. You believe her? Micah asked once Rika was gone. John shrugged. I believe Chan sees my suit as a threat and is having us watched. Whether Rika's warning is genuine or part of some elaborate trap, I'm not sure. But moving up our timeline to tomorrow's exhibition makes sense either way. Less time for Chan to prepare, more media present for the demonstration. Micah nodded slowly. So we're really doing this? Tomorrow? A determined smile spread across John's face. Tomorrow. One final test run this afternoon to confirm the wheel assembly fix, then we prepare for the exhibition. And our friend outside? Micah nodded toward the still visible SUV. John considered for a moment. Let him watch. There's nothing he can do to stop us now. The suit is ready, and by this time tomorrow, the world will know what we've created. What John didn't consider was that while Decker was indeed watching, he was also listening, thanks to a directional microphone aimed at the workshop windows. And every word of their conversation was being transmitted directly to Chan Li, who was already mobilizing resources far beyond what either John or Rika had anticipated. The stage was set for a confrontation that would change not just the future of racing wars, but the trajectory of John's life and the fate of his revolutionary invention. The Racing Wars and the Unassuming Racer Chapter 10. The exhibition. The sun was setting over Ashridge, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple as John and Micah made their final preparations. The motorcycle suit was secured in its transport case in the back of Meech's truck. Hidden under a tarp and surrounded by ordinary automotive tools to maintain the appearance of a racer's support vehicle. They were parked on a ridge overlooking the valley route where the Racing Wars exhibition would take place in less than an hour. Already, luxury cars and SUVs were filing into the VIP viewing areas, while media vans set up equipment at key points along the course. Security personnel in black uniforms patrolled the perimeter, but as Rika had predicted, coverage seemed lighter than what would be deployed for the main event. Nervous? Micah asked, lowering his binoculars after scanning the security positions. John was studying a detailed map of the course, committing every turn and straightaway to memory. Not nervous. Focused. The afternoon's final test run had gone perfectly. The modified wheel assembly showed no signs of the oscillation issue that had appeared during the high-speed tests, and John had pushed the suit to 225 miles per hour without incident. All systems were functioning at peak efficiency, and the control algorithms had been fine-tuned based on the test data. Chan just arrived, Micah reported, raising the binoculars again. black Lamborghini, surrounded by those annoying friends of his. Looks like he's hosting some big shots. Suits, probably sponsors or media executives. John nodded, still focused on the map. Any sign of extra security? Anything that looks out of place? Micah scanned the area carefully. Nothing obvious. Standard security at the entry points, a few patrol vehicles along the course. Wait, he adjusted the focus. There's our friend in the black SUV, parked near the starting line. Decker, John said, naming Chan's security chief that Rika had identified. Anyone else? Hard to tell from this distance. But security doesn't look excessive. Micah lowered the binoculars. So what's the plan? How exactly are we getting you onto the course? John pointed to a section of the map where the course ran close to a service road. This maintenance access point here. It's only about 100 yards from the course, through a grove of trees. The exhibition runs are scheduled to start at 7:30. I'll position myself here, wait for the first few cars to pass, then join the course behind them. Won't they just stop the event as soon as they spot you? Micah asked. John shook his head. That's the beauty of an exhibition event versus a competition. It's all about the show, the spectacle. By the time they realize what's happening, I'll already be on the course, putting on a demonstration they can't afford to interrupt, not with all those media cameras rolling and VIPs watching. Micah didn't look entirely convinced. And what about after? Once you've made your point? A determined smile played at John's lips. I exit here, he pointed to another section of the map where the course passed near a public road, and you'll be waiting with the truck. We'll be gone before they can organize any kind of response. It's risky, Micah said, concern evident in his voice. If Chan really is as worried about your tech as Rika claims, he might have contingencies we haven't anticipated. That's why we're moving tonight instead of waiting for the main event, John replied. The element of surprise is our best advantage. They spent the next half hour observing as the exhibition preparations continued below. The valley route was a 5-mile circuit that showcased both technical driving sections and high-speed straightaways. Unlike the mountain course that would be used for the main competition, the valley route was designed more for spectacle than challenge, perfect for John's purposes. As 7 p.m. approached, John changed into the special undersuit designed to be worn beneath the exoskeleton. Made of moisture-wicking compression material with integrated cooling channels, it would help regulate his body temperature during the intense physical exertion of controlling the suit at high speeds. Time to move, John said, checking his watch. The exhibition starts in 30 minutes, and I need to be in position before then. They drove down from the ridge, taking a circuitous route to avoid the main security checkpoints. Meech's truck, with its Racing Wars competitor sticker prominently displayed on the windshield, attracted little attention from the security personnel they passed. As a registered racer, Micah had legitimate access to most areas of the event. They reached the maintenance access point John had identified, a secluded spot where the service road came within 100 yards of the racecourse, separated only by a small grove of trees. Micah backed the truck into position, concealing it from the main road. Comms check, John said after they'd unloaded the transport case and he'd begun the process of suiting up. Micah adjusted his earpiece. Reading you loud and clear. John nodded, satisfied. Once I'm on the course, head to the extraction point and wait. If anything goes wrong, if you see any sign of unusual security activity, let me know immediately. Will do. Micah helped John with the final components of the suit, securing the connections and checking the systems one last time. All green across the board. The suit is ready. John placed the helmet over his head, the heads-up display immediately springing to life with system status indicators and a navigational overlay showing his planned route. Through the helmet's advanced visual system, he could see Meech's face clearly despite the fading light. See you on the other side, John said, his voice slightly distorted by the helmet's audio system. Micah gave him a thumbs up. Show them what real innovation looks like. With that, John activated the suit's wheel motors and moved toward the tree line, navigating carefully through the uneven terrain. The suit handled the off-road conditions flawlessly, the independent suspension systems absorbing bumps and adjusting to the varying surface textures. As John reached the edge of the trees, he could see the racecourse about 100 yards away. The exhibition was just beginning, with announcers introducing the event over loudspeakers and the first few cars lining up at the starting area. Chan stood on a platform near the start line, microphone in hand, addressing the gathered crowd of VIPs and media. Welcome to the Racing Wars exhibition. Chan's amplified voice carried across the valley. Tonight, you'll get a preview of the incredible machines and skilled drivers who will be competing in this year's main event. These are the fastest cars and the most talented drivers anywhere on the West Coast. John couldn't help but smile inside his helmet. Not for long, Chan. Not for long. He watched as the first three cars, a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, and a McLaren, took off from the starting line, their engines roaring as they accelerated down the first straightaway. According to the plan, John would wait for them to complete about half the circuit, then join the course behind them. This would ensure maximum visibility for his demonstration while minimizing the risk of interfering with the other vehicles. First group is away, Meech's voice came through John's helmet comms. I'm heading to the extraction point now. Good luck. Copy that, John replied, positioning himself at the edge of the trees, ready to make his move. Through his helmet's enhanced visual system, John could track the progress of the three supercars as they navigated the course. They were impressive machines, each worth millions, driven by professionals who knew how to extract every ounce of performance from them. But they were still just cars, limited by their design, their weight, their inability to truly integrate with their drivers. John's creation was something entirely different, a fusion of human and machine that transcended those limitations. As the supercars approached the halfway point of the circuit, John activated all of the suit's systems. The gyroscopic stabilizers hummed to life, the hydraulic actuators tensed in readiness, and the electric motors in the wheel assemblies powered up, ready to deliver instant torque on command. Here we go, John murmured to himself, taking a deep breath. This was the moment he'd been working toward for years, the public debut of his revolutionary creation. John accelerated out of the tree line, crossing the service road and the narrow strip of grass that separated it from the racecourse. The suit responded perfectly, the wheels finding traction on the varying surfaces, the stabilization systems maintaining perfect balance as he transitioned from rough ground to smooth asphalt. As he reached the course proper, John opened up the throttle, the electric motors delivering a surge of power that pushed him rapidly to 60, then 80, then 100 miles per hour. He was still in the upright, two-wheel configuration, the foot wheels maintaining solid contact with the track while the arm wheels remained in their stored position. Through his helmet's communications system, John could hear the confused chatter of the race officials as they spotted him on the course. Unidentified entrant on the track, what the hell is that? Someone in some kind of suit? Is this part of the program? Security to all points, we have an unauthorized entry on the Valley Circuit. John smiled grimly as he accelerated further, rapidly approaching the three supercars that had started the exhibition. At 120 miles per hour, he began to close the gap, the suit slicing through the air with minimal resistance. As he approached the first turn, John leaned into it, the suit's gyroscopic stabilizers and hydraulic systems working in concert to maintain the perfect line through the curve. The sensation was exhilarating, a level of connection with the road that no car driver could ever experience, a perfect synthesis of human intent and mechanical execution. Exiting the turn, John caught his first glimpse of the McLaren ahead, the last car in the exhibition group. The distance between them was closing rapidly as John's superior acceleration and cornering speed ate into the supercar's lead. "Unknown entrant is gaining on the exhibition group," came another voice over the race communication system that John's helmet was intercepting. "Orders? Chan wants the track cleared," a gruff voice responded, likely Decker, John realized. "Stop the exhibition vehicles at the next marshal point." John pushed harder, knowing he needed to make his move before the officials could clear the track. As he approached 150 miles per hour on a straight section, he initiated the transition to quad configuration. The suit transformed around him, reconfiguring for maximum aerodynamic efficiency as John adopted the all-fours posture that would allow him to reach his top speed. The transition complete, John accelerated again, now in the suit's high-speed configuration. The world seemed to compress around him as he pushed past 180, then 200 miles per hour, closing rapidly on the McLaren ahead. Inside the McLaren, the driver noticed the approaching figure in his mirrors. His confusion was evident in the startled exclamation that came over the race comms. "What the hell is that thing?" John maneuvered to the outside line, preparing to overtake. As he pulled alongside the McLaren, now traveling at nearly 210 miles per hour, he could see the driver's stunned expression through the car's side window. For a brief moment, they raced side by side, the multi-million-dollar supercar and John's revolutionary suit, before John pulled ahead, leaving the McLaren behind. The Lamborghini was next, about a quarter-mile ahead. John pushed the suit harder, reaching 220 miles per hour on the straightaway. The sensation was indescribable, the world blurring around him, the wind noise a distant howl outside his helmet, every sense heightened as he became one with the machine. John overtook the Lamborghini with the same ease, barely slowing as he navigated a gentle curve in the track. The Ferrari, the lead car in the exhibition, was now visible ahead, its red form growing larger as John rapidly closed the distance. By now, the exhibition had descended into chaos. The race officials were frantically trying to determine who the mystery entrant was and how to respond. The media, initially confused, had quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of what they were witnessing and turned their cameras toward John. And in the VIP viewing area, Chan Li stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief and fury as he watched his carefully orchestrated exhibition being overshadowed by John's creation. As John prepared to overtake the Ferrari, he decided to add a flourish to his demonstration. Using the suit's incredible maneuverability, he executed a perfect slalom around the supercar, weaving from left to right and back again, showcasing the precision control the suit offered even at extreme speeds. The Ferrari's driver, to his credit, maintained his composure despite the bizarre sight in his mirrors. But there was nothing he could do to prevent John from passing him, the suit's superior speed and agility making the outcome inevitable. With all three exhibition cars now behind him, John had the track to himself. This was his moment to truly demonstrate what his creation was capable of. He pushed to maximum speed on the longest straightaway of the circuit, the suit's electric motors delivering smooth, consistent power as he reached 230 miles per hour, faster than any of the supercars could achieve on this course. The heads-up display showed all systems operating within optimal parameters, the energy recovery system actually generating more power than was being consumed at this speed, just as the test runs had suggested. But speed alone wasn't the suit's most impressive feature. As John approached a series of technical turns, he showcased the true revolution his design represented. While conventional vehicles, even the most advanced supercars, would need to brake heavily for such turns, John barely reduced his speed. The suit's combination of gyroscopic stabilization, hydraulic adjustment systems, and direct physical connection to the road allowed him to take lines through the corners that would be impossible for any four-wheeled vehicle. John leaned into the first turn at over 180 miles per hour, the suit automatically adjusting its geometry to maintain the perfect balance of grip and speed. Where a car would be fighting centrifugal forces that threatened to push it off the track, John's suit worked with those forces, using them to enhance grip through precisely calculated adjustments to weight distribution and wheel pressure. The result was spectacular to witness. A human figure in a sleek, futuristic suit navigating turns at speeds that defied conventional understanding of what was physically possible. The media cameras followed his every move, broadcasting the unprecedented demonstration to the stunned audience in the VIP area and to viewers of the live stream worldwide. John completed a full lap of the circuit in record time, crossing the start/finish line at nearly 200 miles per hour. He could have continued, showcasing more of the suit's capabilities, but he'd made his point. And more importantly, he needed to stick to the extraction plan before Chan's security could organize a response. As John approached the predetermined exit point, he began to decelerate, transitioning back to the two-wheel configuration as his speed dropped below 100 miles per hour. Through the trees at the edge of the course, he could see Meech's truck waiting on the service road, exactly as planned. What John didn't see, however, was the black SUV positioned further down the road, or the second one approaching from the opposite direction. Decker had anticipated their escape route. "John, we've got company," Meech's urgent voice came through the helmet comms. "Decker's people have blocked the road. 2 SUVs, armed men." John processed this information quickly, adjusting his plan on the fly. "Any clear direction?" "The woods to the north. If you can make it through the trees, there's another service road about half a mile beyond. I'll try to circle around and meet you there." "Copy that," John replied, already altering his course to head north into the wooded area instead of toward Meech's truck. As John left the racecourse, cutting across the grass toward the tree line, he could hear sirens approaching, security vehicles responding to the unauthorized entry. Behind him, confusion still reigned at the exhibition, with race officials trying to explain the unexpected intruder to the bewildered VIPs and media. John reached the edge of the woods, the suit's wheels losing some traction on the softer ground but still maintaining sufficient grip for controlled movement. The forest presented a new challenge. Navigating between trees at speed required precision control and rapid decision-making. The suit's visual enhancement system proved invaluable, highlighting potential obstacles and suggesting optimal paths through the dense vegetation. John weaved between trees, jumped over fallen logs, and navigated around bushes, maintaining a steady 40 miles per hour despite the challenging terrain. "Micah, status?" John called through the comms. "They tried to block me, but I got around them. Heading to the North Service Road now. 2 minutes out." "Copy that." John's response was cut short as he detected movement to his right, a figure in black tactical gear emerging from behind a tree, raising what looked like a weapon. John swerved hard, the suit's reflexes far faster than a human's unassisted capabilities. A sharp crack echoed through the forest, followed by the distinctive sound of a projectile striking a tree just behind where John had been a split second earlier. Not a bullet, John realized, too slow, and the wrong sound. Some kind of tranquilizer or net launcher, perhaps. "Armed security in the woods," John reported tersely to Micah. "They're trying to intercept." "Chan must have had a backup plan," Micah replied, his voice tight with concern. "He really doesn't want your tech going public." John increased his speed, pushing the suit harder despite the hazardous environment. The forest was working to his advantage in one respect. The dense trees made it difficult for Decker's men to get a clear shot or to pursue effectively on foot. As John navigated through a particularly dense patch of undergrowth, His helmet's enhanced visual system highlighted a clearing ahead, and beyond it, the service road Micah had mentioned. He was almost at the extraction point. John burst from the tree line into the clearing, accelerating now that he had open space. But as he approached the midpoint of the clearing, his visual system highlighted multiple heat signatures emerging from the tree line on the far side, more of Decker's security team. Positioned to intercept. They carried what appeared to be net launchers, non-lethal capture devices designed to entangle and immobilize. As John approached, they spread out in a semicircle, preparing to fire. John made a split-second decision. Instead of trying to evade or break through their line, he activated the suit's jump mode, a specialized configuration of the hydraulic systems designed for clearing obstacles. The suit coiled like a spring, then released the stored energy in a precisely coordinated movement that launched John into the air, arcing over the heads of the surprised security team. They fired their net launchers, but too late. The nets deployed harmlessly beneath John as he sailed over their position in a perfect parabolic trajectory, landing on the other side of their line with a controlled roll that absorbed the impact and immediately transitioned back to wheel mode. "Nice move." Meech's voice came through the comms, impressed despite the tense situation. John accelerated toward the service road, now visible through the last line of trees. He could see headlights approaching, Meech's truck, right on schedule. As John burst onto the service road, Micah skidded to a stop, the truck's rear door already open. John decelerated rapidly, transitioning smoothly from movement to a controlled stop beside the truck. In one fluid motion, he deactivated the suit's systems and began the quick release sequence they'd practiced for rapid extraction. "Hurry," Micah called, jumping out to help. More vehicles approaching from both directions. John removed the helmet, quickly disconnecting the main power couplings that would allow the suit to be separated into its transport components. With Meech's help, they detached the major assemblies and loaded them into the specialized compartments in the transport case, working with practiced efficiency. Within 60 seconds, the suit was disassembled and secured in the truck, with John changing quickly into regular clothes that Micah had brought. Just as they closed the truck's rear door, headlights appeared around a bend in the road, more security vehicles closing in. "Go, go, go," John urged, jumping into the passenger seat as Micah slid behind the wheel. Micah gunned the engine, the truck's tires spinning briefly before finding traction on the dirt road. They accelerated away, heading deeper into the network of service roads that crisscrossed the valley. "They'll have the main exits covered," John said, studying a map on his phone. "We need to find another way out." Micah nodded grimly, taking a sharp turn onto an even smaller dirt track. "There's an old logging road that connects to the county highway about 3 miles from here. It's barely maintained, but the truck can handle it." For the next 20 minutes, they navigated through increasingly rough terrain, the truck bouncing over ruts and splashing through shallow creeks as they worked their way toward the logging road Micah had mentioned. Behind them, they could occasionally spot headlights as Decker's team continued the pursuit, but Meech's superior knowledge of the back roads gave them an advantage. Finally, they reached the county highway, emerging from the forest onto paved road. Micah immediately killed the lights and pulled into a turnout, waiting as a convoy of security vehicles sped past in the wrong direction, still searching the forest roads. "I think we lost them," Micah said after a few minutes of tense silence. "For now, at least." John let out a long breath, the adrenaline of the past hour finally catching up to him. "That was closer than I expected." "Chan was more prepared than we thought," Micah agreed. "But it doesn't matter now. You did it, John. You showed the world what your suit can do." John nodded, a smile slowly spreading across his face as the reality sank in. "We did it. The exhibition, the demonstration, it all worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, Micah said, pulling back onto the highway and heading away from Ashridge. You didn't just show them a new vehicle, John. You showed them the future. As they drove through the night, putting distance between themselves and Chan's security forces, John's phone began to light up with notifications. News alerts, social media mentions, text messages from unknown numbers. The world had noticed his demonstration, and the reaction was spreading like wildfire. Mysterious racer in revolutionary suit crashes Racing Wars exhibition, John read from one headline. Man becomes motorcycle, the future of racing? Says another. Micah grinned. You're famous, man. Or at least, your invention is. John scrolled through more alerts, his expression growing more serious. Chan's going to be furious. He'll come after us, after me, with everything he's got. Let him try, Micah said confidently. You've already won the most important battle. The world has seen what you created. That can't be undone, no matter what Chan does next. John wasn't so sure. Chan had resources, connections, and a deeply personal stake in maintaining the status quo that John had just disrupted. The exhibition demonstration was a victory, yes, but the war was far from over. As if confirming his thoughts, John's phone rang, an unknown number displaying on the screen. Hesitantly, he answered. John Takeda, he said cautiously. You've made a serious mistake. Chan's voice was cold, controlled fury evident in every syllable. You think this is over? This is just beginning. Your exhibition needed some excitement, John replied, fighting to keep his own voice steady. Consider it my contribution to Racing Wars. You violated private property, interfered with a sanctioned event, and exposed proprietary technology without permits or safety certifications, Chan said. His tone shifting to something more calculating. The legal ramifications alone will keep you tied up for years. Threats, Chan? Really? The whole world just saw the future of racing, and that's your response? This isn't about racing, Chan snapped. It's about you thinking you can just crash into my world, my event, and upend everything I've built. John couldn't help but laugh at that. That's what innovation does, Chan. It changes things. It makes the old ways obsolete. I'm sorry if that threatens you, but it's how progress works. A long pause, then. You have no idea what you've started, Takeda. But you're going to find out. Soon. The call ended abruptly, leaving John staring at his phone with a mixture of defiance and unease. Chan? Micah asked, though the answer was obvious. John nodded. He's not taking it well. Did you expect him to congratulate you? Micah asked with a laugh. No, John admitted, but there was something in his voice. This isn't just about wounded pride or a disrupted event. He seemed afraid. He should be, Micah said. You just proved that all his million-dollar supercars are yesterday's technology. His entire identity is wrapped up in being at the cutting edge of racing. You just moved the edge. John stared out at the dark landscape passing by, considering the implications of what they'd done tonight. The motorcycle suit had performed perfectly, exceeding even his own expectations in its public debut. The world had seen a glimpse of what was possible when human and machine were truly integrated. But Chan's reaction suggested that the consequences might be more severe than John had anticipated. This wasn't just about racing wars anymore, it was about the future of transportation technology, and the massive industries that would be disrupted by innovations like John's suit. Where to now? Micah asked, breaking into John's thoughts. John considered for a moment. They couldn't return to Ashridge immediately. Chan would have people watching John's workshop and home. They needed somewhere secure to lay low for a few days, somewhere to plan their next steps. Remember that cabin your uncle has up in the mountains? John asked. The one we stayed at last summer? Micah nodded. No one's using it this time of year. And it's off the grid, no easy way to trace us there. Perfect, John said. We'll head there, let things cool down for a few days, then figure out our next move. As Micah turned onto the highway that would take them into the mountains, John pulled up news coverage of the exhibition on his phone. Video clips were already spreading across social media, showing the moment when John's suit overtook the supercars, when he executed the slalom around the Ferrari, when he took the tight corners at speeds that should have been impossible. The captions and comments reflected a mixture of disbelief, excitement, and speculation about the mysterious new technology. Some recognized it as a revolutionary advancement, others dismissed it as an elaborate stunt. But no one could deny the impact of what they'd witnessed. John smiled as he scrolled through the coverage. The suit had made its debut, and there was no going back. Whatever Chan might do next, whatever challenges lay ahead, tonight marked the beginning of something new. A future where the boundaries between human and machine were redefined. Where transportation itself was reimagined. And John Takeda, the outsider who had been denied entry to Racing Wars, had just changed the game forever. Chapter 11. Aftermath and escalation. The mountain cabin was exactly what they needed. Isolated, comfortable, and most importantly, secure. Perched on a ridge overlooking a dense forest, with no immediate neighbors and a single access road that could be monitored easily, it offered a perfect temporary hideout. John and Micah had arrived shortly before dawn, unloaded the suit and their minimal supplies, and then collapsed into exhausted sleep after the adrenaline of the previous night's events finally wore off. When John woke around noon, he found Micah already up, monitoring news coverage of the exhibition on his laptop. The cabin was rustic but well equipped, with solar power providing electricity for basic needs and a satellite internet connection that, while slow, kept them connected to the outside world. "You've gone viral," Micah announced as John emerged from the small bedroom, stretching away the stiffness from yesterday's exertions. Every tech blog, racing site, and major news outlet is talking about the mysterious wheeled suit that crashed Racing Wars. John poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot Micah had prepared and peered over his friend's shoulder at the screen. The headline read, "Revolutionary Human Vehicle Hybrid Stuns Racing World." Below it was a high-definition image captured by one of the exhibition's broadcast cameras. John in the suit, leaning into a turn at speed, the sleek design of his creation clearly visible. The photograph was remarkable, showcasing both the technical sophistication of the suit and the radical new approach to high-speed transportation it represented. "They got a good shot," John remarked, sipping his coffee. "Any identification?" Micah shook his head. "Not yet. Most reports are speculating that it's an unknown innovator or mysterious engineer. A few racing insiders are suggesting it might be you, given your history with Chan, but nothing confirmed." John nodded, relieved but not surprised. The helmet had concealed his identity, and while those who knew him well might make the connection, there was no definitive proof yet linking him to the suit. "What about Chan? Any official statement from Racing Wars?" Micah clicked over to another tab. "PR damage control. They're calling it an unauthorized demonstration of experimental technology that violated their safety protocols." He scrolled down the page. Reading between the lines, "They're trying to minimize what happened while figuring out how to respond." John wasn't surprised. Chan would be working frantically behind the scenes, using his connections and resources to contain the situation. But the viral nature of the demonstration meant it was already beyond his control. The world had seen John's creation in action, and no amount of PR spin could undo that. "Any word from Rika?" John asked, moving to the cabin's main window to check the surroundings. The forest was peaceful, no sign of activity on the access road. "Nothing," Micah replied, "though I did get a text from an unknown number this morning." He showed John his phone, displaying a simple message, "You should monitor the frequencies." No signature, no further explanation. John raised an eyebrow. Cryptic. Any idea what it means? I think so, Micah said, reaching for a small radio scanner he'd brought from the truck. If it's who I think it is, someone who knows about our history with homemade radio setups, they're suggesting we listen to the security channels. During their teenage years, John and Micah had built modified radio scanners to monitor police and emergency frequencies. Partly out of technical curiosity and partly to keep track of when authorities might be approaching the local street races they occasionally attended. It was a skill they hadn't used in years, but evidently someone remembered. Micah powered up the scanner and began cycling through frequencies, focusing on the ranges typically used by private security firms. Most channels were silent or filled with routine chatter, but when he reached a specific frequency, a familiar voice came through clearly. Full sweep of the Takeda residence and workshop. Nothing so far. He hasn't returned. That's Decker, John said, recognizing Chan's head of security. They're searching my place. Micah adjusted the scanner to improve the reception as another voice responded. Keep monitoring. He has to surface eventually. What about the friend, Reeves? Also being watched. No activity at his apartment since yesterday afternoon. John and Micah exchanged glances. Chan's security operation was more extensive than they'd anticipated, with teams actively searching for them and monitoring their homes. Mr. Lee wants this contained quickly, Decker's voice continued. The video is spreading faster than we can manage. Tech blogs are already speculating about the design principles and potential applications. What about the legal approach? In process. The lawyers are preparing cease and desist orders based on trespassing, unauthorized recording of a private event, potential patent infringements, anything that might stick. But their effectiveness depends on identifying the creator, which we haven't definitively done yet. John frowned. He'd anticipated some legal pushback, but the breadth of Chan's planned approach was concerning. Without massive financial resources to fight back, legal challenges could potentially tie up John's technology for years, even if they were ultimately baseless. The priority remains recovery of the technology itself, Decker stated firmly. Mr. Lee is particularly insistent on this point. Find Takeda, find the suit. The conversation shifted to logistics, deployment of search teams, monitoring schedules, coordination with local contacts. John and Micah listened silently, taking mental notes on the extent of Chan's operation. When the channel finally went quiet, Micah turned down the volume and looked at John. They're going all out to find you. And specifically to get their hands on the suit. John nodded, his expression grim. Chan doesn't just want to shut me down legally. He wants the technology itself. To destroy it? To prevent it from threatening his racing empire? John considered this, remembering Chan's tone during their phone conversation the previous night. Maybe. But I think there's more to it. The way Decker emphasized recovery of the technology. It sounds like Chan might want to control it, not just eliminate it. Would that even be possible? I mean, you're the creator. You hold the patents, or will once you file them. That's just it, John said, moving to check the security of the cabin's doors and windows. I haven't filed the patents yet. I was planning to do that after the demonstration, once I had proof of concept. Right now, the intellectual property isn't legally protected. Meech's expression turned serious. So if Chan got his hands on the suit, he could potentially reverse engineer it, file his own patents, claim it as his innovation, John finished. With his resources and connections, he could tie up the legal process for years while developing his own version of the technology. The realization cast their situation in an even more urgent light. They weren't just hiding from Chan's wounded pride, they were protecting John's life's work from potential theft. We need to file those patents, Micah said decisively. As soon as possible. John nodded agreement. And we need to secure the suit. This cabin is good for a temporary hideout, but we can't stay here indefinitely. They spent the next few hours developing a plan. The immediate priority was safeguarding the intellectual property, documenting every aspect of the suit's design and filing preliminary patent applications. Normally a complex and time-consuming process, it would be even more challenging while in hiding. John had fortunately brought his laptop, which contained most of the design documentation. Using the cabin's satellite internet, he began organizing the material into the format required for patent applications, focusing on the core innovations, the integrated wheel assemblies, the gyroscopic stabilization system, the hydraulic control mechanisms, and the power recovery technology. Micah, meanwhile, continued monitoring the security channels and news coverage, tracking Chan's search efforts and the public reaction to the demonstration. The story was gaining momentum, with technical publications beginning to analyze the footage in detail, identifying the revolutionary aspects of John's design even without access to the specifics. "Listen to this," Micah said, reading from a prominent technology blog. The integration of gyroscopic stabilization with what appears to be a hydraulic adjustment system represents a quantum leap in personal mobility technology. If this isn't just a one-off stunt, and the sophistication of the design suggests it isn't, we're witnessing the emergence of an entirely new category of transportation. John looked up from his patent work, a small smile forming. They get it. They understand what this could mean beyond just racing. Most of them do, Micah agreed. There are some dismissing it as a publicity stunt or questioning whether it's practical for anything beyond a controlled demonstration, but the serious tech analysts recognize the implications. As afternoon turned to evening, they made a simple meal from the supplies they'd brought and continued their work. John had completed the documentation for the first 2 patent applications and was making progress on the third when his phone rang, a block number. John hesitated, then answered, putting the call on speaker so Micah could hear. "Hello, John, it's Rika." Her voice was low, urgent. "Are you safe?" John exchanged a glance with Micah before responding. "For now. I'm assuming Chan knows it was me by now." "He does," Rika confirmed. "And I've never seen him like this. This goes beyond his usual competitiveness. He's obsessed with finding you and getting control of your technology." "Why?" John asked directly. "What's his real angle here? This can't just be about racing wars." There was a pause before Rika answered, as if she were choosing her words carefully. "It's not. Racing wars is just the public face of something much bigger. Chan has been negotiating with military contractors, companies developing next-generation mobility systems for special operations. Your technology represents a direct threat to a potential multi-billion-dollar contract." John sat back, stunned by this revelation. "Military applications? That wasn't even on my radar." "It's been Chan's endgame for years," Rika explained. "Racing Wars provides the testing ground and public showcase, but the real money is in military contracts. Your suit demonstrates capabilities that make their current development pathways obsolete." The pieces clicked into place for John. Chan's extreme reaction, the resources being devoted to finding him. The emphasis on recovering the technology rather than just shutting it down, it all made sense if millions or even billions in potential contracts were at stake. "So what's his play?" John asked. "Try to steal my technology? Discredit it? Buy me out?" "All of the above," Rika replied grimly. "He's pursuing multiple approaches simultaneously. The legal team is building a case to claim that your technology infringes on proprietary systems developed for racing wars. Meanwhile, Decker's security team is actively searching for you in the suit, with orders to secure the technology by any means necessary. And if I were to approach him with an offer to sell?" John asked, testing the waters. He'd take the meeting, Rika said. But I wouldn't trust any deal he offered. Chan plays to win, always. And right now, he sees you as an existential threat to his biggest business opportunity ever. John processed this information, its implications reshaping his understanding of the situation. This wasn't just about innovation versus tradition in racing. It was about control of potentially revolutionary military technology worth billions. Why are you telling me this? John asked finally. He's your brother. Your family's company stands to benefit from these contracts. Another pause, longer this time. Because what you've created deserves to be developed by someone who understands its true potential. Chan sees it as a weapon, a means to secure government contracts. You see it as transportation, mobility, freedom. That matters. John wasn't entirely convinced by her answer. There were likely other motivations at play, but the information itself rang true. Explaining aspects of Chan's behavior that had seemed disproportionate. What do you suggest I do? Protect your intellectual property first, Rika advised. File those patents immediately. Then find allies, investors, developers, media figures who can help bring your technology to market quickly and establish your ownership publicly. Kind of hard to do while in hiding, John pointed out. I might be able to help with that, Rika said. But you'd have to trust me. John looked at Micah, who gave a noncommittal shrug. The decision was John's to make. I'll think about it, John said finally. How do I reach you securely if I decide to take you up on that offer? Rika provided an encrypted messaging app and a username, then added, don't wait too long. Chan is moving quickly, and he has resources you can't imagine. After the call ended, John and Micah sat in silence for a long moment, processing the new information and its implications. Do you believe her? Micah asked finally. About the military contracts? John nodded slowly. It explains a lot. The level of resources Chan is deploying, the emphasis on recovering the technology rather than just discrediting it. And it fits with what we know about his business interests beyond racing. So what's our move? Trust Rika? She's still Chan's sister, still part of his company. Not yet, John decided. Let's finish the patent applications first, get them filed electronically. Then we need to create some insurance, detailed documentation of the design principles, video explanations, technical specifications, all stored securely in multiple locations. If anything happens to us or the suit, the innovation itself will survive. Micah nodded agreement. And after that? John's expression hardened with determination. After that, we stop hiding and start fighting back. If Chan wants a war over this technology, he'll get one. Throughout the night, they worked in shifts, one continuing the patent documentation while the other monitored the security channels and kept watch over the cabin's surroundings. By dawn, John had completed the core patent applications and submitted them electronically, establishing at least preliminary legal protection for his innovations. Next, they created what John called their insurance policy, comprehensive documentation of the suit's design principles, construction details, control systems, and operating parameters. John recorded video explanations of key components, demonstrated the control interfaces, and provided detailed schematics. They encrypted this material and uploaded it to multiple secure cloud storage locations, with instructions for access that they shared only with each other. If anything happens to me, John explained, this ensures the technology won't be lost or monopolized. It's not ideal, I'd rather develop this properly, with the right partners and safeguards, but it's better than letting Chan bury it or weaponize it exclusively. As morning progressed, they began discussing their next steps. Returning to Ashridge was too risky. Chan's people would be watching their homes, workplaces, and known hangouts. But they couldn't remain in hiding indefinitely, especially now that John wanted to actively develop and protect his technology. What about Harrington? Micah suggested. The engineering consultant you met at Chan's party. He seemed interested in your work, and he has industry connections that could help. John considered this. Possibly. But his connections to Chan make me cautious. We'd need to approach him carefully, assess whose side he's really on. Before they could develop this idea further, the radio scanner crackled to life with urgent communications. Target location identified. Cabin in the northeast sector, access via logging road 27B. Satellite thermal imaging shows 2 occupants. Team 2 and 3 converge on location. Team 1 maintain perimeter security. John and Micah froze, exchanging alarmed glances. Somehow, Chan's security team had found them, possibly through thermal imaging satellites. Technology that would normally be beyond the reach of private security but might be available through military contractor connections. They're coming, Micah said unnecessarily, already moving to gather their essential items. How long do we have? John calculated quickly. If they're already in the area, maybe 20 minutes. If they're coming from Ashridge, an hour at most. The suit, Micah said. We need to move it. John nodded, his mind racing through options. The suit was their most valuable asset but also the most difficult to transport quickly. The assembly currently occupied its transport case, bulky but manageable with 2 people. There's a service road on the other side of the ridge, John said, recalling the topographical maps they'd studied when arriving. If we can get the suit there, we might be able to evade the perimeter they're establishing. They moved with practiced efficiency, packing only the essentials, the suit, their documentation, communications equipment. Within minutes they were ready to move, the transport case between them as they exited the rear of the cabin and began making their way up the steep slope toward the ridge. The forest was dense, the terrain challenging, especially while carrying the heavy transport case. But fear and determination drove them forward, climbing steadily toward the ridgeline that might offer their escape route. As they crested the ridge, breathless from the exertion, they paused to assess their situation. Below them on the far side was another valley, with a narrow, rarely used service road visible about half a mile down the slope. That was their immediate destination, if they could reach it before Decker's teams closed the net around them. Wait, Micah said suddenly, pulling John down into a crouching position behind a large boulder. Movement, 3 o'clock, about 200 yards out. John peered carefully in the direction Micah indicated and spotted them, 2 figures in tactical gear moving through the trees, working their way up the same slope John and Micah had just climbed. They were methodically sweeping the area, clearly searching for signs of their quarry. They're between us and the cabin, John whispered. Must be the advance team. Micah nodded grimly. Which means the main force isn't far behind. We need to move, now, while we still have a head start. They began their descent down the far side of the ridge, moving as quickly as possible while minimizing noise and keeping to cover. The transport case was even more unwieldy on the downslope, forcing them to proceed carefully despite the urgency of their situation. They were about halfway to the service road when they heard it, the distinctive sound of helicopter rotors approaching from the direction of Ashridge. John looked up through a break in the canopy and spotted it, a sleek black helicopter moving rapidly toward their location. Aerial support, John said grimly. Chan's really pulling out all the stops. The helicopter complicated their situation dramatically. Even if they reached the service road, they'd be easily spotted from the air once they left the cover of the forest. And with the helicopter's speed and maneuverability, it could direct ground teams to intercept them wherever they went. We need a new plan, John said as they took cover beneath a dense section of canopy, temporarily hidden from aerial observation. Micah looked at the transport case, then back at John, a realization dawning. We don't both need to be captured. John understood immediately where Meech's thoughts were headed. No, we stick together. Think about it, Micah insisted. The suit is what matters. It's what they want. One of us creates a diversion, draws them away. The other escapes with the suit. It's too risky. If they catch you, what are they going to do? Arrest me for trespassing? I'm a registered Racing Wars competitor with a legitimate reason to be in the area. Meech's expression was determined. You're the one they want, John. You in the suit. I can buy you the time you need to get clear. John wanted to argue further, but the logic was sound. With the helicopter complicating their escape, a diversion might be their only chance. And Micah was right, he was at far less risk if captured. Okay, John conceded reluctantly. But we need a rendezvous point. Somewhere safe, away from Ashridge. They quickly agreed on a location, a small motel in a neighboring town where they'd stayed during a road trip years earlier. It was nondescript, accepted cash, and was far enough from Ashridge to be outside Chan's immediate sphere of influence. I'll head back toward the cabin, making plenty of noise, Micah explained. Once I've drawn their attention, make your way to the service road. There's an old ranger station about 5 miles down it. Might be a vehicle there you can borrow. John clasped his friend's shoulder. Be careful. These aren't just security guards, they're military contractors. Don't take unnecessary risks. Micah nodded, then surprised John with a quick, fierce hug. See you at the rendezvous. Don't be late. With that, Micah took off back up the slope, deliberately making more noise than necessary, snapping twigs, rustling bushes, even occasionally calling out as if to John. It was a convincing performance of someone trying to escape while maintaining communication with a partner. John waited until Micah was out of sight, then began moving cautiously downslope with the transport case, staying within the densest cover and proceeding as quietly as possible. The helicopter was still circling, but its attention seemed to be focused on the area where Micah was creating his diversion. Through breaks in the canopy, John could see security personnel converging on Meech's position from multiple directions. The diversion was working, but it also meant Micah would soon be surrounded. Pushing aside his concern for his friend, John continued his careful descent toward the service road. The transport case felt heavier with each step, both physically and in terms of the responsibility it represented. This technology, his life's work, had now put both him and his closest friend in danger. But it was too important to abandon. After what seemed like hours but was likely only 20 minutes, John reached the service road. It was little more than a dirt track, rarely used except by forestry personnel and the occasional lost hiker. John set down the transport case for a moment, catching his breath and assessing his surroundings. The helicopter was still audible but seemed to be focused on an area back toward the ridge, hopefully still distracted by Meech's diversion. There was no sign of ground teams on this side of the ridge yet, but that could change quickly once they realized they'd been tricked. John needed transportation. The ranger station Micah had mentioned was 5 miles down the road, too far to carry the transport case quickly, especially given his already fatigued state. But walking was his only option for now. Picking up the case again, John began moving down the service road, staying close to the tree line to maintain some cover from aerial observation. The weight of the case slowed his progress, but the relatively flat surface of the road was at least easier to navigate than the steep, uneven forest floor. He had covered perhaps a mile when he heard it, the sound of an approaching vehicle from further down the service road. John immediately moved off the road into the cover of the trees, setting down the transport case and crouching behind it. A battered pickup truck came into view, moving slowly along the uneven road. It was an older model, the kind typically used by local forestry workers or hunters, definitely not part of Chan's security operation. John hesitated, weighing his options. Flagging down the truck would speed his escape dramatically, but it also meant trusting a stranger. Before he could decide, the truck slowed to a stop almost directly across from his hiding place. The driver's door opened, and a woman in her 60s stepped out, looking directly toward the trees where John was concealed. "I know you're there," she called, her voice matter of fact. "Been watching you move along the road for the past quarter mile. You running from those helicopters?" John remained silent, unsure how to respond. The woman sighed. "Look, I've lived in these mountains for 40 years. I mind my business, and I expect others to mind theirs. But when military-style helicopters start circling over my forest, I get curious. And when I see a man carrying what looks like a very heavy case, trying to stay hidden from said helicopters, I figure he might need a ride." John weighed his options. The woman seemed genuine, and if she'd wanted to report him, she could have done so already. "I'm not looking for trouble," John said finally, still remaining hidden. "Neither am I," the woman replied. "But trouble seems to have found this forest today. I'm offering a ride to wherever you're going. No questions asked. Your business is your own." After another moment's consideration, John made his decision. Standing, he emerged from the trees with the transport case. The woman showed no surprise at his appearance or the unusual case, merely nodding and moving to the back of the truck. "Let's get that loaded up," she said practically. "Those helicopters won't stay on the other side of the ridge forever." Together, they lifted the transport case into the truck bed and secured it with bungee cords the woman produced from the cab. John climbed into the passenger seat, still wary but grateful for the unexpected assistance. "Where to?" the woman asked as she started the engine. John hesitated, then decided on a version of the truth. "There's a state highway about 20 miles east of here. If you could get me that far, I'd be grateful." The woman nodded and put the truck in gear. "Name's Eleanor, by the way. Not that you asked." "John," he replied after a brief hesitation. "Thank you for the help." Eleanor drove skillfully along the rough service road, taking a different route than John had expected. A smaller, even less used track that branched off from the main service road. "Back way," she explained, seeing his questioning look. "Less likely to run into your friends with the helicopters." They drove in silence for several minutes, the truck bouncing over the uneven terrain as Eleanor navigated with the confidence of someone who knew these forests intimately. "So," she said finally, "what's in the case that's got those men in the helicopters so interested?" John tensed. "You said no questions." Eleanor shrugged. "Just making conversation." Been a while since I had company in the truck. John considered how to respond. This woman was helping him at considerable risk to herself, given the resources Chan was deploying to find him. She deserved something more than complete evasion. "It's a new kind of technology," John said carefully. "Something I invented. There are people who want to take it from me, control it for purposes I don't agree with." Eleanor nodded as if this explanation made perfect sense. "Figured it was something like that. Doesn't take military helicopters to chase down ordinary criminals." They lapsed into silence again as Eleanor continued navigating the back roads of the forest. John's thoughts turned to Micah, hoping his friend had managed to evade capture after creating his diversion. The rendezvous point they'd agreed on was still his destination, but getting there without further encounters with Chan's security forces would be challenging. After nearly an hour of driving through increasingly remote sections of the forest, they emerged onto a paved road, not the state highway John had mentioned, but a county road that would eventually connect to it. "This good enough?" Eleanor asked, slowing the truck. John nodded. "More than good enough. I can make my way from here." "Not much around for miles," Eleanor pointed out. "Sure you don't want to ride further?" John considered the offer. Moving on foot with the transport case would be slow and conspicuous, especially on open roads. But continuing with Eleanor meant potentially drawing her further into his troubles. As if reading his thoughts, Eleanor added, "I'm headed to Riverdale anyway. Grocery day. You're welcome to ride along that far if it helps." Riverdale was a small town about 30 miles from their current location, and coincidentally in the same general direction as the motel where John was supposed to meet Micah. "If you're sure it's no trouble," John said, making his decision. Eleanor put the truck back in gear. "No trouble at all. Like I said, been a while since I had company." As they drove toward Riverdale, John periodically checked his phone for messages from Micah but found none. The lack of communication was concerning but not unexpected. Micah would be focusing on evading Chan's security teams and making his own way to the rendezvous point. Eleanor, true to her word, asked no further questions about John's situation. Instead, she spoke of the mountains, the changing seasons, the wildlife she'd observed over her decades living in the forest. It was soothing, almost meditative, a temporary respite from the intensity of the past 24 hours. They reached Riverdale by mid-afternoon. The small town was typical of the region, a main street with essential businesses, surrounded by scattered residential areas. Eleanor pulled into the parking lot of the local grocery store. "This is my stop," she said. "Where can I drop you?" John considered his options. The motel where he was meeting Micah was on the outskirts of town, about 2 miles from their current location. Walking there with the transport case would be manageable but conspicuous. "Is there a bus station in town?" John asked, thinking a public transportation hub might offer more anonymity. Eleanor shook her head. "Not much call for it around here. There's a taxi service, though. Old Bill runs it out of his house. I can give you the number." John thanked her, accepting the handwritten number she provided. As they unloaded the transport case from the truck, John wished he had a way to properly thank her for the assistance. "I wish I could repay you somehow," he said, genuinely grateful. Eleanor waved away his concern. "Not necessary. Like I said, I mind my business, but I don't mind lending a hand when it seems needed." She studied him for a moment, then added, "Whatever you've got in that case, I hope it's worth all this trouble." John nodded solemnly. "It is. It could help a lot of people if it's developed properly." "Then I wish you luck," Eleanor said simply, before heading into the grocery store. John called the taxi service, arranging for a pickup. Within 20 minutes, Old Bill arrived in a well-maintained but clearly aging sedan. He helped John load the transport case into the trunk without comment and drove him to the motel on the edge of town. The Pine Creek Motel was exactly as John remembered it, a single-story building with 12 rooms arranged in an L shape around a gravel parking lot. It was the kind of place that catered to hunters, fishermen, and the occasional traveler who'd missed the turn for the interstate, cheap, clean enough, and most importantly, the type of establishment that didn't ask too many questions. John paid for a room in cash, using a false name. The elderly clerk barely looked up from his crossword puzzle during the transaction, simply sliding a key across the counter with a mumbled room number. Once inside the room, John secured the transport case and took stock of his situation. He was safely away from the immediate search area, with the suit intact. But Micah was still unaccounted for, and Chan's resources were clearly substantial. This was, at best, a temporary reprieve. John tried calling Meech's phone but got no answer. He sent a text to their agreed emergency contact method, a shared email account they'd set up years ago for situations where normal communications might be compromised, at the rendezvous. Status? Now all he could do was wait and plan his next move. If Micah didn't show up by nightfall, John would need to assume his friend had been captured and adjust his strategy accordingly. As the afternoon wore on, John used the motel's weak Wi-Fi connection to monitor news coverage of the exhibition demonstration and check for any reports about the search operation in the mountains. There was nothing specific about the search, but the coverage of his demonstration continued to grow, with technical publications now publishing detailed analyses of the suit's capabilities based on the video footage. One article in particular caught John's attention, a piece by a respected technology journalist who specialized in transportation innovation. The writer had not only recognized the revolutionary nature of John's creation but had also connected it to potential applications beyond racing. While the dramatic debut at Racing Wars has focused attention on the high-speed capabilities of this technology, the true revolution lies in its integration of human and machine. The implications for mobility assistance, emergency response, military applications, and even everyday transportation are profound. Whoever has created this system has done more than design a new racing vehicle, they've potentially changed the future of human mobility itself. John felt a surge of validation reading these words. This was exactly what he'd envisioned when designing the suit. Not just a racing novelty but a fundamental reimagining of how humans could move through the world. His contemplation was interrupted by a notification from their emergency email account. A new message had arrived, containing only 2 words, compromised. Careful. John's heart sank. The message was from Micah, almost certainly, but its brevity and content suggested he had been captured and was unable to communicate freely. Compromised was their code for a situation where one of them was under duress or surveillance. The implication was clear: Micah had been caught, and Chan's people were likely trying to use him to get to John and the suit. But Micah had managed to warn him, which meant John needed to abandon the rendezvous plan and move again, quickly. John began gathering his few belongings, preparing to leave the motel immediately. But before he could finish, his phone rang, an unknown number. Wary but desperate for information, John answered. "Hello, John Takeda," a familiar voice said. "Decker, Chan's head of security. I believe we have a mutual friend who would like to speak with you." John's grip tightened on the phone. "If you've hurt him, Mr. Reeves is perfectly comfortable," Decker interrupted. Smoothly. "For now. His continued comfort depends entirely on your cooperation." "Let me talk to him," John demanded. There was a brief pause, then Meech's voice came on the line. "John? Don't come back, man. It's not worth." Meech's voice cut off abruptly, replaced again by Decker's. "As you can hear, he's unharmed. Whether he remains that way is up to you." John's mind raced, evaluating options, calculating risks. "What do you want?" "Mr. Lee would like to discuss your technology. In person. A simple exchange, your friend's freedom for a meeting." "And the suit?" John asked, already knowing the answer. "Bring it," Decker said flatly. "That's non-negotiable." John considered his response carefully. "I need proof Micah will be released unharmed." "You have my word," Decker replied. "Not good enough," John countered. "I want a video call with Micah, alone, before I agree to anything." There was a pause, then, "I'll arrange it. 1 hour. Keep this phone available." The call ended, leaving John staring at his phone, anger and worry warring within him. The situation had escalated beyond what he'd anticipated. Chan wasn't just trying to suppress the technology or claim it as his own, he was now resorting to outright kidnapping to get what he wanted. John knew that meeting Chan under these circumstances would be dangerous. There was no guarantee Micah would actually be released, and John himself might be detained or worse. But refusing meant leaving Micah in Chan's hands, a risk John wasn't willing to take. As he waited for the promised video call, John made preparations. The suit itself was secure in its transport case, but the documentation, the insurance policy he and Micah had created, needed additional protection. John accessed the encrypted cloud storage where they'd uploaded everything. added a time release protocol that would automatically publish all the technical details to multiple technology forums if he didn't enter a cancellation code every 24 hours. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it ensured that even if Chan got his hands on the physical suit and detained both John and Micah, the technology itself would eventually become public knowledge, beyond anyone's ability to monopolize or suppress. 1 hour later, precisely on schedule, a video call request came through on John's phone. He accepted it, and Meech's face appeared on the screen. "You got 3 minutes," a voice said from off-camera, presumably one of Decker's men. Micah looked tired but uninjured. "John, listen to me. They caught me coming down from the ridge. They've got a whole operation going. Helicopters, ground teams, the works. Are you okay?" John asked urgently. "Yeah, I'm fine. They haven't hurt me." Micah glanced off camera briefly, then continued. "They want the suit, John. That's all they care about. I know. Decker wants me to meet with Chan. Bring the suit." Meech's expression turned serious. "Don't trust them, John. Chan's not thinking rationally about this. When they caught me, I heard him on the radio. He was almost frantic about securing the technology. I'm not going to leave you with them," John said firmly. "The suit is more important than me," Micah insisted. "This is bigger than just us now. You've created something that could change everything." John shook his head. "We'll find another way. I've created insurance. If anything happens to us, the technical documentation goes public. All of it." A flicker of relief passed over Meech's face. "Good. That's good. Time's up," the off-camera voice announced. John, Micah began, but the call cut off before he could finish. Moments later, John's phone rang again. "Decker. Satisfied?" the security chief asked without preamble. "For now," John replied. "Where and when does Chan want to meet?" "The Racing Wars technical facility in Ashridge. Tomorrow, noon." Decker paused. "Come alone. Bring the suit. Any sign of police or media involvement, and the deal is off. I want written assurance of Meech's release, signed by Chan," John countered. "And I choose the specific meeting location within the facility, somewhere open, with multiple exits." There was a brief silence as Decker presumably consulted with Chan. "Acceptable. The main prototype testing hangar. Mr. Lee will provide the written assurance when you arrive." "Not good enough," John insisted. "I want it in advance. Email, with a video confirmation from Chan himself." Another pause. "Fine. You'll have it within the hour. But understand this, Takeda, any tricks, any attempts to outmaneuver us, and your friend will suffer the consequences." The call ended, leaving John with the reality of his situation. He was walking into a trap, there was no question about that. Chan had no intention of simply meeting, discussing the technology, and letting both John and Micah walk away. The only question was the exact nature of the trap and how John might turn it to his advantage. As promised, within the hour John received an email containing a signed letter from Chan Lee, guaranteeing Meech's safe release upon John's arrival with the functioning suit. Attached was a brief video of Chan himself confirming the agreement. John studied Chan's face in the video, noting the intensity in his eyes, the barely contained emotion behind his practiced business demeanor. This wasn't just about business for Chan, it was personal, almost obsessive. That made him dangerous but also potentially predictable. Through the evening and into the night, John developed his plan. He would appear to comply with Chan's demands, bringing the suit to the meeting as required. But the suit would be modified in subtle but critical ways, fully functional for demonstration purposes but with key vulnerabilities that only John would know about. And he would have contingencies in place, leverage to ensure both his and Meech's safety. It was a dangerous gambit, with lives and the future of his technology at stake. But as John finally lay down to rest, Preparing for the confrontation ahead, he felt a strange calm. Tomorrow would bring the climax of his long journey, from outsider looking in at racing wars to the creator of technology that had the potential to change the world. Chan had wanted a war. Tomorrow, he would get one. Chapter 12. Showdown. The Racing Wars technical facility loomed before John as he approached in a taxi, a massive complex of buildings on the outskirts of Ashridge, surrounded by high fences and security checkpoints. This was Chan's domain, the heart of his racing empire and, according to Rika, the development center for his military contract aspirations. John had spent the morning making final preparations. The suit was in its transport case beside him, modified as planned during a sleepless night of careful work. He had also taken additional precautions, a series of timed messages set to deploy to various recipients if he didn't cancel them, insurance beyond the technical documentation he'd already secured. The taxi pulled up to the main gate, where two security guards approached immediately. "John Takeda for Chan Li," John said through the open window. "I'm expected." One guard checked a tablet, then nodded to his companion. "He's on the list. Main prototype hangar." They waved the taxi through, directing the driver to a large building near the center of the complex. As they approached, John could see more security personnel positioned strategically around the area. This was no ordinary meeting. "Wait here," John instructed the taxi driver as they stopped outside the hangar. "Keep the meter running. I shouldn't be long." The driver, an older man who had asked no questions about John's unusual cargo, simply nodded. "Your dime, pal." John lifted the transport case from the taxi and approached the hangar's massive doors. Before he could reach them, they began to slide open automatically, revealing the vast space within. The prototype hangar was impressive, a cavernous facility filled with cutting-edge automotive technology. Various vehicles in different stages of development occupied dedicated sections, from bare chassis to nearly completed prototypes. Advanced fabrication equipment lined the walls, alongside computer workstations and testing apparatus. Standing in the center of this technological showcase was Chan Li, flanked by Decker and two other security personnel. There was no sign of Micah. "John," Chan greeted, his tone cordial but tense. "Thank you for coming." John set down the transport case but didn't move any closer. "Where's Micah?" Chan gestured to one of the security staff, who spoke briefly into a radio. Moments later, a side door opened, and Micah was escorted in by two more guards. He appeared unharmed but tired, his expression brightening when he saw John. "As promised," Chan said. "Now, let's discuss your remarkable technology." John shook his head. "Micah walks out first." That was the deal. Chan's smile tightened slightly. "Of course. But surely you understand my need to verify that you've brought the actual functioning suit, not some decoy." "Micah goes free, then I open the case," John insisted. "Those are my terms." The two men stared at each other, a silent battle of wills. Finally, Chan nodded to his security team. "Escort Mr. Reeves to the gate. Allow him to leave." Micah was led toward the exit, but he resisted, looking back at John. "I'm not leaving without you, man." "It's okay," John assured him. "Go. I've got this." Micah clearly wanted to argue further, but with the guards firmly guiding him, he had little choice. As he reached the door, he called back, "Remember what we discussed about insurance?" John nodded, understanding the reference to their contingency plans. Once Micah was out of sight, John turned his attention back to Chan. "Now," Chan said, his tone hardening slightly, "the suit." John knelt beside the transport case and began the opening sequence, entering the security code that released the locks. The case opened smoothly, revealing the suit packed in its specialized compartments. Chan moved closer, his expression a mixture of fascination and covetousness as he studied the revealed technology. Remarkable, he murmured. Even more sophisticated up close than it appeared during your little demonstration. It's a complete revolution in human mobility, John said, carefully removing components from the case and beginning the assembly process. Not just for racing, but for transportation, emergency services, military applications, the potential is almost limitless. Chan watched intently as John continued assembling the suit, connecting the main exoskeleton sections, attaching the wheel assemblies, and integrating the power systems. The process took several minutes, during which neither man spoke, the tension in the hangar palpable. When the assembly was complete, the suit stood on its maintenance rack, a sleek, futuristic creation that represented years of John's life and innovation. It's beautiful, Chan admitted, circling the suit to examine it from all angles. A genuine breakthrough. The integration of gyroscopic stabilization with the hydraulic adjustment systems is particularly impressive. John was surprised by Chan's technical knowledge. You understand the principles? Chan's smile was cold. You think I'm just a rich playboy who organizes racing events. I have an engineering background as well, John. The difference between us is that I understand how to commercialize innovation, how to navigate the complex intersection of technology and business. You mean how to monopolize and weaponize, John countered. Rika told me about your military contracts. A flash of anger crossed Chan's face at the mention of his sister. Rika should learn to keep family business private. But yes, there are military applications for this technology, extremely valuable ones. Applications that could change the balance of power in special operations, reconnaissance, even frontline combat. That's not what I designed it for, John said firmly. It's transportation technology, meant to enhance human mobility, not create super soldiers. Chan laughed, the sound echoing in the vast space. This is why you've always been on the outside looking in, John. You create something revolutionary but have no vision for its true potential. Do you have any idea what this technology is worth to the right buyers? Billions, not just in immediate contracts but in ongoing development, licensing, expansion into adjacent technologies. And you want to control all of that, John stated. It wasn't a question. I want to ensure it's developed properly, by people who understand its true value and potential. Chan's tone was reasonable, as if explaining something obvious to a child. You've done the hard part, John. You've proven the concept. Now let professionals handle the business side. John had expected this approach, Chan positioning himself as the reasonable businessman who could help bring John's innovation to market. It was manipulative but predictable. What exactly are you proposing? John asked, playing along while watching for signs of Meech's safe departure through the hangar's windows. He could see movement at the main gate, hopefully his friend making his escape. Chan seemed pleased by John's apparent receptiveness. A partnership. My company acquires your technology, for very generous compensation, of course, and you stay on as a technical consultant. We handle the commercialization, the contracts, the scaling. You focus on what you do best, innovation, refinement, next-generation development, and if I refuse? Chan's expression hardened. Then we have a problem. You've already demonstrated this technology publicly, without patents, without safety certifications, without proper legal protections. My legal team has prepared injunctions based on everything from intellectual property disputes to safety violations. We can tie you up in litigation for years, during which time you'll be unable to develop or deploy the technology further. While you develop your own version based on what you've seen, John concluded. Business is competition, John. You should understand that better than most. Chan moved closer to the suit, running a hand along its frame with an almost reverent touch. but I'd prefer cooperation. It's cleaner, more efficient, and ultimately more profitable for everyone involved. John had heard enough. Chan's true intentions were clear. Acquire the technology by any means necessary, control its development and deployment, and relegate John to a minor role if any at all. It was time to execute the next phase of his plan. Let me demonstrate the suit's capabilities, John offered, so you can fully understand what you're acquiring. Chan looked surprised but pleased by the suggestion. By all means. John began the process of suiting up, explaining each component and system as he integrated himself with the machine. This was the dangerous part, voluntarily placing himself inside the suit while surrounded by Chan's security team. But it was also where his modifications would come into play. As John secured the helmet, completing the suit-up process, he activated the internal systems. The familiar hum of the gyroscopic stabilizers filled his ears, and the heads-up display came to life, showing system status and environmental data. The suit has multiple operating modes, John explained, his voice slightly distorted through the helmet's speakers. Low-speed upright configuration for urban environments, high-speed prone configuration for racing or rapid deployment, and several specialized modes for specific terrains or tasks. Chan nodded, watching with undisguised fascination as John demonstrated the suit's balance and basic movements, walking smoothly around the open area of the hangar. The control system integrates directly with the user's natural movements, John continued, picking up speed slightly. Think of it as an extension of the human body rather than a vehicle the body operates. Fascinating, Chan murmured. And the transition to high-speed mode? That requires more space than we have here, John said. But I can demonstrate the initialization sequence. John began the transition process, the suit reconfiguring around him as he leaned forward. The arm wheel assemblies rotated into position, and the exoskeleton adjusted its geometry for the more aerodynamic posture. In this configuration, speeds of over 200 miles per hour are easily achievable, with stability and control that no conventional vehicle can match, John explained. What Chan didn't know was that John had modified the suit's control systems overnight. While everything appeared normal from the outside, John had implemented a specialized override that would allow him to execute a specific sequence of maneuvers that looked like system malfunctions but were actually precisely choreographed. The military applications are obvious, Chan said, already envisioning the possibilities. Rapid deployment of special forces, enhanced mobility in combat zones, even potential for covert insertions behind enemy lines. John had positioned himself near one of the hangar's large windows, continuing his demonstration while subtly checking for confirmation that Micah had safely left the complex. Through the helmet's enhanced visual system, he spotted Micah just outside the main gate, apparently arguing with security personnel who seemed reluctant to let him leave. It was time to act. John initiated the first phase of his plan, sending a subtle command through the suit's interface. To Chan and his security team, it appeared that the suit had experienced a momentary power fluctuation. The lights on the helmet flickered, and John staggered slightly. Minor calibration issue, John explained smoothly. Sometimes happens with new users. The system is adjusting to my biometrics. Chan frowned, stepping closer. Is there a problem? No problem, John assured him, sending the next command sequence. This time, the suit's right arm wheel assembly deployed fully, as if preparing for quad mode operation. Just a small synchronization delay in the transition protocols. John could see Decker moving toward one of the security consoles, suddenly suspicious of the suit's behavior. It was now or never. Actually, John said, his voice shifting to a more serious tone, there is a problem. With that, John executed the full override sequence. The suit's systems responded instantly, the motors in the wheel assemblies delivering maximum torque as John launched himself toward the large window he'd been positioning near. Chan shouted in alarm, and security personnel reached for their weapons, but it was too late. John crashed through the window in a shower of glass, the suit's reinforced exoskeleton protecting him from the impact as he landed on the pavement outside. Without hesitation, John accelerated away from the hangar, quickly reaching 60 miles per hour as he headed toward the main gate where Micah was still engaged with security. Behind him, alarms began blaring throughout the complex, and John could hear Chan shouting orders to his security teams. The suit performed flawlessly despite the modifications John had made, or rather, because of them. What had appeared to be malfunctions were actually preparations for this exact escape scenario, priming the systems for maximum acceleration and maneuverability in confined spaces. As John approached the main gate at high speed, the guards surrounding Micah turned in surprise. John swerved directly toward them, causing them to dive out of the way. In the moment of confusion, Micah seized his opportunity, breaking free and running toward the road beyond the gate. John slowed just enough to shout to his friend through the helmet's external speakers, "Run! I'll find you." Micah needed no further encouragement, sprinting away from the complex as John drew the security team's attention. Behind them, vehicles were already mobilizing, SUVs and motorcycles deployed to pursue the escaping suit. John accelerated again, but instead of following Micah toward the road, he veered in the opposite direction, drawing the pursuit away from his friend. The suit's speed quickly outpaced the security vehicles, allowing John to gain distance as he circled the perimeter of the complex. His plan wasn't simply to escape, that would only postpone the inevitable confrontation with Chan. Instead, John was executing a more complex strategy, one that would force a resolution on his terms. As he completed his circuit of the complex, John spotted what he was looking for, a media van parked just outside the main gate, likely there to cover pre-race wars activities. Perfect. John approached the van at high speed, slowing just enough to be clearly visible to the camera crew who were already filming his approach, attracted by the commotion at the Racing Wars facility. With the camera tracking him, John activated the suit's public address system, another modification he'd made overnight. "My name is John Takeda," his amplified voice announced. "I am the creator of this technology, a revolutionary mobility system that integrates human and machine. Chan Li and his organization have attempted to steal this innovation through coercion and threats, including the kidnapping of my associate." The camera operator zoomed in, capturing every detail as John continued his impromptu press conference. This technology was designed to enhance human mobility for transportation, emergency services, and medical applications. Chan Li intends to weaponize it exclusively for military contracts worth billions. John could see security vehicles approaching rapidly. He had perhaps 30 seconds before they reached him. "I am making all technical specifications for this technology publicly available, free from any individual's monopolistic control. The patents I've filed will be licensed under an open innovation model, allowing broad development while preventing military-exclusive applications." With that final statement, John activated another of his overnight modifications, a broadcast system that transmitted the activation code for his insurance policy. Across the internet, the comprehensive technical documentation for the suit began publishing to multiple platforms simultaneously: technology forums, open innovation sites, even directly to select journalists and academic institutions. As security vehicles converged on his position, John made his most dramatic move yet. Accelerating to nearly 100 miles per hour in seconds, he executed a perfect jump over the approaching vehicles, the suit's hydraulic systems launching him in a graceful arc that carried him clear over the stunned security team. Landing smoothly on the other side, John transitioned fully to quad mode configuration, dropping to all fours as the suit reconfigured for maximum speed. Within seconds, he was approaching 180 miles per hour, leaving Chan's pursuit far behind as he raced away from the complex. Through the helmet's communications system, John could hear the frantic chatter of security teams trying to coordinate their response, but it was too late. He was beyond their reach, the suit's superior speed and maneuverability ensuring that no conventional vehicle could catch him. As John sped away from Ashridge, following a route he'd carefully planned the night before, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The suit had performed perfectly. Micah had escaped. And most importantly, the technology was now public knowledge, beyond Chan's ability to control or monopolize. But John knew this wasn't the end. Chan wouldn't simply accept defeat, especially with billions in potential contracts at stake. There would be legal challenges, perhaps even more direct threats. The war for the future of John's innovation was just beginning. For now, though, John had won the first major battle. And as he pushed the suit to its maximum speed, the world blurring around him as he reached 230 miles per hour on an empty stretch of highway, he felt a profound sense of liberation. The outsider had become the revolutionary, and nothing would ever be the same. Miles behind him, in the Racing War's technical facility, Chan Li watched the rapidly spreading news coverage of John's escape and public declaration. His face, usually composed and controlled, contorted with a mixture of rage and disbelief as reports began coming in about the technical documentation being published online. "Find him!" Chan shouted at Decker. "Whatever it takes." But even as he gave the order, Chan knew it was too late. The technology was public now, the secret exposed. His exclusive military contracts were in jeopardy, perhaps already lost. And John Takeda, the unassuming engineer he had dismissed and belittled for years, had outmaneuvered him completely. The racing wars had evolved into something much bigger, a battle for the future of transportation itself. And John Takeda was now leading the race. The Racing Wars and the Unassuming Racer Chapter 13. Reverberations. 3 days after his dramatic escape from Chan's facility, John sat in a small roadside motel room 100 miles from Ashridge, watching the technology world explode in reaction to his innovation. The cheap laptop he'd purchased with cash displayed dozens of open tabs, news articles, technical forums, social media discussions, all focused on what was now being called the Takeda suit. John had spent the past 72 hours constantly on the move, using the suit to travel at night and lying low during daylight hours. The suit's remarkable energy efficiency had proven even better than his models predicted. He'd traveled nearly 1,000 miles without needing a full recharge, using only periodic connections to standard power outlets during his brief stops. His phone buzzed with a message from a secure communication app, Micah, using one of the emergency protocols they'd established years ago. Safe house secure. Northeast coordinates as discussed. Media circus at your place and workshop. John smiled with relief. After separating during the escape from Chan's facility, they had agreed to rendezvous at a location they'd identified while still in the mountain cabin, a vacation property owned by Meech's cousin, currently unoccupied and off any records that might connect it to either of them. John sent a brief acknowledgement, then returned to monitoring the online response to his technology. The technical documentation he'd released had created a sensation unlike anything he could have imagined. Engineering forums were dissecting every aspect of the design, with experts from various fields weighing in on the innovations he'd incorporated. One particular discussion thread caught his attention, a detailed analysis by a prominent MIT professor specializing in human-machine interfaces. The Takeda suit represents a paradigm shift in how we conceptualize the relationship between human mobility and mechanical assistance. Unlike traditional vehicles where the human operates a separate machine, or exoskeletons which merely amplify human movements, this design creates a true symbiosis, a system where the line between operator and vehicle is fundamentally blurred. The professor went on to highlight several aspects of John's design that particularly impressed him. The gyroscopic stabilization system that allowed for unprecedented balance at high speeds. The hydraulic adjustment mechanisms that optimized the suit's geometry in real time, and the energy recovery system that increased efficiency at higher speeds. Other experts were already discussing potential applications beyond racing: emergency response in disaster zones, mobility assistance for people with disabilities, rapid transport in areas without road infrastructure. Exactly the kinds of applications John had envisioned when creating the technology. But not all the attention was positive. Several military technology analysts had published pieces identifying the obvious combat applications of the technology, despite John's public stance against weaponization. And industry publications were reporting that multiple major corporations were already analyzing the technical documentation, presumably with the goal of developing their own versions of the technology. Most concerning were the reports about Chan's response. According to tech industry news sites, Lee Ventures had filed multiple emergency injunctions claiming intellectual property infringement, unauthorized use of Racing War's proprietary testing facilities, and various safety violations. The legal filings explicitly demanded that all public distribution of the technical documentation cease immediately. John had anticipated this move, which was why he'd ensured the documentation was distributed through multiple channels, many anonymous or located in countries beyond easy reach of American courts. Once information was truly public on the internet, it was virtually impossible to completely suppress it again. A breaking news alert drew John's attention to a live stream starting on a major technology news site. The headline read, "Chan Lee Press Conference, Response to Takeda Suit, Controversy." John clicked on the link, watching as the stream connected. The scene showed a formal press room at the Lee Ventures headquarters in Ashridge. After a few moments, Chan appeared, dressed in an impeccable suit, his expression serious but composed as he approached the podium. "Good afternoon," Chan began, his voice steady and authoritative. "I'm speaking today to address the situation regarding what some are calling the Takeda suit, and to correct certain mischaracterizations that have been circulating in the media." John leaned closer to the screen, studying his rival's face for signs of the anger he'd witnessed during their confrontation. "First, I want to be clear that Lee Ventures has always supported innovation in transportation technology. It's the foundation of our business and our contribution to society." Chan paused, his expression shifting to something more somber. "However, innovation must be developed responsibly, with proper testing, safety certifications, and regulatory compliance. What we witnessed this week was the reckless public deployment of an untested, uncertified transportation technology that poses significant risks to both its users and the public." John snorted derisively. Chan's sudden concern for public safety was transparently self-serving. "John Takeda is a talented engineer," Chan continued, the admission clearly difficult for him. "But his actions in recent days demonstrate a dangerous disregard for established safety and regulatory processes. The technology he demonstrated, while impressive in concept, has not undergone any of the rigorous testing required for public transportation innovations." The camera panned to show the assembled press corps, many taking notes or recording the statement. Chan continued, his voice growing more grave. "More concerning is Mr. Takeda's illegal release of technical specifications for a potentially hazardous technology. By publishing this information without proper safety guidelines or regulatory approvals, he has potentially enabled countless unsafe replications of his design. Lee Ventures has filed for emergency injunctions to halt this irresponsible distribution out of genuine concern for public safety. John shook his head at the performance. Chan was skillfully repositioning himself as the responsible industry leader concerned about safety, rather than the ruthless businessman who had kidnapped Micah and tried to steal John's technology for military applications. Let me also address the allegations Mr. Takeda made during his dramatic exit from our facility, Chan said, a hint of his true feelings briefly visible before he regained his composed expression. Lee Ventures did invite Mr. Takeda to discuss his innovation and potential partnership opportunities. At no point was any coercion involved. His characterization of our interaction is simply false. John couldn't help but laugh out loud at this brazen rewriting of history. Chan had literally held Micah hostage to force the meeting. As for the claim that we intended to weaponize this technology, this is a fundamental mischaracterization of our business objectives. Lee Ventures has always explored multiple applications for our transportation innovations, including potential defense contracts, but always within the appropriate regulatory frameworks and ethical guidelines. Chan's expression became more determined as he reached the conclusion of his statement. We have extended an open invitation to Mr. Takeda to return to the negotiating table. We remain interested in developing his innovation responsibly, with proper testing, certification, and legal protections. In the meantime, we urge the public to recognize the potential dangers of untested transportation technology and to allow the appropriate regulatory and legal processes to unfold. With that, Chan opened the floor to questions from the press. The first came from a reporter John recognized from a major technology publication. Mr. Lee, technical experts who have reviewed Mr. Takeda's documentation suggest that the suit includes multiple advanced safety systems and has undergone significant private testing. How do you respond to the argument that your legal actions are more about controlling the technology than genuine safety concerns? A flash of annoyance crossed Chan's face before he answered. Private testing, no matter how thorough, is not a substitute for formal certification processes. As for our motives, Lee Ventures has always prioritized responsible innovation. The legal actions we've taken are consistent with established industry practices for potentially hazardous technologies. Another reporter raised her hand. There are reports that your head of security, James Decker, was involved in the detention of Micah Reeves, Mr. Takeda's associate. Can you address these allegations? Chan's expression hardened slightly. Those reports are false. Mr. Reeves visited our facility as a registered Racing Wars competitor and left of his own accord. Any suggestion of detention is simply untrue. The questions continued, becoming increasingly pointed as reporters challenged Chan's narrative. To his credit, Chan maintained his composure, sticking to his prepared talking points about safety concerns and proper regulatory processes. But John could see the strain in his expression, the tightness around his eyes that betrayed his true feelings. As the press conference concluded, John closed the laptop with a mixture of anger and determination. Chan was fighting back exactly as expected, positioning himself as the responsible industry leader while portraying John as a reckless innovator endangering public safety. It was a clever strategy that would resonate with regulators and potentially create legal obstacles for John's technology. But Chan had underestimated two critical factors: the public's fascination with revolutionary technology and the power of open innovation in the Internet age. Already, engineering teams around the world were building on John's design, improving safety features, suggesting refinements, and developing new applications. The genie was out of the bottle, and no amount of legal maneuvering could put it back. John's phone buzzed again. Another message from Micah. You seeing this press conference BS? Also, check your encrypted email. Someone wants to meet. John switched to his email, finding a message from an address he didn't recognize. The content was brief but intriguing. Mr. Takeda, I represent a consortium of technology innovators who share your vision of open development and non-military applications for advanced mobility technologies. We have resources that could help protect you from legal challenges while furthering the responsible development of your innovation. If you're interested in discussing potential collaboration, reply with a secure contact method. James Harrington. John stared at the name for a long moment. Harrington, the engineering consultant he'd met at Chan's party, who had mentioned knowing John's father. During the chaos of recent events, John had almost forgotten about him. Was this a genuine offer of assistance, or another of Chan's traps? Before John could ponder this further, a breaking news alert appeared on his phone. Federal judge issues temporary restraining order against distribution of Takeda suit documentation. Lee Ventures claims victory in first legal battle. John wasn't surprised. Chan's legal team would naturally target the most visible platforms first. But the documentation was already mirrored on countless servers worldwide, many beyond U.S. jurisdiction. The legal victory was largely symbolic and ultimately futile. Still, it signaled the beginning of what would likely be a protracted legal battle. John had limited financial resources compared to Chan's empire, making Harrington's offer of support potentially valuable if it was genuine. John began packing his few belongings, preparing to move again. Tonight, he would travel to the safe house where Micah was waiting. Together, they would assess their situation and determine their next steps. The suit was securely packed in its transport case, ready for rapid deployment if needed. As John checked out of the motel, paying cash as he had been since his escape, he noticed a news broadcast playing on the lobby television. The screen showed amateur footage of what appeared to be a homemade attempt at recreating his suit. A crude but recognizable approximation being tested in what looked like a warehouse space. Amateur engineers worldwide are already attempting to reproduce the revolutionary Takeda suit, the reporter explained, raising concerns about safety and regulatory oversight. Meanwhile, technology industry observers note that several major companies have filed patents for improvements to the original design, potentially setting up future legal battles over who controls this game-changing innovation. John watched the footage with mixed emotions. On one hand, seeing others building on his work validated his decision to make the technology public. On the other, the safety concerns were legitimate. Without proper understanding of the complex stabilization and control systems, amateur replications could indeed be dangerous. This was the double-edged sword of open innovation: democratized development accelerated progress but also created new risks. John needed to find a way to guide the technology's evolution responsibly without contradicting his commitment to open access. As John left the motel and headed toward his rendezvous with Micah, he knew that releasing the technology had been only the first step in a much longer journey. The real challenge now was ensuring that his creation fulfilled its potential to improve human mobility rather than becoming either a dangerous amateur fad or a weaponized military technology. The racing wars had evolved into something far more significant, a battle for the future of transportation itself. And John was now at the center of a storm he had created but could no longer fully control. Chapter 14. Allies and Enemies. The safe house was a rustic cabin on a secluded lake property about 4 hours from Ashridge. Surrounded by dense forest and accessible only by a private road, it offered the privacy and security John and Micah desperately needed. John arrived shortly after midnight, using the suit to cover the final 10 miles from where he'd parked the used car he'd purchased with cash. As he approached the cabin, he could see a single light glowing from a window, the signal that Micah was inside and the location was secure. Micah opened the door before John could knock, pulling his friend into a bear hug. Man, am I glad to see you. Likewise, John said, genuine relief in his voice. You okay? They didn't hurt you? Micah shook his head as they moved inside, John carrying the transport case containing the suit. Nah, they were careful about that. Professional about the whole kidnapping thing, if you can believe it. Decker made it clear they just wanted leverage, not to cause actual harm. The cabin was small but comfortable, a main room with a kitchenette, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Micah had already set up a makeshift command center on the dining table, with 2 laptops, a satellite internet connection, and various communication devices. Nice setup, John remarked, setting down the transport case. Figured we'd need to stay connected, Micah explained. Been monitoring the situation as best I can. Your tech is causing quite the stir. John nodded, taking a seat at the table. I saw amateur replications already, plus Chan's legal counterattack, and Harrington's message, Micah added. What do you think about that? John ran a hand through his hair, fatigue from the journey catching up with him. Not sure. Could be genuine, could be Chan using him as a front. Harrington seemed legitimately interested in the technology when we met, and he mentioned knowing my father, which checks out. But he also has connections to Chan. Worth exploring, at least, Micah suggested. We could use allies with resources right now. Chan's legal team is no joke. They've already got that temporary restraining order, and they're pushing for more comprehensive injunctions. John nodded thoughtfully. I'll respond. Arrange a secure video call first rather than an in-person meeting. Less risk that way. He gestured to the second laptop. Mind if I use that? All yours. It's clean. Bought it with cash yesterday, using public Wi-Fi for anything sensitive. John opened the laptop and drafted a careful response to Harrington, suggesting a video call via an encrypted platform rather than an immediate in-person meeting. After sending it through a secure relay to mask their location, he turned back to Micah. Tell me exactly what happened after we separated at the facility. Any insights into what Chan's planning next? Micah leaned back in his chair, organizing his thoughts. After you made your exit, all hell broke loose. Chan was. I've never seen someone that angry, man. He was literally shaking, shouting orders at everyone. Then he just went cold, like something switched inside him. That's when I managed to slip away in the confusion. The security teams were focused on pursuing you, and I guess they figured I wasn't the priority. I got to the main road, hitched a ride with a delivery driver heading into town, and went completely off-grid after that. John nodded, relieved that his diversion had worked as intended. Anything about their next moves? Not specifically, but Chan was ranting about all legal options and alternative measures if necessary. Decker was on the phone talking about additional resources and expanding the search parameters. They're not giving up, John. And I got the impression they have resources beyond what we've seen so far. John wasn't surprised. With billions in potential military contracts at stake, Chan would use every tool at his disposal. What about Rika? Any contact? Micah shook his head. Nothing. Though I haven't exactly been advertising my location. As if on cue, John's secure messaging app pinged with a notification. The message was from Rika's account. Need to talk. Urgent. Chan escalating beyond legal measures. John showed the message to Micah, who frowned. Could be a trap. Chan might have access to her accounts. Possible, John agreed. But if it's genuine and Chan is planning something beyond legal action, we need to know. After a brief discussion, they decided to respond cautiously, requesting specific information that only Rika would know from their previous interactions, details about their conversation in John's workshop that hadn't been recorded or shared. The response came quickly. You showed me the articulation points on the exoskeleton. I identified them as carbon ceramic composite with titanium substructure. Told you I had an engineering degree from Stanford before going into finance. Chan is deploying private military contractors to locate you in the suit. Not just security anymore, ex-special forces with advanced tracking capabilities. Be extremely careful. John and Micah exchanged alarmed looks. The response correctly referenced details from John's interaction with Rika that would be difficult for anyone else to know. Private military contractors? Micah said, clearly concerned. That's a major escalation. John nodded grimly. Makes sense though. Chan's facing the potential loss of billions in military contracts. The legal approach is moving too slowly for him, especially with the technical documentation already spreading worldwide. So what's the play? Micah asked. We can't stay on the run forever. John was quiet for a moment, thinking through their options. We need more allies. Legitimate ones with resources and public profiles that make them difficult for Chan to intimidate or neutralize. Harrington might be one, Micah suggested. If his offer is genuine, possibly. And I'm thinking we should consider going public more directly, an interview with a major tech publication or news outlet. Presenting my side of the story before Chan's narrative becomes the accepted version. Micah nodded slowly. Risky, but it puts you in the public eye, which provides some protection. Harder for Chan to use extralegal methods against someone who's actively in the media spotlight. As they discussed strategy, John's email pinged with a response from Harrington, agreeing to a video call the following morning. The message included a confirmation code that suggested Harrington was taking security seriously. Let's get some rest, John decided. Tomorrow we talk to Harrington, then make decisions about next steps. Despite his exhaustion, John slept fitfully, his dreams filled with images of the suit, of Chan's rage-contorted face, of endless pursuit through darkened landscapes. He woke early, finding Micah already up, monitoring news coverage and forum discussions about the technology. The amateur replications are getting concerning, Micah reported, showing John a video of a crude attempt at the suit that ended with the tester losing balance and crashing at relatively low speed. Some of these people don't understand the complexity of the stabilization systems. John watched the video with a frown. This is exactly what Chan will use to push his safety narrative. We need to address this, maybe release additional documentation focusing specifically on safety protocols and testing procedures. They spent the morning preparing for the call with Harrington, researching his background more thoroughly and setting up security measures to ensure the call couldn't be traced to their location. At the appointed time, they initiated the connection through the encrypted platform. James Harrington appeared on screen, his distinguished features set in a serious expression. He appeared to be in a home office, bookshelves visible behind him. Mr. Takeda, thank you for agreeing to this conversation, Harrington began. And Mr. Reeves as well, I presume? John nodded, keeping his expression neutral. Before we discuss anything substantive, Mr. Harrington, I'd like to clarify your relationship with Chan Lee and Lee Ventures. Harrington's expression remained composed. A reasonable question. I have consulted for Lee Ventures on various engineering projects over the years, primarily related to their legitimate racing technology. However, I have no current contractual relationship with them, nor am I acting on their behalf in any capacity. And yet you were at Chan's pre-racing wars party, John pointed out. As a guest, not a representative, Harrington clarified. I attend many industry events to stay current with developments in transportation technology. It was at that event that our brief conversation piqued my interest in your work. John decided to be direct. You mentioned knowing my father. Was that true, or just a conversation opener? A smile crossed Harrington's face for the first time. Very much true. Hiroshi Takeda was a brilliant engineer. We collaborated on an aerodynamic efficiency project for Toyota's racing division in the late 1990s. His insights were revolutionary, much like his son's, it seems. The specific details rang true. John's father had indeed consulted for Toyota during that period. It lent credibility to Harrington's claims. You said you represent a consortium, John continued. Can you be more specific about who's involved and what your interest is in my technology? Harrington nodded. The Open Mobility Alliance, a coalition of technology companies, academic institutions, and individual innovators committed to developing transportation technologies that prioritize accessibility, sustainability, and non-military applications. We were formed specifically to counter the growing militarization of breakthrough mobility innovations. And your interest in my technology? It represents exactly the kind of innovation we believe should be developed openly, with broad access and civilian-focused applications, Harrington explained. Your decision to release the technical documentation publicly aligned perfectly with our philosophy. Now we want to help ensure that development continues in that direction, rather than being derailed by legal challenges or co-opted for military purposes. John exchanged a glance with Micah before continuing. What specifically are you offering? Legal resources to counter Chan's injunctions and other legal maneuvers. Technical infrastructure to support continued open development of the technology in a responsible manner. Media connections to ensure your side of the story reaches the public. And personal security if necessary, given Chan's apparent escalation beyond legal measures. The offer was comprehensive, exactly what John and Micah needed in their current situation. Almost too perfect, which triggered John's caution. How would you know about Chan escalating beyond legal measures? John asked sharply. Harrington's expression grew more serious. We have sources within the private military contractor community. Word travels when someone with Chan's resources starts recruiting ex-Special Forces personnel for a domestic operation. It raises eyebrows in certain circles. This aligned with Rika's warning, lending further credibility to Harrington's information. After a few more questions about the specific resources the Alliance could provide, John decided to take a calculated risk. I'm interested in working with your consortium, Mr. Harrington. But I need assurances about control and direction. My technology stays open, and military applications remain off limits. Those conditions align perfectly with the Alliance's principles, Harrington assured him. You would retain full creative control and veto power over any development directions. Our role would be supportive, not directive. They discussed logistical details, how to establish secure communication channels, the immediate legal responses to Chan's injunctions, and potential media strategies to counter his safety narrative. By the end of the call, John had a much clearer picture of what the Alliance could offer and felt cautiously optimistic about the potential partnership. After ending the call, John and Micah debated their next steps. I think he's legitimate, Micah said. The details about your father checked out, and his information about Chan's escalation matches what Rika told us. I agree, John said. And we need allies with resources. Chan's not going to back down, and his legal team can tie us up for years if we try to fight them alone. They decided to proceed with the Alliance partnership, but cautiously, establishing secure communication protocols and limiting the information shared about their physical location. John drafted a response to Harrington outlining their terms for collaboration, emphasizing the non-negotiable commitment to open development and non-military applications. As John was about to send the message, their security system pinged, motion detection on the approach to the cabin. They quickly checked the surveillance feed Micah had set up, seeing a single figure approaching on foot from the direction of the lake, not the access road. Not a frontal assault, Micah observed tensely. Single individual, Trying to be stealthy, John moved to the transport case, preparing to deploy the suit if necessary. Could be a scout for a larger team. They watched as the figure drew closer, finally coming clear enough on the camera for recognition. "It's Rika," John said, surprised. Micah remained suspicious. Could be under duress or followed. "Only one way to find out," John said, moving toward the door. "Keep watch for any sign of others." John opened the door just as Rika reached the porch steps. She was dressed in hiking clothes, a backpack slung over one shoulder, looking tired but determined. "You're a hard man to find, John Takeda," she said, a hint of relief in her voice. "That's the idea," John replied, not yet inviting her in. "How did you find us?" "Process of elimination and educated guessing," Rika explained. "I knew you'd need somewhere secluded but accessible, not associated with your usual haunts but still within your network." I remembered Micah mentioning a cousin's lake property during a conversation at Racing Wars last year. It was plausible, but John remained cautious. "Why come in person? And alone?" Rika's expression turned grave. "Because what I need to tell you couldn't be trusted to any electronic communication. And because I'm no longer welcome at Lee Ventures." Chan and I had a significant disagreement about his tactics. Micah had joined John at the door, his posture still wary. "You expecting anyone to follow you here?" Rika shook her head. "I was careful. Multiple transportation changes, final approach through the forest rather than by road. I'm not amateur hour, despite what my brother might think." After a moment's hesitation, John stepped aside, allowing her to enter. "We've got questions." "I'd be disappointed if you didn't," Rika replied, dropping her backpack by the door and taking a seat at the table when indicated. John remained standing, studying her closely. "You said Chan is escalating beyond legal measures. How far is he willing to go?" Rika's expression was grim. "Further than I thought possible. He's hired a private military contractor called Sentinel Group, ex-special forces operators who typically work in conflict zones, not domestic operations." When I objected, he said that billions in contracts justified extraordinary measures, and suggested I was either with him or against him. "So I made my choice. Their instructions?" Micah asked. "Locate and secure both you and the suit, using whatever means necessary short of lethal force," Rika said directly. "Chan was explicit about wanting you alive, John. He still believes he can force you to cooperate once the technology is back under his control. But these aren't security guards. They're trained in extraction operations, and they won't be gentle." John processed this information, which aligned with both Harrington's warning and his own assessment of Chan's desperation. "How much time do we have?" "They're already operational," Rika said. 4 6-man teams deployed across 3 states, working from a profile of your known associates, properties, and likely hiding places. They have advanced surveillance equipment, including thermal imaging drones and communication intercept capabilities. "And you're sure you weren't followed?" Micah pressed. "As sure as I can be," Rika replied. "I've been careful, but these people are professionals. We should assume this location is compromised and plan accordingly." John nodded, already thinking through their options. "We were just finalizing an alliance with a group called the Open Mobility Alliance. Their representative says they can provide resources to counter Chan's legal actions and potentially security support as well." Rika's expression showed recognition. "Harrington's group? They're legitimate. I looked into them when considering investment opportunities for our technology portfolio. They've supported several open-source transportation innovations that competed with military-focused alternatives." This independent confirmation increased John's confidence in the alliance. "Why are you helping us, Rika? Chan is your brother, and this could cost you your position at Lee Ventures." Rika was quiet for a moment, seeming to choose her words carefully. I've always believed that technological innovation should benefit humanity broadly, not just those with wealth or power. It's why I focused our investment portfolio on technologies with wide-ranging civilian applications. She met John's eyes directly. Chan and I have disagreed on this for years, but his response to your technology crossed a line I can't accept. Using private military contractors for domestic operations is dangerous and potentially illegal. Her explanation rang true to John. He'd sensed during their previous interactions that her interest in his technology went beyond mere business opportunity. So what now? Micah asked, still clearly not entirely convinced. You need to move, immediately, Rika advised. This location may be compromised simply by my presence, despite my precautions. And you need to formalize your alliance with Harrington's group as quickly as possible. Their resources will be critical in the coming conflict. John made his decision. We'll contact Harrington, arrange a secure meeting location. Then we move, tonight, before Sentinel Group can narrow down this area. They spent the next hour in rapid preparation, John finalizing the agreement with Harrington, Micah packing their essential equipment, and Rika providing what intelligence she had on Sentinel Group's capabilities and likely tactics. As night fell, they prepared to separate. John would travel with the suit, taking an indirect route to the meeting location Harrington had provided, a private research facility owned by one of the Alliance members, equipped with security measures designed to counter surveillance. Micah and Rika would travel separately, using conventional transportation to avoid drawing attention, and rendezvous with John at the facility within 48 hours. Be careful, John said as they prepared to part ways. Sentinel Group will be looking for all of us now. You too, Micah replied. That suit makes you fast, but not invisible. Stick to the plan, no heroics. John nodded, securing the helmet over his head. The suit powered up around him, systems coming online with their familiar hum. Through the helmet's enhanced visual display, he could see Micah and Rika clearly despite the darkness. See you at the rendezvous, John said, his voice slightly distorted by the helmet's audio system. Then he was gone, accelerating into the night, a blur of motion disappearing into the forest. Behind him, Micah and Rika watched until he was out of sight, then turned to their own preparations. The battle for John's technology was entering a new phase, one that would test not just his innovation, but his courage and determination against an adversary willing to go to extraordinary lengths to control the future of transportation. As John raced through the darkness, the suit performing flawlessly at speeds that would have been impossible for any conventional vehicle on such terrain, he felt a strange mixture of exhilaration and apprehension. The technology he'd created had the potential to change human mobility forever, but first, he had to ensure it remained free from those who would weaponize or monopolize it. The racing wars had truly evolved beyond competition. Now they were a battle for the future itself. Chapter 15. Open Mobility. The Alliance Research Facility was unlike anything John had expected. Located on a sprawling private campus disguised as a corporate retreat center, it combined cutting-edge security with an open, collaborative work environment. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than an upscale conference center nestled in a wooded area about 2 hours from major metropolitan areas. But beneath the surface lay one of the most advanced engineering research complexes John had ever seen. Harrington had met John personally upon his arrival, escorting him through a series of security checkpoints that included biometric scanning and signal blocking chambers designed to prevent electronic surveillance. The precautions were extensive but reassuring given the threat posed by Sentinel Group. Now, 3 days after his arrival, John stood in the main development lab, watching as a team of engineers conducted stress tests on a refined version of his wheel assembly design. The collaborative environment had already yielded improvements to several key components of the suit, addressing minor issues John had identified during his cross-country journey. The thermal regulation system is showing a 12% efficiency improvement with the new configuration, explained Dr. Sophia Chen, the Alliance's lead materials scientist. And we've identified a more durable composite for the joint articulation points that should extend operational life by approximately 30%. John nodded, genuinely impressed by the rapid progress. What about the stabilization algorithm refinements? Running final simulations now, replied Arav Patel, the computer systems specialist leading that aspect of development. Initial results are promising. Faster response time and smoother transitions between operational modes. The Alliance team had taken John's original design and enhanced it in ways that would have taken him months or years to accomplish alone. But most importantly, they had maintained his core principles. All improvements were focused on civilian applications, with safety and accessibility as primary considerations. John, Harrington called from the entrance to the lab. Micah and Miss Lee have arrived. They're in the secure conference room. John excused himself from the development team and followed Harrington through the facility's winding corridors. The older engineer had proven to be exactly as represented, a genuine advocate for open innovation with extensive connections in the transportation technology sector. Over the past 3 days, he had mobilized impressive resources to counter Chan's legal maneuvers and support the continued development of John's technology. The conference room was equipped with advanced security measures, including signal jamming, sound dampening, and continuous electronic sweeps for surveillance devices. Micah and Rika were seated at the large table, both looking tired but unharmed. "You made it," John said, relief evident in his voice as he embraced Micah and nodded to Rika. "Not without some excitement," Micah replied grimly. "Sentinel Group has been active. We had to take a very indirect route to avoid them." Rika nodded confirmation. "They're using advanced tracking methods, signal intelligence, facial recognition through traffic cameras, financial transaction monitoring. They're well-funded and determined. But you're safe now," Harrington assured them. "This facility is secure. Privately owned land, dedicated security team, counter-surveillance measures throughout the perimeter." "For how long, though?" Micah asked pragmatically. "We can't hide here forever." Harrington took a seat at the table, his expression serious but not defeated. "You're right. Which is why we need to discuss our strategy moving forward. Chan is pursuing multiple avenues simultaneously: legal injunctions, media narrative control, and now these private security contractors. We need a comprehensive response." John leaned forward. "What's our current legal standing?" "Mixed," Harrington admitted. Chan's legal team has secured temporary injunctions against specific platforms hosting your technical documentation, but the information is spreading faster than they can contain it. Our legal team has filed counter motions arguing for public interest exceptions, and we're making progress in certain jurisdictions. What about the safety narrative?" Rika asked. Chan's press conference positioned him as the responsible industry leader concerned about untested technology. "We're countering that effectively," Harrington said with a hint of satisfaction. "Our media team has arranged interviews with several high-profile technology journalists for John to present his side of the story. And we've established an open development framework with comprehensive safety guidelines to address concerns about amateur replications." John had been impressed by the Alliance's media strategy, rather than directly attacking Chan's character or motives. They had focused on the transformative potential of the technology and the importance of open innovation for rapid, responsible development. "And Sentinel Group?" John asked, returning to the most immediate threat. Harrington's expression darkened slightly. "That's more complicated. They're operating in a legal gray area. private security contractors conducting what amounts to a domestic intelligence operation. We've documented their activities and prepared evidence for potential legal action, but direct confrontation would be risky. Chan's getting desperate, Rika observed. The open development model is working too well from his perspective. Every day, more engineers and companies are building on John's design, refining it, adapting it for various applications. His window for controlling the technology is closing rapidly. Micah nodded agreement. Which makes him more dangerous. What's our endgame here? We can't stay in hiding or keep fighting legal battles indefinitely. It was the question that had been occupying John's thoughts since their arrival at the facility. What was the path to resolution that would secure the technology's future without keeping them in perpetual conflict with Chan? I've been thinking about that, John said slowly. And I believe we need to change the battlefield entirely. The others looked at him questioningly. Chan's fighting to control the technology because he sees it primarily as a military innovation with enormous contract potential, John explained. But what if we demonstrate, definitively, that its greatest value lies in civilian applications? Applications that are more profitable, more beneficial to humanity, and more aligned with the future of transportation than any military use could be? Harrington nodded thoughtfully. A public demonstration of civilian applications so compelling that the technology's value in that sphere clearly outweighs military potential. Exactly, John confirmed. Not just one application, but multiple: emergency response, medical transport, mobility assistance for those with disabilities, rapid transit in regions without infrastructure. A showcase, Rika said, understanding dawning in her expression. Not a confrontation but a demonstration that shifts the entire conversation. And not just our versions, John added. The improved designs coming from the open development community as well. Show the world what's possible when innovation is collaborative rather than controlled. The idea took hold quickly, with Harrington immediately seeing its potential. We have connections with major technology conferences, humanitarian organizations, medical institutions. We could organize a global innovation showcase, live-streamed worldwide. Chan would try to stop it, Micah pointed out pragmatically. Let him try, John said with newfound determination. The more he fights against a public demonstration of life-changing civilian applications, the more he reveals his true priorities. It becomes a battle he can't win without exposing his military-focused agenda. They spent the next several hours developing the concept, identifying potential showcase locations, applications to highlight, and partners to involve. Harrington's extensive network proved invaluable, with connections ranging from emergency response organizations to medical technology innovators. By the end of the session, they had outlined a bold plan, a global, open mobility showcase to be held simultaneously in multiple locations worldwide. Demonstrating the civilian applications of John's technology and the innovations that had emerged from the open development community. This could work, Rika said, reviewing the plan. It shifts the narrative completely. From a dispute over control to a celebration of innovation for human benefit, Harrington nodded agreement. And it creates a public profile for the technology that makes it much harder for Chan to pursue extralegal means of suppression. The more visible and celebrated these civilian applications become, the less feasible military monopolization becomes. John felt a renewed sense of purpose. This approach aligned perfectly with his original vision for the technology, enhancing human mobility for the benefit of all, not just those with wealth or power. How soon can we organize this? John asked. With the Alliance's resources and connections, 2 weeks, Harrington estimated. Enough time to prepare compelling demonstrations and secure the necessary venues, but soon enough to maintain momentum and counter Chan's current strategies. The plan energized all of them, providing a clear path forward that went beyond simply reacting to Chan's moves. But John remained pragmatic about the immediate threats. In the meantime, Sentinel Group is still active, he reminded them. We need to maintain security while preparations are underway. Harrington assured them that the facility would remain secure, with the Alliance's own security team monitoring for any signs of Sentinel Group activity in the region. Micah and Rika would stay at the facility, contributing to showcase preparations while maintaining low profiles. John, however, had a different role in mind for himself. I need to be mobile, he explained. Not just hiding here, but actively working with the development teams at various locations, helping refine the applications for the showcase. That's risky, Micah objected. You're Sentinel Group's primary target. John gestured toward the lab where his suit was being refined. I have the ultimate mobility tool. I can travel at night, avoid conventional transportation networks, and stay ahead of tracking efforts. The suit gives me an advantage they can't match. While the others were reluctant to accept this more exposed role for John, they eventually agreed that his direct involvement with the development teams would be invaluable in preparing the most compelling showcase possible. Over the following days, John's prediction proved accurate. Using the suit's exceptional speed and maneuverability, he was able to travel between Alliance facilities across the country, working directly with engineers developing various applications of his technology. By traveling primarily at night, utilizing the suit's energy efficiency for long-distance journeys, and avoiding conventional transportation networks, he stayed consistently ahead of Sentinel Group's tracking efforts. 10 days into the preparations, the showcase was taking shape impressively. Development teams in multiple countries were refining specific applications: a medical emergency response version in Japan, a disaster zone navigation variant in California, a mobility assistance application in Germany, and many others. Each built on John's core technology but adapted it for specialized purposes, demonstrating the power of open, collaborative innovation. Meanwhile, Chan's efforts to contain the technology were faltering. His legal team had secured injunctions in some jurisdictions, but the global nature of the Internet made comprehensive suppression impossible. The technical documentation continued to spread, with improvements and refinements added daily by engineers worldwide. Most telling was the shift in media coverage. Initially receptive to Chan's safety concerns, technology journalists had increasingly focused on the revolutionary potential of open-source development for transportation innovation. The narrative was changing from dangerous and regulated technology to groundbreaking open innovation. John was at the California facility, working with a team developing a version of the suit specifically designed for search and rescue operations in disaster zones, when he received an urgent communication from Harrington. "Return to the main facility immediately," the message read. "Significant development requiring your direct attention." John wrapped up his work with the development team and departed that evening, using the suit to cover the considerable distance back to the main research facility. He arrived shortly before dawn, finding Harrington, Micah, and Rika waiting for him in the secure conference room despite the early hour. "What's happened?" John asked, removing the helmet as he entered. Harrington activated the room's secure display, bringing up what appeared to be internal corporate communications from Lee Ventures. "Our intelligence team intercepted these yesterday. Chan is making a major move, and not the one we expected." John scanned the documents, his concern growing as he absorbed their content. Instead of continuing his efforts to suppress John's technology, Chan appeared to be pivoting dramatically. The communications outlined a new strategy. Lee Ventures would publicly embrace responsible open innovation, while simultaneously filing patents for critical safety improvements to John's original design. He's trying to co-opt the open innovation narrative, Rika said, her expression grim. While establishing proprietary control over key safety components that would be necessary for any commercial application. It's clever, Harrington admitted reluctantly. By positioning these as safety improvements rather than core technology, he creates a legal framework that allows him to effectively control the commercialization without appearing to oppose open development. John studied the technical specifications referenced in the documents. These aren't just safety modifications. They're integrated control systems that would be essential for any version of the technology to function properly in real-world conditions. Micah leaned forward, concerned. Can he actually patent these if they're derived from John's open-source design? It's legally questionable but strategically sound, Harrington explained. He's focusing on specific implementations and integrations that weren't explicitly detailed in John's original documentation. The patents might not hold up under challenge, but that could take years of litigation to resolve, during which time he controls commercial development, John concluded, understanding the strategy. Anyone wanting to build a marketable version would need licenses from Lee Ventures. Rika nodded grimly. And the military applications would remain exclusively under his control through separate, classified patents filed under defense contractor provisions. It was a sophisticated pivot. Rather than fighting a losing battle against the spread of the core technology, Chan was establishing control over its commercial and military implementation. The open-source community could continue developing the basic technology, but any company wanting to build commercial products would face patent restrictions. This changes our showcase strategy, John said after considering the implications. We need to directly address these safety improvements and demonstrate that open-source alternatives are not just possible but superior, Harrington agreed. We should also accelerate our timeline. According to these documents, Chan is planning his own announcement the day after our scheduled showcase. They quickly revised their plans, shifting the focus to include specific demonstrations of open-source safety and control systems that would counteract Chan's proprietary approach. Development teams worldwide were redirected to prioritize these aspects, with John providing detailed guidance based on his intimate understanding of the technology's core principles. The revised showcase would now serve dual purposes, demonstrating the civilian applications of the technology while simultaneously establishing open-source alternatives to Chan's proprietary control systems. As the showcase date approached, tension grew within the Alliance team. Intelligence reports indicated increased Sentinel Group activity, suggesting Chan might be planning more direct interference with the event. Security measures were enhanced at all showcase locations, with contingency plans developed for various scenarios. 3 days before the scheduled showcase, John received another unexpected communication, this time from Rika's private channel. Chan knows about the showcase. Sentinel Group deployed to all primary locations. Exercise extreme caution. John immediately shared this information with Harrington and Micah, triggering elevated security protocols throughout the Alliance network. But rather than canceling or postponing the event, they decided to adapt once again. We make it even more public, John proposed. Not just live-streamed but with major media present at all locations. Maximum visibility makes it harder for Chan to interfere without public backlash. Harrington leveraged his media connections to secure unprecedented coverage, major technology publications, news networks. Even mainstream morning shows all committed to covering what was being promoted as a transportation revolution unveiled. The night before the showcase, John made his final preparations at the main facility. The suit had been refined significantly during the 2 weeks of collaborative development, incorporating improvements from engineers worldwide while maintaining the open-source principles at its core. Tomorrow changes everything, Micah said as they reviewed the final showcase plan. One way or another, John nodded, feeling the weight of the moment. It's not just about my technology anymore. It's about establishing a precedent for how breakthrough innovations are developed and shared. As dawn broke on showcase day, John suited up, preparing to travel to the primary demonstration site, a converted stadium in a major city where thousands would witness the civilian applications of his technology firsthand. With millions more watching via livestream. The helmet sealed around his head, its heads-up display showing all systems optimal. Through the enhanced visual interface, John could see Micah, Rika, and Harrington watching as he prepared to depart. "See you at the showcase," John said, his voice slightly distorted through the helmet's speakers. "History happens today." With that, he accelerated out of the facility, the suit performing flawlessly as he reached speeds that would have been impossible for any conventional vehicle. The future of transportation was about to be demonstrated to the world, and not even Chan Li and his resources could stop it now. Behind him, Micah turned to Harrington and Rika. "Let's hope Chan has the sense to accept defeat gracefully." Rika's expression remained concerned. "My brother has never been graceful in defeat. And he's never actually experienced it before. We should be prepared for anything." As the sun rose fully on showcase day, the world would indeed witness something unprecedented, not just a revolutionary technology, but a battle for the very nature of innovation itself. The racing wars had evolved into something far more significant than anyone could have imagined when John first designed his remarkable suit. And now, the final lap was about to begin. Chapter 16. Showcase Showdown. The stadium hummed with anticipation as thousands of attendees filled the seats, their excited conversations creating a constant background murmur. Media crews had positioned themselves strategically throughout the venue, cameras ready to capture what had been promoted as a revolutionary moment in transportation technology. On massive screens positioned around the stadium, live streams showed similar gatherings at partner locations worldwide: Tokyo, Berlin, Sao Paulo, and others, all part of the coordinated global open mobility showcase. Behind the scenes, in a secure preparation area beneath the stadium, Harrington coordinated final arrangements with the Alliance team while Micah monitored security feeds for any sign of Sentinel Group activity. John was stationed at a remote location several miles away, prepared to make a dramatic entrance using the suit's capabilities. "All showcase locations report ready," Harrington confirmed, checking in with the global coordination team. "Live audiences at all venues, streaming connections stable, media in position." Micah nodded, his attention still focused on the security monitors. "Perimeter is clear so far. No sign of Sentinel Group, but that doesn't mean they're not here." Rika joined them, having just completed a circuit of the stadium's VIP section. Several major technology CEOs in attendance, along with transportation industry leaders, venture capitalists, even some government representatives. "The audience is exactly what we hoped for." On cue, John's voice came through their secure communication system, "In position and ready." Suit performing perfectly with all the new improvements. Harrington checked the time. 3 minutes to showtime. "Everyone ready?" With confirmations from all team members, Harrington moved to the center of the preparation area for a final address to the showcase coordinators gathered around him. "Today isn't just about demonstrating a new technology," he told them, his voice carrying the gravity of the moment. "It's about establishing a new model for innovation, open, collaborative, focused on human benefit rather than proprietary control. Whatever happens out there, remember that we're creating a precedent that could change how breakthrough technologies are developed for generations to come." With those words, the team dispersed to their positions, and Harrington made his way to the stadium stage. The massive screens transitioned from showing the global venues to the Alliance logo, and the crowd's murmur grew louder with anticipation. Harrington stepped onto the stage to enthusiastic applause, his distinguished presence commanding immediate attention. He approached the microphone with measured steps, surveying the packed stadium before beginning his address. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and viewers around the world, welcome to the Global Open Mobility Showcase. Today, you will witness not just a new technology, but a new approach to technological innovation itself. The crowd quieted as he continued, his voice carrying clearly through the stadium's advanced sound system. For too long, breakthrough technologies have been developed behind closed doors, controlled by proprietary interests, and often directed toward applications that benefit the few rather than the many. Today, we demonstrate an alternative, open innovation, collaborative development, and technology designed primarily for civilian benefit. On the screens, footage began playing of the various applications being developed based on John's original design: medical emergency response units navigating disaster zones, mobility assistance devices helping those with disabilities, rapid transit systems reaching regions without conventional infrastructure. 2 weeks ago, a remarkable innovation was unveiled to the world, Harrington continued as the footage played. A revolutionary mobility technology that integrates human and machine in ways previously confined to science fiction. Today, you will see how that core technology has evolved through open, collaborative development, becoming not just a racing novelty but a platform for solving real human challenges. As Harrington spoke, Micah continued monitoring the security feeds. Something caught his attention: subtle movement patterns among several individuals who had entered the stadium separately but appeared to be communicating via hand signals. They were positioning themselves near key exits and in the security control areas. Potential Sentinel Group operatives identified, Micah murmured into his communication device. At least 6, maybe more. Tactical positioning. Acknowledged, came the response from the Alliance security team. Maintaining surveillance. No intervention unless they make a move. On stage, Harrington was building toward the main introduction. The creator of this revolutionary technology could have chosen a traditional path: proprietary development, exclusive licensing, focus on the highest paying applications regardless of social benefit. Instead, he chose to make his innovation open, allowing collaborative development by engineers worldwide and prioritizing applications that serve humanity's greatest needs. The crowd's attention was completely focused now, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the architect of the open mobility revolution, John Takeda. On cue, a distant roar became audible, growing rapidly louder. The stadium crowd turned toward the sound as it approached, and suddenly, John burst into view, a sleek figure in the refined suit, moving at incredible speed up the specially constructed ramp at the stadium's edge. The suit launched into the air in a perfect arc, John expertly controlling his trajectory to land center stage beside Harrington. The crowd erupted in applause and amazement as John transitioned smoothly from quad mode to the upright configuration, the suit reconfiguring around him as he stood to face the audience. John removed his helmet, his face immediately projected on the massive screens as cameras zoomed in. The global venues erupted in similar applause, creating a worldwide moment of recognition. "Thank you," John said, his voice strong despite his natural inclination toward privacy. "What you're seeing today isn't just my creation, but the result of thousands of engineers working collaboratively across borders and disciplines. This is the power of open innovation." As John began explaining the core technology and its applications, Micah noticed increased activity among the suspected Sentinel Group operatives. They were moving more purposefully now, some approaching the technical control areas while others positioned themselves closer to the stage. "They're making moves," Micah reported tensely. "Approaching critical systems and stage access points. Security team on alert," came the response. "Ready to intercept." On stage, John was demonstrating the suit's capabilities, showing the refined control systems and enhanced functionality developed through the open collaboration process. The audience watched in awe as he executed precise maneuvers that would be impossible for any conventional vehicle, highlighting the unique integration of human judgment and mechanical performance. "This technology wasn't designed for any single application," John explained as he moved dynamically around the stage. "It's a platform for reimagining human mobility itself. And through open development, it's already evolved far beyond what I initially conceived." The screens transitioned to live feeds from the partner locations worldwide, where teams were demonstrating specialized applications simultaneously. In Tokyo, a medical response version navigated a simulated disaster area to reach patients in locations inaccessible to conventional vehicles. In Berlin, a mobility assistance variant helped a paralyzed individual move with freedom and dignity. In São Paulo, an emergency services version demonstrated rapid response capabilities in dense urban environments. The coordinated global demonstration was unfolding perfectly, the audience clearly captivated by the diverse applications emerging from a single core technology through open development. But backstage, tension was mounting. "Technical interference detected," reported the showcase's systems administrator. "Someone's attempting to access the broadcast controls and streaming feeds." Simultaneously, Micah observed several Sentinel Group operatives moving toward the stage access points. "They're making their play," he said urgently. "Multiple targets converging." Before the Alliance security team could intercept, the stadium's lights flickered momentarily. The main screens displaying the global feeds suddenly changed. Instead of showing the partner demonstrations, they displayed Chan Li, seated in what appeared to be an executive office. A slight smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen," Chan began smoothly, his voice overriding the stadium's sound system, "I feel compelled to provide some important context for today's enthusiastic demonstration." On stage, John froze momentarily, surprised by the hijacking of the showcase feed. Harrington appeared equally startled but quickly signaled to the technical team to regain control of the systems. "While Mr. Takeda's innovation is indeed impressive," Chan continued, his image now displayed on screens worldwide. "What you're witnessing today is an unregulated technology being promoted without proper safety certifications or regulatory approval. As someone committed to responsible innovation, I feel obligated to clarify a few points." As Chan spoke, Sentinel Group operatives moved to block the Alliance security team's attempts to regain control of the broadcast systems. A tense standoff was developing backstage while the global audience watched the unexpected confrontation unfold. "Li Ventures has always supported innovation in transportation technology," Chan continued, his tone reasonable and measured. "In fact, we've been working to enhance Mr. Takeda's initial concept with critical safety improvements and proper regulatory oversight." John, recovering from his initial surprise, stepped forward on stage. The local sound system was still under Alliance control, allowing him to address the stadium audience directly even as Chan's message continued on the screens. "What you're witnessing is exactly what we've been fighting against," John announced, his voice carrying clearly through the stadium. "An attempt to control and monopolize technology that should belong to everyone. Mr. Li isn't concerned about safety, he's concerned about losing control of potential military contracts worth billions." In the stadium, the audience's attention was split between Chan on the screens and John on the stage, a visual representation of the battle for the future of the technology. I had hoped to announce this under more conventional circumstances, Chan said on the screens, seemingly unperturbed by John's counter-narrative, but today, Lee Ventures is proud to introduce our enhanced safety framework for integrated mobility systems, a comprehensive set of protocols and technologies that will allow Mr. Takeda's interesting prototype to become a truly viable, safe commercial product. The screens split to show technical specifications for Chan's safety framework, essentially the proprietary control systems that would allow Lee Ventures to dominate commercial applications of John's technology. Backstage, Micah and the Alliance technical team were working frantically to regain control of the broadcast. "He's tapped into the global feed," the systems administrator reported. "We can't cut him off without dropping the entire showcase transmission." "Then we don't cut him off," Micah decided. "We use it. Tell John to engage directly. Make Chan defend his position live, worldwide." On stage, John received this guidance through his earpiece and made a bold decision. He reactivated the suit, but instead of performing another demonstration, he addressed Chan directly. Knowing his words would be captured by the stadium's cameras even if they weren't controlling the main broadcast. "Mr. Lee," John called out, his voice firm and clear, "since you've chosen to join our showcase uninvited, perhaps you'd care to explain why your safety framework is being developed in partnership with military contractors. Or why your legal team is filing patents designed specifically to monopolize this technology for defense applications." On the screens, Chan's composed expression flickered briefly with surprise. He hadn't expected direct engagement. "Mr. Takeda, your enthusiasm is commendable, but your understanding of complex regulatory requirements is clearly limited," Chan responded, recovering quickly. "Military contracts provide the funding necessary for rigorous safety testing and certification, something your open-source approach conveniently ignores." John wasn't backing down. "The open development community has already created safety protocols superior to your proprietary framework, without restricting the technology to those who can afford your licensing fees. Your approach isn't about safety, it's about control." The global audience was witnessing something unprecedented, a live debate about the future of innovation, with immediate stakes measured in billions of dollars and potentially transformative human benefit. Chan's expression hardened slightly. "Control ensures responsibility, Mr. Takeda. Your reckless release of untested technology has already led to dangerous amateur replications. Lee Ventures is simply providing the necessary oversight that your idealistic approach lacks." "Necessary oversight?" John challenged. "Is that why you hired private military contractors to hunt me down? Why you kidnapped my associate Micah Reeves to force a meeting? Are those the actions of someone concerned with responsible innovation?" Chan's composure slipped further, not having expected these specific allegations to be aired publicly. "Those are baseless accusations," but John was just getting started. He gestured to the stages displayed in the corner of the screens, where the global demonstrations continued despite the broadcast hijacking. "What you see happening worldwide right now is the result of just 2 weeks of open, collaborative development. Medical emergency response systems, mobility assistance for the disabled, disaster zone navigation, all evolved from a core technology that you wanted to restrict to military applications." The stadium audience had begun to react strongly, clearly favoring John's position. Chants of "open mobility" spontaneously erupted from different sections, growing in volume. Backstage, Micah reported a new development. Alliance technical team has regained partial control of the broadcast. "We can now split the feed, show both John and Chan simultaneously on all screens." This was immediately implemented, creating a visual duel between the two men. Chan in his executive office versus John on stage in the revolutionary suit. The contrast couldn't have been more striking or symbolic. Chan, realizing the narrative was slipping from his control, shifted tactics. Mr. Takeda, I'm actually offering you an opportunity, a partnership that would allow your innovation to be developed responsibly while fairly compensating you for your contribution. Lee Ventures has the resources and expertise to bring this technology to market properly. I've seen your version of partnership, John replied, his voice steady. It ends with you controlling all commercial applications while developing military versions that contradict the technology's humanitarian potential. That's not partnership, it's appropriation. John turned to address the global audience directly, his passion evident. This technology doesn't belong to me or to Mr. Lee. It belongs to humanity. The open development approach ensures that it serves the many, not just the privileged few or military interests. That's what today's showcase demonstrates, what's possible when innovation is collaborative rather than controlled. The audience response was overwhelming, with the stadium erupting in supportive applause that spread to the global venues. The momentum had clearly shifted in John's favor. Chan, sensing his approach had failed, dropped the reasonable facade. You're making a serious mistake, Takeda. There are realities of bringing technology to market that your idealistic approach completely ignores. Without proper commercial structure and protection, your innovation will remain nothing more than an interesting prototype. That's where you're wrong, John countered. As we speak, companies worldwide are already adapting this technology for commercial applications, all using the open-source framework that ensures accessibility while preventing monopolistic control. The future of mobility will be open, whether Lee Ventures participates or not. At that moment, the Alliance technical team achieved full control of the broadcast system. Expanding the split screen to show all the global demonstration sites simultaneously, a powerful visual representation of the technology's diverse applications and global impact. Chan's image was reduced to a small corner of the display, his influence literally diminishing before the global audience. His final words before the transmission from his office was cut entirely were telling, "This isn't over, Takeda." Not by a long shot. With Chan removed from the broadcast, John returned to the planned showcase. Demonstrating the suit's capabilities while explaining the open development philosophy that had enabled its rapid evolution. The global demonstrations continued seamlessly, each location highlighting different applications of the core technology. Backstage, however, the situation remained tense. The Sentinel Group operatives had withdrawn from their positions when Chan's broadcast was terminated, but Micah and the security team remained vigilant. They're regrouping outside the stadium, Micah reported, monitoring security feeds. Looks like they're waiting for the showcase to conclude before making another move. Harrington rejoined him briefly, having turned the stage over to John for the main demonstration. We anticipated this. Extraction plans are in place for John and all key team members. The most important thing was getting the showcase completed and the message delivered to the global audience. Which has happened spectacularly, Micah noted. Watching the enthusiastic response from the stadium audience as John executed a series of maneuvers that demonstrated the suit's unprecedented mobility. The showcase continued for another hour, with demonstrations from all global locations and detailed explanations of how open collaboration had improved the technology. Throughout, John emphasized the importance of responsible development focused on civilian benefits rather than military applications. As the event drew to a close, John returned to center stage for final remarks, the global audience still fully engaged despite Chan's attempted interference. What you've witnessed today isn't just a demonstration of technology, John said, his voice carrying the passion of genuine belief. It's a demonstration of a different approach to innovation itself, one that prioritizes collaboration over control, human benefit over profit maximization, and open development over proprietary restriction. The applause was thunderous, echoed across all global venues. The challenges we face in the 21st century, from climate change to resource scarcity, from healthcare access to disaster response, require technologies developed with humanity's best interests at heart. The Open Mobility Framework ensures that this technology will serve those needs rather than be restricted to those with wealth or military power. John paused, looking out at the sea of faces before him, feeling the weight and promise of the moment. Today is just the beginning. The open development community will continue refining and expanding this technology, creating applications we haven't even imagined yet. And no single company or individual, including me, will control that evolution. That's the true revolution we're launching today. With those words, John reactivated the suit's full capabilities, transitioning smoothly to quad mode configuration before launching in a spectacular arc over the audience. A physical demonstration of the freedom the technology represented. He circled the stadium once before exiting through the same entrance he'd used for his arrival, the crowd on their feet in appreciation. Behind the scenes, the Alliance team implemented their extraction plan, with key members departing through secure routes while Sentinel Group operatives remained positioned outside standard exits. John himself, using the suit's unmatched mobility, was already miles away before Chan's team could mobilize an effective response. As night fell, the Alliance team regrouped at a secure location different from their previous facility, a precaution against Sentinel Group tracking. The mood was triumphant but vigilant, with everyone aware that Chan's final words suggested continued conflict rather than acceptance of defeat. The showcase exceeded our expectations, Harrington said as they reviewed media coverage and social media response. Chan's attempted intervention actually backfired spectacularly. It created a dramatic narrative that reinforced our core message about open versus controlled innovation. John, now changed out of the suit, nodded agreement. The global response has been overwhelming. Development teams worldwide are already building on what was demonstrated today, creating new applications and refinements. Micah, monitoring security channels, added another perspective. Sentinel Group appears to be standing down for now. My guess is Chan's reassessing his approach after today's public relations disaster. Rika, who had been unusually quiet since the showcase concluded, finally spoke up. Don't underestimate my brother's determination. Today was a significant setback for him, but he has resources and connections we can't match. He'll find another angle of attack. Likely a legal one, Harrington agreed. The public confrontation makes direct action more difficult for him now, but his legal team will be working overtime to find regulatory or patent approaches to reassert control. John considered this, then made a decision that surprised the others. I'm done hiding. From now on, I work in the open, continuing to develop the technology, engaging with the global community, making myself available to media and legitimate regulatory bodies. The more public my profile, the harder it becomes for Chan to move against me without consequences. It was a bold strategy, essentially using visibility as protection. After discussion, the team agreed it was the right approach given the successful showcase and overwhelming public support. The Alliance would provide resources and infrastructure, allowing John to become the public face of the open mobility movement while their legal team handled the inevitable challenges from Chan and others seeking to control the technology. As the meeting concluded, John stepped outside the secure facility, looking up at the star-filled sky. The journey from his workshop in Ashridge to this moment had been extraordinary, from an outsider dreaming of participating in racing wars to the creator of a technology that was already beginning to change the world. Chan would continue fighting, of that John had no doubt. The stakes were too high, the potential profits too enormous for someone like Chan to simply concede defeat. But today had changed the battlefield fundamentally. The technology was now firmly established in the public consciousness as an open innovation, its humanitarian applications clearly demonstrated. Chan might win some legal battles, might even secure certain proprietary elements, but the core revolution was already underway, beyond any single person's ability to control. John thought about his father, who had encouraged his creative thinking from childhood, and his uncle Kenji, whose unexpected inheritance had made the prototype possible. He thought about his mother, watching today's showcase from her home in Ashridge, finally seeing her unwavering faith in her son vindicated on a global stage. "We did it," John murmured to himself, a quiet acknowledgement of a journey completed and a new one just beginning. Behind him, the door opened as Micah joined him outside. "Quite a day," his friend remarked, clapping a hand on John's shoulder. John nodded agreement. "Just the first of many." "You know," Micah said thoughtfully, "all this started because Chan wouldn't let you race in Racing Wars. Seems kind of small now, doesn't it?" John laughed, the sound carrying in the quiet night. "Sometimes the biggest revolutions start from the smallest slights." Together, they looked up at the stars, contemplating the future they were helping to create, a future where mobility would be redefined. Where the integration of human and machine would open new possibilities, and where innovation would serve humanity's greatest needs rather than merely its wealthiest interests. The racing wars had evolved into something far greater than anyone could have imagined. And John Takeda, the unassuming racer who once just wanted a chance to compete, had ultimately changed the race entirely. Epilogue. Beyond the finish line 1 year later, the sun was setting over Ashridge as John made final adjustments to the latest iteration of his suit. The workshop was unrecognizable from its humble beginnings, now an official Open Mobility Alliance research center. Equipped with state-of-the-art development tools and staffed by engineers from around the world. The new energy system is showing a 40% improvement in long-duration performance, John remarked to Micah, who was reviewing diagnostics on a nearby workstation. "The contributions from the team in Singapore really pushed the efficiency beyond what I thought possible." Micah nodded, still amazed by the power of global collaborative development. "The navigation assistance module from the Berlin group integrates perfectly too. The combined system is greater than the sum of its parts." It had been a transformative year since the Global Open Mobility Showcase. The technology had evolved rapidly through worldwide collaboration, with specialized applications emerging for everything from emergency response to environmental monitoring, urban transportation to medical assistance. John's decision to work openly rather than hiding had proven strategic. His public profile, enhanced by thoughtful media appearances, academic presentations, and practical demonstrations, had created a protective visibility that made direct action against him politically untenable for Chan or other corporate interests. The legal battles had been intense, as predicted. Chan's team had secured patents on certain narrow implementations of the technology, particularly in military applications. But the core innovation remained open, with the Alliance's legal team successfully defending against the most aggressive attempts at proprietary control. Most significantly, several major corporations had ultimately embraced the open development model, recognizing that collaboration produced faster innovation than isolated proprietary development. Even traditional automotive manufacturers had begun developing commercial applications based on the core technology, paying reasonable licensing fees to the Open Mobility Foundation that John had established to manage the innovation's evolution. "Almost ready for the anniversary event tomorrow?" Micah asked, referring to the planned demonstration marking 1 year since the original showcase. John nodded, making a final adjustment to the control interface. This version incorporates innovations from over 20 countries. It's a perfect symbol of what we were fighting for. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Rika, who had become the Alliance's strategic director after publicly breaking ties with Lee Ventures following the showcase confrontation. Final preparations are complete at the demonstration site, she reported. Media coverage confirmed from all major networks and technology publications. We're expecting twice the physical audience of last year's showcase, with potentially triple the livestream viewership. John smiled, still somewhat uncomfortable with the public attention but recognizing its importance for the movement. And security? Comprehensive but unobtrusive, Rika assured him. No indications of interference from my brother or other opposed interests. Chan had maintained a relatively low profile in recent months. After several failed legal challenges and the public relations damage from the showcase confrontation, he had pivoted Lee Ventures toward other technologies. Rumors suggested he had secured some specialized military contracts based on his proprietary implementations, but his dream of monopolizing the civilian applications had been decisively defeated. Speaking of your brother, Micah said cautiously, there's something you should know. He requested credentials to attend tomorrow's demonstration as an observer. John and Rika exchanged surprised glances. Did you approve it? John asked. Micah nodded. After discussion with Harrington and security, we decided denying him would create unnecessary drama. This way, he's a known quantity, present on our terms. John considered this development thoughtfully. Interesting. A year ago, he was deploying private military contractors to capture me in the suit. Now he's requesting permission to observe a demonstration. He's nothing if not adaptable, Rika observed. When direct opposition failed, he found ways to profit from the portions of the technology he could legitimately control. Classic Chan, always finding an angle. The relationship between Rika and her brother remained strained but not entirely severed. She had made her choice, aligning with the open innovation philosophy that John represented, but occasionally maintained professional contact with Chan when alliance interests required it. As twilight deepened outside the workshop windows, Harrington arrived to complete their leadership circle. Now 70, he had become a kind of father figure to John. His engineering wisdom and industry experience proving invaluable as the technology evolved from revolutionary concept to practical applications worldwide. The latest regulatory approvals came through today, Harrington announced with satisfaction. The medical assistance version is now certified for use in 17 countries, including the United States and European Union. Emergency response variants are approved in 23 jurisdictions. This represented a significant milestone. The safety concerns that Chan had weaponized against them had been systematically addressed through rigorous testing and certification processes, all conducted within the open development framework. The technology was now officially recognized as safe for its intended applications. I just received word from the Tokyo team as well, Harrington continued. Their disaster response implementation was successfully deployed during the coastal flooding last week. 12 people rescued from locations inaccessible to conventional vehicles. They're calling it the first official life-saving application of the technology. John felt a profound sense of satisfaction at this news. From the beginning, he had envisioned his creation as something that would enhance human mobility for beneficial purposes. Knowing it had directly saved lives validated that vision completely. Not bad for a guy who just wanted to race, Micah remarked with a grin, echoing their conversation from a year earlier. John laughed, acknowledging how far they'd come from those initial ambitions. Racing was just the starting line. We've been on a much more important journey since then. As they finalized preparations for the anniversary demonstration, John reflected on the challenges and triumphs of the past year. The conflict with Chan had been difficult and dangerous, but it had ultimately catalyzed something greater than John could have achieved alone, a global movement toward collaborative innovation in transportation technology. The next morning dawned clear and bright, perfect conditions for the anniversary demonstration. The venue, an expansive public park in the center of a major city, was already filling with spectators hours before the scheduled start. Media crews established their positions, technical teams completed final checks on the demonstration equipment, and security personnel maintained a vigilant but unobtrusive presence. John prepared in a quiet room adjacent to the main staging area, going through his pre-demonstration routine with focused concentration. The suit, now designated the OM-1 for open mobility, stood ready on its maintenance rack, its refined design reflecting a year of collaborative improvement. A knock at the door interrupted his preparation. "It's time," Micah called from outside. John took a deep breath, centering himself before the public appearance. Then he opened the door to find not just Micah, but his mother Liza waiting alongside him. "Mom!" John exclaimed, surprised and delighted. Liza had been hesitant about public events due to her health, preferring to watch her son's demonstrations from the comfort of home. "I couldn't miss this one," she said, embracing him warmly. "The anniversary of when the world finally saw what I always knew, that my son would change everything." Her pride was evident, bringing unexpected emotion to John's pre-demonstration focus. "I'm so glad you're here," he said sincerely. Together, they made their way toward the staging area, John noticing the increased security presence, a precaution given Chan's expected attendance. As they approached the main demonstration zone, John spotted a familiar figure among the VIP observers. Chan Li stood slightly apart from the other dignitaries, his expression inscrutable as he watched the final preparations. He was alone, without the entourage that typically surrounded him at public events. When he noticed John approaching, he gave a slight, acknowledging nod, neither friendly nor hostile, simply recognition. John returned the nod, maintaining his distance. Their conflict had shaped the past year profoundly, driving both men to extremes they might never have reached otherwise. Now, with the technology established worldwide and their respective positions in its ecosystem settled, they had achieved a kind of détente, not friendship, not reconciliation, but a recognition of the new reality they both inhabited. Harrington approached the stage as John completed his final suit preparations. The distinguished engineer had become the public voice of the alliance, his credibility and eloquence perfect for communicating their vision to the world. "Ladies and gentlemen," Harrington began, his voice carrying clearly across the gathered crowd, "1 year ago today, we witnessed the beginning of a revolution in human mobility. Today, we celebrate what that revolution has become. A global collaboration that has transformed a single innovation into dozens of life-changing applications." The large screens surrounding the demonstration area displayed highlights from the year's developments, the medical assistance implementations helping people with mobility limitations, the emergency response versions navigating disaster zones, the environmental monitoring variants tracking ecosystem changes in remote regions. The open mobility framework has proven that innovation thrives through collaboration rather than isolation, Harrington continued. Engineers from over 30 countries have contributed improvements, adaptations, and applications beyond what any single organization could have developed alone. As Harrington spoke, John completed his final systems check. The suit responded perfectly, its integrated systems, now incorporating contributions from developers worldwide, operating with a precision and efficiency far beyond his original prototype. "The past year has not been without challenges," Harrington acknowledged. "Legal battles, regulatory hurdles, safety concerns, all had to be addressed. But the open development community has met each challenge successfully, demonstrating that responsible innovation can coexist with open access. John's attention was momentarily drawn to Chan, curious about his reaction to this veiled reference to their conflict. Chan's expression remained neutral, though John thought he detected a slight tightening around his former rival's eyes. Today's demonstration will showcase the latest evolution of the technology, Harrington announced, building toward John's introduction. Incorporating innovations from around the world, refined through global collaboration, and certified for applications that are already saving lives and improving mobility for those in need. The crowd's anticipation was palpable as Harrington reached his conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the creator of this revolutionary technology and the catalyst for the open mobility movement, John Takeda. John activated the suit, its systems humming to life around him as he stepped onto the demonstration course. The audience erupted in applause, cameras tracking his movement as he began showcasing the technology's capabilities. What followed was a comprehensive demonstration of the suit's evolved functionality, from its enhanced energy efficiency to its refined control systems. From its improved safety features to its adaptive configuration options. John moved through the demonstration with practiced precision, highlighting the contributions from global developers while executing maneuvers that would have been impossible for any conventional vehicle. From his position among the VIP observers, Chan watched with a complex mixture of emotions. His expression revealed little, but his attention never wavered as John demonstrated the technology that had fundamentally altered both their trajectories. As the demonstration reached its conclusion, John transitioned the suit to its most dynamic configuration and executed a spectacular final sequence, a series of precisely controlled high-speed maneuvers culminating in a perfect landing at center stage. The audience response was overwhelming, applause and cheers echoing across the demonstration grounds. John removed the helmet, acknowledging the response with a smile and wave before addressing the gathered crowd. "What you've witnessed today isn't my creation anymore," John said, his voice carrying clearly through the sound system. "It's evolved through the contributions of thousands of developers worldwide, each bringing unique expertise and perspective to a shared vision of what mobility can become." The screens displayed a map highlighting the global distribution of contributors to the open mobility framework, a visual representation of the collaborative approach that had defined the technology's evolution. "A year ago, we made a choice to develop this technology openly, focused on civilian benefits rather than proprietary control," John continued. "Today, we see the results of that choice. Medical applications helping those with mobility limitations, emergency response systems saving lives in disaster zones, environmental monitoring platforms reaching regions previously inaccessible." John paused, his gaze briefly meeting Chan's across the distance that separated them. Some said this approach was idealistic, that innovation requires proprietary control to thrive. The past year has proven otherwise. Open collaboration has accelerated development far beyond what any single entity could have achieved alone. Chan's expression remained unreadable, but he didn't look away from the implied reference to their fundamental disagreement. "The journey continues," John concluded. "The open mobility framework is still evolving, with new applications emerging regularly from developers worldwide. This isn't just about a technology anymore, it's about a new approach to solving human challenges through collaborative innovation." With those words, John reactivated the suit and executed a final demonstration lap around the venue, showcasing the fluid integration of human and machine that had been his original vision. The audience remained on their feet, their enthusiasm undiminished as John completed his circuit and returned to the staging area. As the formal demonstration concluded and the crowd began dispersing toward the exhibition areas where specific applications were being showcased, John found himself approached by an unexpected figure, Chan Li, moving deliberately toward him through the thinning crowd. Micah and Rika noticed immediately, moving closer to John in a protective gesture. Security personnel also adjusted their positions, alert to the potential confrontation. But John raised a hand, indicating he would handle this himself. As Chan reached him, the two men stood face to face for the first time since their confrontation at the Racing Wars facility a year earlier. For a moment, neither spoke, the weight of their shared history hanging between them. "Impressive demonstration," Chan finally said, his tone carefully neutral. "The technology has evolved significantly. Thanks to global collaboration," John replied pointedly. A hint of Chan's former smirk crossed his features. "Still pushing the open development narrative, I see. It's not a narrative. It's a reality that's been proven effective," John said. "But you didn't approach me to debate philosophy. What do you want, Chan?" Chan glanced around at the exhibition areas where various open mobility applications were being demonstrated. "I came to see firsthand what I've been hearing about. The technology's impact is undeniable." John waited, sensing there was more behind this unexpected appearance. "My military applications have been successful," Chan continued after a moment. "Limited in scope but profitable. Different direction than I originally envisioned, but viable." It was as close to an acknowledgement of defeat in their larger conflict as Chan was likely to offer. John recognized the implicit concession. Chan had secured his niche within the ecosystem but had accepted that the broader technology would develop along the open path John had established. "The market's big enough for multiple approaches," John offered, extending a small olive branch of his own. Chan nodded slightly. "Perhaps." He paused, seeming to consider his next words carefully. "Rika has done well with the alliance. Better than I anticipated." John glanced toward Rika, who was watching their exchange with evident concern. "She believes in the mission. It suits her better than Lee Ventures did." "Evidently," Chan agreed, a hint of what might have been regret in his tone. Then, straightening slightly, he extended his hand. "Congratulations on your success, Takeda. You've proven more formidable than I initially gave you credit for." John hesitated briefly before accepting the handshake. It wasn't friendship or even reconciliation, too much had happened between them for that. But it was acknowledgement, a recognition of the new reality they both now inhabited. "Enjoy the exhibition," John said as they released the handshake. "There are some applications I think might surprise you." Chan nodded once more before turning to leave, making his way toward the medical assistance demonstration area with measured steps. John watched him go, reflecting on the strange journey that had brought them to this moment. Micah approached as Chan disappeared into the crowd. "Well, that was unexpected. What did he want?" "To see for himself," John replied thoughtfully. "And maybe to make peace in his own way." "Chan doesn't make peace," Rika said as she joined them. "He makes strategic adjustments." John smiled slightly. "Call it what you want. I think he's accepted that the technology's evolution is beyond his control now. He's found his niche and he'll exploit it fully, but the larger battle is over." As they moved toward the exhibition areas to engage with the global development teams showcasing their applications, John felt a sense of completion. The racing wars that had begun with his exclusion from Chan's elite event had evolved into something far more significant, a revolution in mobility technology that was already changing lives worldwide. Later that evening, as the anniversary events concluded, John found a quiet moment alone with the suit. He ran his fingers along the refined contours of the machine that had changed everything, for him, for Chan, for the future of transportation itself. The suit had begun as a dream of racing, of proving himself worthy of competing with the elite. It had become something far greater, a platform for global innovation, a catalyst for collaborative development, a technology that transcended its origins to serve humanity's broader needs. John smiled at the irony. In trying to keep him out of racing wars, Chan had inadvertently launched him on a journey that led far beyond any racetrack, to a revolution that was redrawing the boundaries of human mobility itself. The unassuming racer had not only entered the race but had changed its very nature. And in doing so, had helped create a future where innovation served humanity rather than merely those with the power to control it. For John Takeda, that was the greatest victory of all. The end.